on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Go. Get your mark on. 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 Get your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports. This is Lucifer, and along with me, it's going to be Edge. We are back here on day 3. The action is just getting better and better, and we are unable to control the heat. I understand there's summer going around, so I'm pretty sure a lot of us, just like we are putting down fans, ACs, and everything, I'm pretty sure viewers are doing the same, and the players as well. But Edge, how have you kept yourself to beat the heat?
Well, I mean, I still kind of I'm feeling the heat, not just from the sun outside, but also from the intense matches that
Exactly.
we already witnessed, and also we're about to, right? I mean, it's gonna be the same cycle once again, the same cycle of 2 maps. I'm not talking about the Atlas cycle. I'm talking about the maps of Erangel and Miramar. I mean, it's gonna be repeated 3 times. Every map will be played 3 times each. But I'm talking about beating the heat. I've been just drinking, I don't know, buttermilk. That if that helps, guys. I mean,
Yes.
you gotta eat curd. You gotta just make sure that you are safe. Is a word that I will use because it's pretty hot outside, and so is the action inside. But talking about the matches, we have the format here: 4 days of semi-final action, and after that, 16 teams from those 24 will be moving on forward to the grand finals, which will be played for 5 long days.
Yep. And some of you, I'm pretty sure most of the viewers that are joining us, Edge, will be having a clear-cut picture on why we are meaning 25th to 29th. If you're saying today is 23, the date is 27, why not tomorrow? There's a holiday. It's like kind of a mutual decision that all the players and organizations and teams have taken, that they want a rest day, because we know how many matches all these players play. I mean, just as you were saying, right, Edge, we're going to be repeating 3 sets of matches. There's going to be Erangel, Miramar throughout the day. In total, 6 matches per day. And for a specific team or for a specific group, 4 matches per day. So it's not easy. They have to keep battling it out in and around Erangel and Miramar. And you know how deadly Erangel and Miramar gets, not only because of the teams that join them as opposition, but also because of the circle and the flight path. And that's what we'll be looking forward to today as well. So gear up for the final day, because there's going to be a lot of changes, I can assure you that. But there's going to be a break tomorrow as well, so you can rest easy. You can think about what strategy the teams can make, because it's all about the prize that they'll be unlocking when they qualify from the semis to the grand finals.
8,000 US dollars for the team that comes in first position. The total is 20,000, but the one that's coming out on top will be taking home the massive chunk of that, 8,000 US dollars. Second position will be going home with 4,000 US dollars, and the third place winners, they'll be taking away 1,500 of that. Fourth to 8th position, they'll be going away with $700 each. 9th to 13th, $300 each. But the most prestigious ones, if you ask me, most valuable team, $500, and then most valuable player, 1,000 US dollars all to himself. That's pretty much the that's pretty much higher than number 4 as well. So, and also he doesn't have to share it. That is the one that I'm looking forward to, because being called, I mean, yeah, winning the entire thing is a glory in itself, but being called the most valuable player of the entire tournament, that's absolutely insane, and a great bragging right as well.
I agree with you. Raj. It's not at all easy, but who is that going to be? Which is that player going to be taking up the MVP? Which team is going to be taking the MVP, the most valuable team? It's all coming out of these three groups. Group A starting off with Godlike, TSM, Revenant, CHEMIN, Team Forever, Blind, Global Esports, Marcos. Group B consists of Soul, EXO, OR, Orangutan, 8-Bit, Insane, Walkouts, and Rivalry. Group C has SKYLIGHTZ, XSPARK, 7C, Enigma Gaming, Nigma Galaxy, Hyderabad HYDRAS, Revenge Esports, and Entity Gaming. And now these teams will be battling it out for another day. That's going to be day 3, where the action is like cascading one after another. And when we know when something cascades, right, Edge, the next amount of impact is even going to be exponentially huge, and it's going to be a huge burden that these teams have to bear. But whoever has adapted to it, they'll be playing better in all these 6 matches for you viewers, but for their respective team, 4 matches in a day.
That is true. Every team will be playing 4 matches per day. 4 matches today. Group A, Group B, Group C. They'll be matching against each other in an order. You can see that A and B first, A and C next, B, C, A, B, A, C, and B, C at the end again. Erangel, Miramar is going to be the cycle, but it all depends on how consistent they are. It all depends on how well they're able to keep their composure and also take the momentum throughout the day, because it's not like you start the day off strong and then end it on a bad note. You want to keep it going on a steady wheel there, because we've seen some things happen to teams, right? We've seen some unfortunate things. They started really well, but then at the end of the day, they were pushed down to page 3 sometimes. So we don't want such things to happen. We don't want those jumps to be plus 13 and then all of a sudden -8 or minus
Oh,
9.
yes.
We want that, even if it's plus 2 every single time, it's still a good thing, and it's still a better thing than having a plus 13 and a plus 9. Sorry, minus 9.
I agree with you, Edge. Teams need to understand that right now a couple of the teams, I'm not going to be taking everybody's name, have understood, as you said, Edge, they are steadying themselves. The consistency is there. We saw SKYLIGHTZ for the first time yesterday, even in the last match, picking up that chicken dinner for themselves and then making themselves the first team to get that second chicken dinner online. So you understand how crucial it is at this point of the tournament that you become consistent and make your qualification a little bit easier. But now in the first spot, it's going to be OR. Edge, when we started it off and in the first couple days, we did talk about it that I would say first day and the couple of matches in the second day, that where is OR? OR is not doing anything. They have the potential, and immediately on the end of second, they will be coming on the first board in the overall standings.
True, they're sitting on top with 90 points for themselves. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, the only team that got themselves got themselves 2 chicken dinners out of 12 matches. Now that's not a great thing, but that's something to talk about, because we haven't seen a repeated winner in 2 days. They are sitting in second position with 88 total points. Hyderabad HYDRAS had a great run as well, 88 total points with them. They were sitting at the bottom of the scorecard after the first 4 matches. NIGMA Galaxy, 82 points for themselves. Blind Official had an insane game at the end of the day yesterday. So that was the moment that actually pushed them to be on the top in the first place. They got like sitting in 8th position. Team Insane, well, down to 9th as of now, but they are gonna be coming in stronger. They are gonna bounce back, so nothing to worry about that.
I agree with you. Nothing to worry right now, but there's a team that I'm a little bit worried about. It's going to be Marcos. Why? Is because Marcos had a brilliant, especially Dion, he made a brilliant clutch, and it was the mark moment of the day. So if that happens, I'm looking forward to Marcos making that momentum carry forward. But as we are heading to the last couple of days of these matches in the semifinals of the Gillette 7Sea Invitational, it is going to be difficult for these teams in the overall standing in the last page. And starting it off, it's going to be very surprising for everybody. I'm pretty sure viewers as well, and us as casters, because this is not a name that we thought about, because they were the first team to ever get a chicken dinner in this invitational. So having this kind of fall down, or I don't know what to talk about it, whether they just dug their own hole when they picked up that first chicken dinner, whatever it was kind of unfortunate for them. But on the other hand, let's talk about the other teams which are there. They've not gotten any chicken dinner for themselves, Edge. So I'm looking forward to what those teams will be looking forward to doing, because now this is where, as we said, right, we're coming back to the last few matches and the days. It's about the countdown. When we started it off, we already had the number of matches in mind. It's going to be 16 per team. But right now, those number of matches are getting lesser and lesser. The count has decreased, and now you have to adapt to the number of matches left. And especially, it is going to be very crucial for the last few teams which are in the overall standings in the last page. But Edge, do you think, I want to ask you about this, the teams which are there, we can see Seoul as well in the last page. Do you think these teams can start making a comeback and jump into the first page anytime soon?
Definitely, they definitely can. And the best thing, the best way to do it, the best day to do it is today, because tomorrow is gonna be, as you said, a rest day. So today they can just pull everything from their strat book, pull out everything that they have. Because Soul, and I mean, forget Soul, 8-bit as well. They're at the
Yes.
bottom, so they need to make their way up. But we already have the plane up in the sky, and the players are ready to drop down. This is gonna be the first match of day number 3 here in the semifinals of Gillette 7Sea Invitational by Skyesports. And talking about Sky, look at the flight path there. It's
Mm-hmm.
going from east to west, and towards northwest, but it's not a it's not such drastic. It's not a drastic flight path, but I'm really waiting for that first zone to come into play here.
I agree with you, but right now I'm happy because the flight path is different compared to yesterday. Whenever we saw yesterday's Erangel
Right.
flight path, it was mostly Stalber and military base. It was either north to south or south to north, and this was the major change. The western ends were completely left off, and teams had certain difficulties because of that. The circle certain times did shift left, but it is not enough if the flight path is not letting you get over there, and that's the reason. This time, at least, a little bit better because teams can easily get down to Georgiapul, even Hospital as well. Gatka, a little bit difficult. They would have to pick up vehicles, but is there any drop clash? There is EXO as well as Rivalry close together. That can be a fight that we can see, but it looks like even though military base was left out of the flight path, the circle, it wants to include it.
Ooh, look at that circle.
Mm.
Down south now, all of a sudden. Military base. Well, CHEMIN and Revenant, they're already there. So, I mean, in the military base. Now, here's the thing. If that zone, well, shifts back into that main island, then the players in that military base, they're going to be having a bit of an issue, because they need to be cautious about crossing, taking the bridge to make their way into the main island. But
Hmm.
also they can take the waterways. But guess what, that's even more dangerous if there are people trying to gatekeep, if there are people spotting them,
Exactly.
right? So they need to be aware of that. They need to make sure they have everything that they need, and maybe cross the bridge, or take the water there in a 2-to-2 pairing there.
Mm.
Maybe that's going to be helping them. But if not, then I mean, if there's no one gatekeeping, then lucky them. It's going to be an easy way back into the main island.
Exactly. Gatekeeping scenarios can happen, especially with this brilliant circle coming in. Even the northern edges, we can see a couple of teams in Georgia Pool. Those teams will also be gatekept because the circle is down south, as Ed said. And now it's going to be very crucial on how these teams plan. Even Godlike, they want to have a better run. Yes, it was a good day yesterday, I would say. Not a spectacular one because we know uh, how would you put it? They show us a starstruck performance, and that's still out there waiting for Godlike, and we are looking forward to it. But Kemen, this is a team who have taken a huge downfall. Just like we did talk about walkouts, Kemen, they were one of those teams who generally we see in the tournaments that without chicken dinners tend to stay on top. In the last few days, they get a couple of chicken dinners here and there and then snatch away the trophy and try to play in a similar fashion. But this time, looks like teams are putting up a tough fight on them and they know their strategy. So do you think, Edge, now that Kemen's kind of, I would say, strategy is understood, it's going to be difficult, and do you think Kemen is going to be changing things up?
Well, they have to. They've been sitting at the top for the first day,
Mm-hmm.
for the entirety of first day, and after that, look at the positioning that they're in right now. I mean, you can see the smiles on their faces as well on the player cams there. But there's got to be something going on in the head. There's got to be that pressure in their head, right?
Yep.
We all expect a lot from them, especially Delta PG and Justin, because they had a really good run. And also, they were one of the top 5 fraggers there. Unfortunately, they weren't there at the end of the day yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Day 1, they were sitting on top. So I'm looking forward to see how they make their way back on the top. But if not, then there are other teams that I want to see at the top, like GODL. There's Team XSPARK and 8-bit
Oh,
and
yes.
Soul, to be honest. I'm still waiting for all these three teams to pop off. Team XSPARK, well, they got that momentum going. We could see, Scout finally picking up that confidence and taking those fights. But 8-bit and Soul, I mean, even Soul doing decent, right? Not
Yep.
what we expect, but they're still okay. But Team 8-bit, not really sure what's going in, but 8-bit, they're being completely torn apart bit by bit.
I agree with you, Edge. I'm not too sure what to talk about them because we've seen them playing better games, and till now we have never seen them that kind of a performance coming through, that kind of a fight that we have till date tried to witness. Let's hope it happens very soon, as you were talking about it. But there are a couple of teams that I also want to talk about that is going to be blind. What a day it was for them. They have been performing really well. Yes, they're in the first page, but that will not be enough. I mean, this is in terms of if you're looking at the grand finals perspective. So in terms of their performance, they have completely, I would say, risen up, and also their, I would say, climb which is there, it's clearly visible. Edge on day one we could not see how blind were performing, but as the couple of matches progressed, blind was looking good. Insane had a lot of up and down matches. I cannot say that their graph has been steady. It's kind of one match is they're brilliant, they're fragging, we see their players completely destroying their opponents. In the next immediate match, they kind of become one of those first teams to be eliminated, or maybe get eliminated with no placement points or at least one placement points, and that's all they get for the entire map. So I think these teams need to understand that throughout the journey of semifinals to grand finals, I understand in semifinals none of these team gets any point, and I think that's where teams do not want to think about in terms of, wait, we're not getting any prize, let's not put our everything to qualify, let's just look forward to getting into the top 16. But we are seeing here there are a couple of teams who are giving it their all and making sure the teams which can get into top 16 and make grand finals difficult, they're thrown out way before.
Ooh, right. You're definitely right about that. We are seeing some teams that we expect to see on top not performing the way that they are. I wouldn't say supposed to, but what we expect them to, right? So that's unfortunate. So they gotta work on it because now we're already halfway through. 2 days done. 2 more days left, and if they don't, get that groove on right now, it's gonna be really hard for them in the next. I mean, on the last day at least. Today is going to be the day for them to make a comeback. Today is the day that they have to put everything out and somehow make it work. Because coming in tomorrow, it's going to be a break. So it gives enough time to, re-strategize. And on the last day, maybe find themselves and some answers. Because right now, it's going to be WALKOUTS Abrar with the first knock. But can he get that finish and make it the first one? It's going to be UIOP taking over place on the side of TSM. Blaze OP goes down. That's the first finish there. Aquanox with the return answer takes down Yua, but it's not out yet. Once again, Aquanox goes back into his Lambo, trying to take down players with the first pick. Still goes to WALKOUTS Abrar. And Aqua in style takes on player, but it goes down to Baba. Oh no, Shadow OG. Instant trader, Shadow OG. Unfortunate.
WALKOUTS, they had a clear-cut picture here, Edge. They had complete control of what they could have eliminated side of TSM, but as soon as Abrar fell, that's when everything fell apart. And Mr. Spray, it was a good position that he was in, but he could not control TSM because TSM were already climbing uphill, and there's no way to prevent that. And because of that, WALKOUTS, even though they got the initial knock and finish, they'll be the first team having the major casualty, losing 3 major players, crucial ones especially. And now it's Mr. Spray. I mean, he's even more important, but being a sole player, it's going to be very difficult right now, Edge, that you have to survive. You have to look forward to other teams looking at you, and already look at that, there's trouble the way he's heading. His vehicle's tire, it has been bursted. He's eaten a lot of bullets and right now still trying to move away. Thankfully, kind of the BGMI gods playing here because there's a couple of trees which is providing him cover, but not for long.
It's gotta. And on the other side, the IGL from OR takes down one, but not able to get that finish just yet. Mr. Spray is the only one surviving right now. And there you go. As I was saying, he knocked them and finished off GODL's S-Power. Let's see where the zone is headed. Now, is it going to be south? A little to the south, but a lot to the west side there. Military base is still in play, but that bridge is in the zone, which means there's a high probability that players are going to be gatekeeping it. Maybe players of CHEMIN, maybe even the players of OG there.
But look at the top, close to Yasnaya. I think both Godlike as well as OR, while they were rotating, right, they are in a fight. As you saw, S4 has already been confirmed, but OR, they're still looking forward to finding the other players from Godlike, because Godlike, they're in a tough situation. They have to come uphill. It's not a complete uphill, I would say. It's a dip which they're stuck in. From there, they have to climb up. But once they've seen the team of OR climb up in their vehicles and move away, they're thinking of the same thing. But right now, as we are thinking about the fights, there's TSM finally after their initial aggression. Yes, they have a casualty, but does not matter. They're looking very sharpened and aggressive. Look at the grenades brilliantly connecting. Omega, he's very low. He has first aid kits to patch himself up, but if there's another grenade coming his way, that could be his knock. But where are the other players of Soul? And immediately as they say, Akshat from a distance starts spraying on Aquanox. The retaliation is there, but the connection is not.
Connection. Oh, it is that was a little unfortunate there. They did try, and talking about try, and Goblin takes down Aquanox. Sensei runs over one of the players on the side of Team Forever, I believe that is. But then, can he finish him off? Just running over him is not enough. You gotta finish it, and so Goblin finishes off TSM's Aquanox, a star player. The one, if you ask me, on the side of TSM in terms of fragging ability, is out. And now, we were waiting for them, and Fierce on the side of EXO takes down 27 from the side of Team Forever. EXO trying to take down the players there, but unfortunate Sensei takes a lot of damage. Play with the M4. Beautiful shots there coming in, connecting every single one with the AK as well. This is the perfect combo. I was talking about the M4 and the AKM. And Snags with the reply takes him down, knocks him. Max Gush and Dulce really far away. Which means player 6 is down, and he's gonna be bleeding to death, and there's nothing that you can do. But guess what? It's not EXO. It's CHEMIN says Adi coming into picture there and taking away that point, snatching, probably stealing that point and the finish as well.
We know the capability that Team Forever has, but here the thing that is not working out is going to be, I think, they not understanding that this is only a couple more matches left for them to get to that qualification spot. Because if you remember, Team Forever kind of come in clutch at the last moments of the days, last moment of the maps, and I think that's what we are missing out. Team Forever, they're going to be on the second page, something that they have to look out for. But right now, Soul, they need to move away. A couple of shots fired from various different directions. One was already from, you saw, Insane Adi. He picked up that finish for himself, and Soul would have understood that, wait, we did deal a knock over there. If we didn't get it, then there's another team in close quarters, and we do not have to stay in the position. If they stay there, it's going to be difficult. But it looks like a rivalry. Sirvi, he has fallen down, unfortunate. And right now, as the rotations are coming through, this is where life is getting difficult. We always talk about it. When the circles move, you have to look forward to it. And Godlike are making life difficult for rivalry. Sirvi, he was knocked, but right now he's confirmed as well.
Boy, oh boy. Let's see where that third zone. Second zone. Is that supposed to be third zone?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a bit of Pochinki still there, and a bit of bridge, but the bridge is not going to be coming into play anymore because everyone's already on the main island. But I'm looking forward to see where that GODL is going to be coming in from. But forget about that, because it's going to be Team Forever taking a lot of players there on the side of EXO, and Ash on the other side takes some players on the side of CHEMIN. But Team Forever, they're surrounded Team EXO there, and the grenades are being thrown in. But Max Kush, okay, he modded himself, Sam. No.
Treasure. This moment of the fight that's happening here is just putting teams in trouble.
Gone.
They're themselves doing it to them. And right now, easy finish coming in, and a brilliant grenade coming in from Punk. He takes that player down, and that's going to be the end for Team Forever. The first team to be eliminated here on Erangel on day 3. And look at this, just one finish. Nothing in terms of placement, but immediately there's another fight going where OG, they are in trouble. It's because they did pick up a fight with CHEMIN. You can see there's a player who's already knocked, but it is Insane who come in as a third party and making even more difficult for OG. Now, yes, they have 2 more players, and they sent 2 players to revive those players who are already fallen apart, but it's not going to be that easy because Insane are not making it easy. They want to keep throwing down weapons, I'm sorry, resources as grenades and try to push them out, but they're given them time. They've given them breathing space here, Edge, and we've seen OG how they answer back with the breathing space they get. But right now, with God, he wants to make sure the initial target that they spotted, that was Team CHEMIN, they want to eliminate them. They've done the damage on one. It's going to be one more last player surviving. That's going to be Justin, because Robin, I'm pretty sure, is almost out of the game.
Ooh, insane. I'm going down there to the grenade, and then the finish coming in, and Joker takes down the IGL once again. We were talking about them, right? OR sitting at the top of the table there, and now, well, Wizgard sitting at the top of the rocks while Justin's trying to take him down with the grenades. CHEMIN once again, another great start of the day for themselves. 2 players down already, 0 finishes, and now it looks like the last 2 players surviving also might go down there, but those grenades, I mean, this is the thing that happens, right, Sam? They use a lot of util to take down one squad, that when it comes to, you know, those final 2 to 3 zones, they have nothing more left in their bag, and that actually hurts them sometimes. So they gotta be, you know, careful when they're throwing out stuff. But OR, on the other hand, just lost another player. That's they're taking this fight against Global Esports, and GODL plus got just cruising away right in front of him.
I'm still looking forward to who comes on top of this fight. Justin is utilized a lot. There's nothing more he can do. Robin, this is what he said. He's almost out of the game. He went further away. I don't know why Justin kept fighting. Just like Robin went away, he should have just gone. He utilized so much resources that he himself had to push to play with the weapons. But look at this. Global Esports as well as GODLIKE lose one of their members each to the play zone, and I think Clutch God, he's going to be the last surviving player here for GODLIKE, whereas Global Esports, even with that loss, it does not matter. They still have the other 3 players standing strong, but Clutch God, he is going to be right now cornered as Revenant are getting into that, I would say, edges of those mountains or edges of those riverbeds. It's going to be very difficult for him, but EXO, what a brilliant position inside the circle, as well as Marcos and for Blind.
Boy, oh boy. I mean, after all that, after everything that Justin did, that's gotta hurt. And now Clutch got the only survivor for the side of GODLIKE. Well, he actually needs to pull off something GODLIKE right now to survive and get that at least a couple more points, because they're now sitting on 15. If they go down here, well, that means 0 points for themselves. But Joker takes down one more, and Blind, well, they had a great end to the day yesterday. Can they pick up the same momentum, trying to take this fight against XSPARK from the side of Insane, who I believe are already taking the fight? Oh no, another squad eliminated there. That's WALKOUTS going down after the first game of the semifinals. Nothing's going really well for them, but Spy OP taking a lot of damage there from OG Ash, is it? Is that Ash shooting in from the really long range with the M4? Beautiful, beautiful shots, and Ash barely survives. Williams almost took him down there, Sam.
They punished him really well. Just one last bullet connection, it could have been done. But look at the timing. OG, they're slamming in, and this is going to be very difficult for Blind. There are grenades also coming in. Wizgard with that spray. He's going to be taking Deadpool down now. Spy, he has been revived, but a grenade is already chucked, and that should do the damage. It does. It puts Shadow down to the ground, and it's going to be Wizgard to finish it all, as Blind will completely disappear from the map, just like they get blinded from OG. But what a brilliant play. It was the last grenade coming in from OG, aka OP, on Williams. You saw Williams did do the damage, but he could not close it out because it was all based on the timing. And as we said, when you get a knock, right, Edge, there's a situation that happens right in front of you that you push your other teammates to revive that player and not engage in the fights to push back the opponents, and OG capitalize. And right now Insane want to capitalize the same situation, but OG, they're not letting them. They're retaliating with the grenades.
That is true indeed. But Skyesports, Team Forever, WALKOUTS, and Blind eliminated in the respective order. ESM and 8-bit, they're going ham against each other. Tsunami taking on one more player there. He's trying to revive his teammate now, trying to make sure that everyone's safe while they eliminate TSM in position number 13. Did not see that one coming as well, but TSM, they were having a good time with the finishes at least, but the position placement, man, they need to start working on it, because as of now we will be. I mean, they are done with 13 matches, right? I mean, 9 matches.
Yep.
So they only have what? 7 more left. So they're not in the first place there, Sam. They gotta start worrying about it.
Everybody needs to worry, especially right now because of the circle. OG, they did lose a player outside the circle, but it does not matter because Insane, they're trailing right behind them. They want to make sure they finish them off, but as Insane are also finding a couple of players who are trying to make their way in, they're eliminating them as well, making their life difficult. And unfortunate Clutch God, he made sure his team survives a tad bit longer, at least to get one placement point for himself, along with those 2 finishes. But after that, nothing else. But right now, let's see what 8-bit can do. They're holding their scope strong towards the side of Global Esports, but we've seen Global Esports from yesterday. They've risen up really well. They've looked really stronger. And Manya, he's very crucial. Yesterday, we saw he's the top fragger in the entire list, and also for a fact that he is their IGL. And an IGL becoming a top fragger is not an easy thing, but he did do the job, and he showed us what an IGL can also do. The capability is there, and every IGL has that capability. But right now, the capability is a little bit dimming because Edge, the play zone. This is going to be doing the damage, and especially the 5th play zone, it's going to be doing a lot. So just a couple of bullets is enough. It's not necessary for an entire spray.
Global Esports, they are out of the safe zone. They're out of the play zone. So Batman, he's going to be taking on Joker. He just took him down. He knocked him, but the play zone did the rest for him. And now new player 6 is outside. He's going to go down to play zone. A couple of bullets did hit coming in from the side of 8-bit, but then I believe it's the play zone that dealt that final blow onto him, which is kind of unfortunate. You know, 8-bit, they're not going to be getting that extra point, but it's going to be Marcos Gaming's Dawn taking down one of the players on the side of 8-bit. 8-bit, well, after everything that they've done, don't tell me this is how they go down. It's going to be one of the players almost went down there. Actually, he did go down. 8-bit went down as well. Is that going to be the end of 8-bit? I think they have 1 or 2 more players alive as of now, but EXO, they're trying to third party every single fight that they possibly can. They're trying to make their way to the top, and Sensei finishes off Riot, and I think one last survivor on the side of 8-bit here.
They're too. They're still looking forward to make it happen. Juicy and Tsunami, they're pushing up. If they get very close to these hills, they should be able to survive. But EXO, they are the ones, as you said, they're looking forward to third party, and they have the opportunity. But right now, 8-bit, they come very close to the nick of the edge of the circle, but it's, I think, not going to be working out. But Revenant, top dog, he's still working. He's acting like a top dog along with Paradox, does the damage on OG and immediately exchanges those blows, and Insane capitalizes in between and gets a couple of finishes. Along with that, EXO also snatched a couple of finishes away. So it was blows being exchanged and I would say confirmed for Insane and EXO, while the efforts were being done between OG as well as Revenant. But right now, Insane, they're losing players. It's not because of EXO, it's because of Soul. A long range fight that they're having, and EXO, they're just having a really good time because there's another team helping them out. But in between, there's OR, and OR right now, they kind of, how would you put it? They have shacks, so they have a little bit of haystack here and there, and you can see the bushes as well covering, and OR is using this as advantage, and they saw EXO, and they're doing the damage on EXO as well. So OR out in the open, still they don't fear anything, but right now out in the open, easily spotted. It's going to be 8-bit's player Dion. He does not want to take the shot because he knows that's an easy target. He can look for it later on Edge, but we have seen if anybody does that, right, it kind of bites them later down the line when we see the final stages of the fight. I mean, this is already final.
It's almost there. We're about to hit that 23-minute mark. 6th zone coming into play now, and Marcos Davis, he's trying to get this frag on to Juicy. He's outside right now, so if Juicy goes down there, he's gonna be down and out, while OR taking the fight against Insane. They're being third party by Soul as well. I think he takes down X-Man on the other side. Goblin trying to take down Sensei there, but Insane with the reply that takes down one of the players inside of OR. Now Juicy, Dana says he's not letting him live at all. He's making his time harder. He's making his work a lot harder there. He's just trying to, you know, take him out of the server. We're down to 6 teams, 14 players alive. And right now, I think Marcos have a really good chance of coming out on top because we're already down to 11 players. EXO almost down. I believe they're out of the server. They're in 6th position.
They are. Oh wait, there's still Punk, but Marcos, he does not want him to survive. Punk, he's pushing up. Punk is looking forward to the spray with his UMP. He's ready with that monstrous one. Let's see if he'll be able to connect. But Dion, he's just playing Ringer Roses right now. He's taking him to nursery, and he tries to school, but it's going to be Punk who's better. He's going to be teaching him the lesson as well as the nursery rhyme properly right now. But let's see if he can capitalize. It's still a 1v3 situation that Punk needs to pull off. It was a 1v4. He cleared at least one player, but can he clear an entire squad? Punk is a beast, but it's not going to be anything in front of a grenade, and Goblin ends and finishes and puts EXO down to the ground.
OR is the only one right now. OR is the only one that has got themselves a chicken dinner. So if they get eliminated, we're gonna be having a unique winner again. That's gonna be the 12th unique winner for us.
Marcos also
here
have
in
a
the
chicken dinner.
semifinals. Oh, Marcos too?
Yes.
Oh no, so basically
equal.
we have okay 50-50 chance still. But Seoul have a really good chance.
Oh, yes.
Because they have 4 players alive. So that man advantage,
Robin.
how long then they survive.
Robin was
just
spotting
barely.
players from Seoul.
He's barely surviving, and he's
Yeah.
making, that's CHEMIN's speciality. They survive till the end because those placement points, they need it. They know how crucial they are along with the finishes. And as soon as they start losing players, they're like, yeah, you know what, we can't get any more finishes. It's kind of stupid if we take this fight. We'll just survive till the end and get as many points as we can, because if you survive till top 2, that's 12 points to use up.
It is, but Robin, he did spot out players jumping. Especially, I think it was Hector or Omega. One of those players was jumping. Robin, good trigger discipline over there. He knows as soon as he shoots, as you said, Edge, they're looking forward to those placement points. They will be looking forward to getting it, but they're unable to get this last player from OR. That's going to be Aru. He throws a brilliant grenade that does connect on a player of Soul. That's going to be Omega, and Omega is isolated between CHEMIN's Robin as well as OR. So this should be an easy snatch away point for Robin, but if he does that, he'll be giving away his position. But Aru, he's not stopping. He's also picking a fight with Soul and also with Marcos, and he's doing the damage, and Aru finally picks that finish point for himself, and Omega is out, and this is going to be a 3v3v situation and a 1v1 situation. It's going to be difficult, and finally Marcos, it's going to be another player getting knocked. That's going to be Star, and my bad, it's not a 3v3 situation, it's a 3v2v 1v1 situation. A grenade coming in from Hector confirms Star. Now it's the last player, that's going to be Ghosty. 1v1v versus 3, Ed. It is not going to be easy, but Aru, this man is not stopping at all. He already has 3 finishes in this end game.
Beautiful patience coming in from him, and he's also not scared to take those fights. Took down 2 finishes there. Another knock on his Soul Gauntlet, but Akshat finally spots him and takes him down with the DP. And now it's all down to Soul and Marcus. 1 versus 3 while Goblin's down, so it's 1 versus 2. But Ghosty, if there's anyone that can pull it off right now, it's him with the UMP in his hand, proning. He's not at all picking up, but he's spotted. And so Akshat, he's gonna be standing up, taking him down, and that's gonna be the first chicken dinner for the side of Soul. It's been a long time coming. Once again, we expected it, and they delivered it.
It takes time, right? You put seeds down, the plant grows, and then only the fruits come. It takes some time, and Soul finally showing us why they have the game in them, why they have a huge fan base out there. And I'm pretty sure, as we are going to be seeing a lot more in the upcoming matches, Edge, it is going to be a lot more in terms of the, I would say, intensity getting better from Soul itself, because they're going to be showing us a lot more in terms of gun game. But even though Soul got the chicken dinner, I would say OR Aru, he kind of stole the show in this last few fights.
True.
He eliminated 2 different teams. It was all a 1v1v fight that he was taking and isolating the players. But man, that was brilliant. He just had a single haystack to play with. We will talk about Soul. They did get the chicken dinner, but OR Aru, there's nothing that we could justify of what you pulled out over there. 1 haystack and a dream for his team to get that chicken dinner again. Especially they're on the top, and I'm pretty sure with this performance they'll still be on the top, Edge.
I mean, true. I mean, CHEMIN, right? I believe Justin was his last surviving player there. He was trying to survive for as long as he can
was
without
Robin.
taking any fights. It was Robin, my bad, sorry. So he was trying to survive as long as he can without taking any fights, right? And then there's Aru on the other side. He's like, I want to survive, But at the same time, I don't want to just sit here and wait
Exactly.
for you guys to fight. I will be the one to take you guys down. Takes down two players.
Hmm.
Almost took down the third one as well before he finally went down to the DP there from the side of Seoul.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, but he did. Still the show there, as you said, he stole the spotlight for a couple of minutes, but then Akshat, he pulled it right back, and so
Yes.
they deserved it this time. Right, they were playing confident. They were so confident in themselves that they even had a really good split at the start. They were all playing 1-1-1-1 in four different directions. After that, they did regroup, which is a good thing. But they did lose a player, but they didn't lose that composure. Right after in the final, it was, I think, last six teams where they lost their first player.
Yes.
So that is something to look out for, because when you have four players left in the last zone or the last second zone, that shows the confidence, the amount of
Hmm.
confidence, the sheer good gameplay that these teams have. And also, they had a lot of grenades
Oh
going
yes.
in, and a lot of smokes as well. So that is what I was talking about the utility having the teams in the backpack. But let's all take one more look at how things went down here. We started off with TSM trying to take down players, and this finish, that knock actually from Equinox was beautiful. Look at him, he's like, boom, there you go.
I
That
mean,
was
that fight looked like it was all Walkout's name written.
unfortunately.
But still, look at this. EXO, they were taking down Team Forever, but after that, Team Forever, they did retaliate, take snacks. A huge finish, that is, and a very, I would say, very crucial player for the team. But nonetheless, we did see the other teams, especially Global Esports, they were playing really, really well. They were taking fights, but it's all because of the play zone rotation affecting them. They started losing players one after another. They tried to recompose, tried to regroup with the couple of players that they had left, but it was a little bit too late edge in the game, especially with the play zone already shrinking. It makes life even more difficult. But look at this clinical execution from OG coming in. They got a knock on Spy OP. They did not give a chance for that revive, and they just jumped in. Then 8-bit, they played very, very smart. It looked like a better day, at least compared to the previous 2 days that we have seen on 8-bit. They were picking their fights. They were reacting to the teams who were looking forward to pushing them. But Insane, I mean, Insane could have had a chance to eliminate various teams' edge. But what did they do? They delayed all the fights. And when the fights came to them, it was too many. And they could not control the aggression.
Oh boy, you're right about that. But here, this fight between 8-bit and EXO turned the tide around for the side of 8-bit, because
Hmm.
they were going strong, right? And then this third parties coming in from EXO, while Insane were there, they then turned it around. But here,
Punk.
Punk stole the show for a second
Hmm.
there. As you said, he was teaching a lesson, but then the principal walks in with the grenade. That sounds so wrong, but yeah. So OR on the other hand, look at him, look at him. He's like he was hiding there. He was waiting for the perfect moment. He saw it. He took it. Aru took down the player there. But yeah, that finish was stolen. Aru was like, you dare steal my finish? Well, guess what? I'm gonna steal that one. Takes down one on the side of Soul. Takes down another one on the side of CHEMIN, and finishing things off there onto him. And then Goblin. Unfortunately, he wanted to take that fight, but he missed. And what happens when you miss? Aru hits, and Nakshat with that DP28 taking him down, and then the UMP versus UMP fight at the end. He was not afraid. He was not afraid at all, and took him down. And Team Soul, well, got that chicken dinner, and that's the
Hmm.
reason why they're at the top right now, 23 with only 8 finishes. I say only because usually we have teams getting like 10, 15 finishes as
Yes.
well.
23 again. This is a similar trend edge that we have seen teams, especially from yesterday, from day two. They've very less number of times come close to the 30-digit mark. I know, I understand it, it's going to be difficult, but we will talk about it later on. Let's talk about OR Esports. Look at them coming at the second position, even though it was Marcos who got eliminated second last on Erangel. But OR, they played brilliantly, especially Aru, getting those last 3 to 2 finishes. Yes, one of it was stolen, so I think it's going to be 2 finishes that Aru got for himself. Total 16 points. EXO will be at 14. 8-bit with 9 points at the fifth position. Sixth at CHEMIN, but it is just placement points. Look at this. You did talk about this, that they play only for placement in case their aggression does not work. and it is going to be Robin who got them 8 points. Orangutan with 8 points of their own, but that is because of one placement and 7 finishes. Insane with 5 finishes and 2 placement will be at total of 7 points. Revenant with 5 points, 10 for Global Esports in terms of position, but 5 total points. 11th position for Godlike with 3 points. TSM in the 12th position with 3 points. Rivalry with 2 points in the 13th position. 14th position for Walkouts with at least one finish that they got, and same goes for Team Forever, clashing with just 1 point with a finish. But Blind, nothing for them. They were in the circle. They had an opportunity, but that opportunity did not work on. And the standings that you saw previously, it was just of Erangel. But right now, you see the overall picture, and OR still stands strong. And they're going to be the first team to hit the century mark, and they hit it really, really well. They cross it in a brilliant fashion. 106 right now.
Look at the difference between them and SKYLIGHTZ. It's only 18. So SKYLIGHTZ can actually pull it
Mm-hmm.
off because they have an extra match to be played, but they're still sitting in second position right now. HYDRABAD HYDRAS holding on to that third position, while EXO, they got to jump for themselves up to fourth position and up to 88 as well. Now they're going to be happy about it because they pushed down NIGMA Galaxy to the fifth position with 82 points. Global got a jump of one ranked position, 79 total points for them. Blind, even though they had 0 points going in, they're still sitting in seventh position. Imagine if they would have got at least 10 points, they would have made their way into let's say fourth or fifth position there. But then Marcos sitting on the eighth position, they did have a good jump there from 12th position to 8th, 75 total points. But look at the first page itself. We have teams like SKYLIGHTZ, HYDRABAD HYDRAS, and NIGMA Galaxy still having a game in their pocket. But talking about the second page, Team Insane
Mm-hmm.
still holding on strong to the 9th rank.
Man, it's okay that 9th position, but if this was the grand finals, I'm pretty sure we would have been seeing a lot. But on all the teams over here in the second page, I want to talk about one specific team. That's going to be Team Soul. 7 positions is what
Ooh.
they've jumped. They've come to the 12th position, and right now you understand if they're at the 12th, somebody else has gotten pushed out. And I think along with walkouts, it should be. I'm not too sure which team, but okay.
Rivalry,
Uh, I think so. It should be
I
Rivalry.
guess.
We will see
Yeah.
when we go to the third page. But look at them, 70 points, clashing right with CHEMIN, and CHEMIN they've pushed down them. I'm not too sure whether to call it that they have pushed themselves down or it's them unable to control the aggression coming through. They're at the 13th position, jumped down 2 points and clashing with 70. Now, even though there are teams insane, Godlike, Revenant 71, TSM with 61, Entity with 59, XSPARK with 57 points of their own. I want to talk about these two teams in specific is because both of them have 70 points. One team got 70 and rose to this position. Another team have 70 and they've climbed kind of down. Which picture looks better for you when you heard this? It's all about Soul, right? Because they are playing really, really well. You talked about it that the performance was decent, but that decent performance turned really, really good today in the start itself. I hope they carry forward the momentum, but Kemen, if they carry this momentum forward, they're coming and cutting themselves close to be even knocked out of the semifinals itself, and they're not going to be one of the grand finalists. And as we had the question, who is that team who got pushed out? It's 7C. They just entered, and now they're already back out.
Yeah, we're down to 17 now. Orangutan Gaming sitting on 18th rank right now, 54 total points. Walkouts, they were sitting on top. Don't forget that after day number one's first
Mhm.
match. And now they're in 19th position. Now they're going to be having some talks for sure. 51 total points for them. Revenge Esports sitting on 20th position with 49 total points. And Enigma Gaming and Team Forever holding on to their 21st and 22nd position with 44 and 36 respectively. 8-bit, on the other hand, from 24 to 23. Well, not a great leap, but a start, I would say. Maybe that's a start that they needed. That was the push, maybe. And they pushed down Rivalry, who are now sitting on 24th position. But with this, with this victory, Team Soul are the 12th unique winner that we have. And there's just nothing more that I would like to talk about because, well,
Yes.
we saw SKYLIGHTZ Gaming getting that second chicken dinner for the day. Sorry, not the day, but in the entire tournament.
Tournament.
And now we have, we were looking at 20, we were hoping to get that 24 different winners.
Mm-hmm.
But now that hope, it's still there. It's down to 23. But I really want it to be at least 20 if it happens. If it doesn't, then it's fine. I really don't mind, but I really want to have that competition raise it in, just like the Gillette razors, right? I mean, as I said, Sam, I gotta get my trimming done, but I just couldn't get my hands on one of those razors. I'm still waiting. Maybe tomorrow's my day off, so tomorrow maybe I'm gonna take my time and get that razor and maybe trim out those edges, because after all, my name's Edge. Anyway, we're talking about the teams once again. We are going to be moving on to the map of Miramar. It's going to be looking, I mean, I'm going to be looking out for some sniper action once again. But are we going to be having another repeated winner? Is the
I don't
question
know,
I have
Edge.
in my head. What do you think?
I'm a little bit clueless about it. Don't have the clear-cut picture about it. If we're going to be seeing a repeated winner, the possibility is there, as you said, Edge, but it's not going to be that easy. Why? It's because we are going to be seeing a lot of these teams making a little bit of those comebacks that we were talking about, because it's day three, as we said, the timer, the countdown, it started right now ticking, and the teams are feeling the heat. They understand that if they don't perform right now, they're not going to get any more chances. Now, with for the teams whoever played these matches, that was Group A and Group B, they have just 3 matches on today. They have to play. After this, they have nothing else, and then they have to rely on day 4, which is going to be on 29th after a break. Just imagine if the last match of the day, which is going to be Miramar, if one of those teams in Group B or C perform there, it gets a start, it builds their momentum, but it's already the end of the day. Now they have to wait after an entire day's break and again look forward to performing, and maybe that becomes their momentum breaker. So I think with the opportunity that lies, they have to start performing. And especially for Group C, who did not start off on Erangel, I understand it's going to be Miramar right now, a little tad more difficult, especially because it's a bigger map, not more covers over there, and the compounds itself, if you even look at those compounds, most of them are broken down. I'm pretty sure the battle that keeps going on there destroys the building each and every time.
I mean, you're right. They're going to be starting off on the bigger one, but some teams like to fight, right? Some teams
Yes.
like that aggression. Some teams like to play that the hard game. They
Hmm.
don't want to. They would want to take that easy route. Maybe the Group C are the ones that gonna be coming out strong, because now they have one extra game when compared to teams of Group A and
Indeed.
B. So they saw how they're playing. They now know what Group B's teams strats are a bit, at least. They
Hmm.
know what they're playing, into, or where they're coming from, or how they're approaching the game. So they can utilize that information and maybe try and make it work into their favor. And if not, team B, I mean, they already played one. I mean, sorry, Group B. They
Yeah.
already played one. So coming in, they already warmed up, right?
Yes.
They're already warmed up. So that might come into play here as well. But it is going to be interesting. And as I said, I mean, as you said as well, open spaces, which calls out for a lot of sniper action and a lot of M4 long range sprays. We've seen Team
Hmm.
Insane do it. We've seen OG Ash do it as well. And we've seen some players on Soul do it as well. So I'm looking forward to see if we're going to be going in with those M4 suppressor plays, or is it going to be the M24s or the Car 98s, I mean, where are the AWMs? Like, I haven't seen a lot of AWMs. I've seen some Car 98
Yes.
finishes. I've seen some M24. Forget that. I saw mid-range M249 finishes. Now, how often do you see that? That's nuts. Long range M249 is kind of stupid. So yeah, mid-range M249 controlling the spray
Oh, yeah.
is really insane. And I think it was Mr. Spray God, right
Mhm.
to his name, trying to control the spray. He actually did a good job. I don't remember exactly which map it was, but again, once again, having that sniper, and if you have a steady hand and a precise aim, is everything. That's all you need, basically. I mean,
Yes.
imagine you have 3 players. I mean, 4 in your team. Three of the players are kind of trying to push in, and the sniper is in the back lanes trying to cover fire for everyone else. He just has to shoot one with the AWM, and then
Mhm.
the player's knocked. And then all the other 3 players, all they have to do is go in and finish the player off.
Exactly, I agree with you. He starts it off just like we saw here. A good example that you gave here. I want to continue that. You saw here OG, that was, I guess, Ash or Visgod, who got the knock on Blind, and immediately everybody else started pushing up, and Blind did not even have a chance to recover themselves, regroup, or re-strategize whatever they wanted to do. It was all denied, and also they denied that revival, even though the revival was kind of happened when the players already had slammed in. There was another grenade to follow up, and immediately Shadow, who had just gotten up to his feet, was knocked down back to his knees, and now there was nothing else that he could do. And one after that, players started falling apart. So that sniper is going to be a beautiful opener if you want to talk about the maybe the first pick or the first knock, but it's going to be very difficult. We saw yesterday Enigma, he did that knock on 7C, but Enigma, they kind of with that knock were managing to push back the team 7C, but not getting those finishes on their hand. It's because 7C were having a higher edge advantage. They were on top of the mountains, and climbing that is going to be difficult. And it's not going to be an easy climb, especially on Miramar. That mountains, if you talk about Erangel, it's going to be easier. All you have to do is hit your accelerator and you'll be just climbing up, but here you have to travel along those ridges, make sure those bumps and dips and whatever is there, you plan your way. It's not that there's a clear cut path here on Miramar. There are roadways, but if you take those roadways, you're an easy target, just like we saw Erangel having those trees in terms of lucky cover. We saw who was Mr. Spray. His team completely got smothered to the ground. After that, he was able to try and survive where Marcos did spot him, but just because the reason he was able to survive is because those BGMI gods and how the map was on Erangel, it allowed to get some cover for himself, and he tried to move to a different direction. That's another story that they still got eliminated. But again, Miramar is going to be a story where you will be eliminated without those covers.
You will be. You will be. Not a lot of places to hide. Not a lot of buildings to work with. But there are a lot of uneven ridges, right? And with that, I mean, you can see the uneven ridges because we have the flight already up in the air, and the players are gonna be jumping down any time soon. It all depends on the drop locations where they want to be dropping in. Are they gonna be having any drop clashes? But talking about the flight path, this is kind of unique again, Sam. I mean, as you said, I think we saw something from east to west the last time, right, on the map of Erangel, and
Yeah.
now it's kind of like south west to northeast, kind of.
It's mostly favoring the eastern edges here. It's going to be very difficult for teams who kind of enjoy Ruins, El Pozo, La Cobreria. It's I don't know what to talk about it, because there are teams that go there who look forward to going and making, I would say, big rotations, hard rotations, late rotations, whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to be just wishing good luck for the teams who want to go to the northeastern edges. But yes, the eastern edges such as Monte Nuevo and Chumacera, Valle del Mar, all these areas will be easy to grasp, and you can see already SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're already heading close to Valle del Mar. Entity and Marcos taking the best advantage. They've gotten down close to Puerto Paraiso, and it looks like Entity is going to be dropping down from where the flight path actually started. And now the circle, it looks like we are going to be having the circles and the end zones at close to the compounds of Los Leones or Minas Generals.
And the zone also coming into play perfectly. That is a default zone, I would say, having Los Leones covered in. And also, everyone's almost inside already, right? So not going to be having those zone action that teams entering back into the zone and having to work their way harder when they make their way back in. But here we have Group C, the ones that are coming in fresh, and then there's Group B teams as well, who have already warmed up for the day. So I'm looking forward to see what are going to be their strats, what are going to be their game plans, and how are they going to be executing that plan. Is it going to be the instant aggression coming in? Are they going to be going in for the passive aggressive gameplay, or is it going to be completely passive? Because once again, it all depends on only qualifying. You don't need to be in the top 8. You don't need to have that number 1 spot. Even having a 16 spot is good enough to qualify. And looks like Dark Lord is in a good enough spot to be eliminated there if he gets spotted by Marcos. But I think he's smart. Or did he get spotted? Marcos, I think they have, they got a glimpse of him. They are kind of checking it, or did they? I'm not really sure right now.
You will know as soon as if there's a knock happening. Let's hope they kind of, for the best that Entity Dark Lord was able to not give away his position, but the weapon that he has on hand, very close, it will do the damage. But then he immediately switching up to the AK. I mean, he's looking forward to doing some kind of a damage when Marcos are kind of retreating, going to a different compound, as they understand that if they stay here for long, maybe the player who maybe they caught the glimpse of could actually call in for reinforcements. But yep, as you
Yes,
said, right, Dark Lord, I mean, I don't know what word to use, but yes, he survived.
true. That was just a fake coming in from Marcos, you know. I mean, it was a fake, as I said, just like how people think my accent's fake for some reason. Well, guys, believe me when I say this. This is this is how I talk.
His
I have
accent
a
isn't
weird
fake,
one.
he's fake.
So,
That's one thing I can tell you about.
oh no, no. I mean that also implies that my accent's fake. But as I was saying, this is how I talk. So I'm really sorry if you guys think it's fake. But one thing's for real. That's all these teams. They're absolutely insane, and they're really all the players, like individually, are mechanically skilled as well, right? That is why they're here. That is why they're there, and why we're here, Sam. Why we are not in the game? Why we're not playing? Because
So you
if we
basically want
even,
us to feel bad, right? We already do it, but
I mean,
okay.
nothing to feel bad there, but I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, they're better than us at the game.
True.
So, I mean, I don't want to say we're better than them at casting, but anyway, Marcos Gaming, you can see the players, they're kind of looking strong right now.
I'm
And
sorry, but
also,
I don't want you to kind of smack yourself in on your leg. Because if they're already pro players, so don't invite them to do something better. And
exactly.
right, we don't
I don't want
want
to lose my job.
exactly. So let's just get back into the game. Let's stay there. We did see teams completely fighting it out. We can see still the circle here in front of us. And here the circle tells us one thing. That's going to be Global Esports who are out. But if you can see those pixels a little bit on the topmost regions towards Campo Militar, you can see Hyderabad, HYDRAS, a little bit of their name tags being seen. So Global Esports, if they're kind of ready for the fight, they can eliminate Hyderabad's Hydras outside the circle itself and can kind of free of mind enter the circle itself because they can be worry free of any backstabs.
They gotta be careful right now. They gotta be careful of the fights that they decide to take. As I said, once again, all these buildings, they have a lot of loot. They gotta be making sure that they have everything that they need, because once they go out in the open, the only loot that they're gonna be getting are gonna be the loot from the player crates if someone goes down. But if no one goes down, what if the player doesn't have anything left there in the crate? What if he has no ammo, no grenades? Then it's gonna be a lot of trouble. So make sure that you stack yourself with the grenades. Make yourself you have enough ammunition, enough utility with in terms of grenades and the smokes as well. And also make sure that you have enough medkits. I mean, adrenaline shots, okay, they are kind of necessary and crucial as well. But medkits are the ones that's much more important, if you ask me.
It is going to be crucial. If you don't have those resources which kind of help you in terms of getting back into the fight, if you're not knocked down, God forbid, but right now it's going to be the knocks coming through. It's going to be NIGMA Galaxy's Polo falling, and that's Blind starting it off. And now Vixie trying to trade, does the damage on Shadow, but he's not going to be able to do a lot because there is a ridge, and this is the, I would say, advantage and as well as a disadvantage that you find here on Miramar, that is these uneven ridges. Certain times they do help you, just like we saw yesterday, Marcos Dion bringing himself into a brilliant clutch position, a 1v3 and a chicken dinner. But right now Shadow finally again goes in for a peek, and while I was talking about those uneven ridges, they also let you pick your own fights, but if you overextend, you just show your headshot for the opponents to take, and they do take it really well, and that's the reason we can see Shadow being knocked. But again, those uneven ridges will be helping his teammates to recover him.
We'll be helping him right now, and just one elimination. So it's going quite slow right now, Sam. Not a lot of action just yet. Just as I say that, we might have a brawl between Blind and Enigma Galaxy here. They're looking forward for better position to take the fight, because those uneven ridges gives you multiple angles to peek from. And look at that, Dreams. I don't think he's spotted, but he's taking a lot of info. He's gathering a lot of information there, coming in on the players of Blind there, and a couple of shots being fired, but no real connection. Just a little bit of damage dealt there. And look at the zone. Well, it's still, still there are a lot of players outside. They got to make their way back in. But Enigma Galaxy. Oh, forget about Enigma Galaxy. It's actually Global Esports Knuckle that takes down one of the players there.
Edge, this is Miramar. Kind of getting a little bit slow players at the same time it's getting better, and this is what I said. Hyderabad, Hydras, this can be a situation that Global Esports can eliminate them, but Global Esports, they're a little bit spread apart, because of which they're unable to hold their horses, they're unable to hold their weaponry together, they're unable to cover each other, and Hyderabad Hydras, they're taking the advantage. And also, Hyderabad Hydras, they have a compound where a couple of players are hiding, because of which they are surviving, but Global Esports, they've done the damage for a second or so, where you can see Striker, he's out of the game. But Global Esports, they're about to lose one of their own, and I think it should be a confirmation coming soon, and yes, it is going to be. So for all the efforts of the exchanges coming in from Hyderabad Hydras and Global Esports, both of them have lost one. But new player, he's understood that Ace Black should be close by, and Ace Black has given away his position while he was looking forward to picking up a fight with the other player, but new player, he's already up close. The grenade is there, it should find the connection, it does the damage, and he's very, very low. Not only him, along with him, Maxi OP is also low, so the opportunity is super high for right now for Global Esports, but Carry immediately replacing the position and looking forward to try and helping out his teammates. Let's see if Carry can do something brilliant and make his team survive this matchup between Global Esports.
Can he? I mean, how long is he going to be surviving? The first question. And Hyderabad Hydras. Well, one player down and another one. And
Wait, what?
Grenade! No! No! Which means that's a free finish. That's a free finish. Just hand it out to Global Esports new player. Pretty easy. How unfortunate. How many times are they going to be, going in with the same mistake? Maxi OP pushed out of position because the Molotov that pushed in from new player there, and Joker now taking a better position. Takes a lot of damage there. Maxi almost took down one more. Almost. But Joker is not done yet. Hydras, they're not done yet. In a 2 versus 3, make it out 1 versus 3 now, all down to Ace Black. Can he survive? Can he be the hero that Hyderabad Hydras need? And while all this is happening here, on the other side of the map, it's Marcos going out of the server in position number 16.
I'm still concentrating on this fight. I understand Marcos just went. Unfortunate for them, but right now it's going to be Ace Black who's still looking forward to retaliate. Knuckle, he's knocked him. Knuckle needs to be revived, and that's the reason, that's the main intention that Global Esports want to happen. You can see the second circle is formed, the damage is already being done, it's already destroying, but they're not giving up Knuckle. They would want Knuckle back because this is very early. It's just 11 minutes of Miramar action, and if you lose another player, it's going to be very difficult to travel along. The cover fire will not be there. You cannot hold angles. You have to play together as a duo. You will not have a lot of options open, and that's the reason they wanted Knuckle. They'll be reviving Knuckle, and Knuckle will be able to patch himself as well. But right now, investment of utilities, it's been done a lot in terms of Global Esports commitment. But right now, Global Esports, they'll be happy that they at least were able to eliminate an entire squad. But after this, are they prepared for what's upcoming on Miramar is going to be the question.
They better be. They better be. Or else it's going to be a really hard time for them. And now we're already down to 13 teams. Well, Enigma Galaxy on the other hand. Well, looks like they're going to be dropping a couple of spots there on the overall scorecard after this. But Blind, boy oh boy, didn't have a great one last time on the last map of Erangel, but this time on the map of Miramar. Well, they are putting up a better performance. 4 finishes already, and looks like the momentum they had yesterday at the final maps are kind of back in them, and look at that drastic shift. Whoa, that zone now, playing games with the players there. Completely out of picture. And now look at Global. Just look at Global. They're really, really far away. Not really sure how this managed to stay so far, but they gotta make their way back in. I understand it's still the first zone that's actually hitting them right now, but the second zone, it's gonna be active in 30 seconds. And for them to make their way back in, they're gonna be crossing a lot of teams. They're gonna be, crossing paths with a lot of them. They gotta make sure that they are safe and not take a lot of damage while they make their way back.
Zone is one thing that we always talk about, and there's a difference that anytime we see the circle shift, the damage, I would say, multiplies. So as you said, can be kind of a little bit in the worry-free situation, but the third one is already here, meaning that the fourth and the fifth one are right next, so they have to make their way in. But now let's talk about the other teams as well, because Miramar enables you to have third parties. So initially the first fight is going to be Revenge versus Entity. They're in the close quarters, but once they start off, you can see a couple of pink dots. I did see even a blue dot as well, where these two teams, once they start off, they can give away their position. But before this team starts off, it's SKYLIGHTZ starting off on Team Forever. They've already knocked 2 players out, so they're just looking forward to the other ones. And player 6 gets confirmed. Max Crush will be confirmed with Puka's vehicle. It's going to be a drive-by that man does. And now Team Forever, they're going to be just left with 2 more players to play with. But where is this fight happening is going to be what I'm looking forward to. But 7C, they're just looking forward to repositioning themselves. Unfortunate for Team Forever that they were unable to, I would say, meet up or regroup or whatever they were trying to do. It was all disabled from SKYLIGHTZ.
WALKOUTS, NIGMA Galaxy, and HYDRAS, 3 teams that are already out of the server. So, which means HYDRAS, they have a really good chance. I mean, I wouldn't say a good chance, but they still have, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming play really well. They have a chance of making their way to the top and stealing that crown away from HYDRAS, because they went out with, I think, 1 finish. So I think that's 1 point to themselves. That's it. Revenge on the other hand, they gotta make their way back, into that second page. At least the first page, right? And 7C Boy with the explosion there onto Enigma's Rex. Unfortunately for him, that's gonna be the end of him. And Enigma on the back foot once again. Not a great start for them, but they still have 3 survivors. Maybe that's good enough. Maybe that's gonna be the reason why they're gonna go down. But where's GE? Oh wow, they're gonna be entering into the zone without even having to face anyone whatsoever. Team XSPARK though, on the other hand, pretty sure a lot of fans are waiting for them. Pretty sure everyone's waiting, but that zone once again from south to north takes another turn. La Vendetta is where it's at right now.
I mean, we were just speculating it should be somewhere in between Los Leones as well as Minas Generalis. And yes, it is. It is right and center between those two. But right now, the fight that we were talking about, it's still taking some time. Revenge and 7C, they're wasting a lot of time. And the circle has pushed them out. And now Team Forever with just the last 2 surviving players. Baljeet looking forward to doing the damage. But player 3 is better. He goes in for a drop shot with his M249 and 27. We know Agent 27, right? Does a lot in terms of sneaky plays and does the job really, really well. But here, 27, he's not getting those opportunities and he's losing his footing. But right now, there's going to be another team that's going to be losing their footing. This is going to be blind. One player has been, I think it's going to be a knock, but let's hope they don't lose a lot. Just like GODLIKE, they're losing. Clutch God was the initial knock. Now Z-God has also been knocked and Z-God has also been confirmed. Unfortunate. And where GODLIKE are also kind of about to lose players, they're also doing the damage. They're exchanging the blows with a different team, and the grenade comes in from Eggy. It connects and Neo is down, and GODLIKE, they're about to lose themselves. This is why we talk about that the fights that you pick, they need to be a single fight, not with various different teams. And Jonathan, he's nowhere close to his teammates.
If he goes down, that's gonna be the end of him. He's gotta survive at the end. He's basically like the last hope right now. I mean, I know there are 2 players surviving for the side of GODL, but I think TSM has spotted him. And Joker with the explosion. Wait a second. I just saw Joker explosion, and I saw Knuckle going down to that explosion. So, not really sure what happened. We'll talk about that later on. It's going to be Clutch God taking the players on the side of Flying Town. It's going to be Shadow going down. Ninja John trying to take down Jonathan, the star player for the side of GODLIKE, and looks like he's in a lot of trouble. Will be going down in the hands of Ninja John, but the revive can come into play. But is it going to be happening? Because, oh no, it's not going to be happening for sure, because Blaze OP has other plans. Mini 14, face of Jonathan, will be taking him down. And TSM, well, didn't have a really good start to the day. Well, they're trying to make it better with 3 finishes already to their name.
Let's hope. But right now, XSPARK, they also want to make sure they're a little bit better, but they've lost Scout as well as Fearless. Now it's up to Gyro God as well as 420 OP. But Revenant, they have aggression packing behind them. They eliminated Team Forever, not an entire squad, but at least the last 2 surviving players. But now, as long as you delay the fights on Miramar, it's going to be various different parties coming in from different directions, and that's what happens. 420 OP, he'll be confirmed. The knock was also from SKYLIGHTZ. The finish is also from them. CHEMIN right now also looking for to take up an entire team, but Gyro got right in front of them, and Gyro God wants to deny that from happening. But Paradox, Gyro God, you spotted him. You should have taken that fight. Now I hope Paradox is not spotted, but now NTT, they've spotted the entire squad of Revenge on the finish feed. We'll get the confirmation as well as on the screen that Revenge is out of the game, but Revenant, it looks like they will also be going down. But Justin, he makes sure he punishes Gyro God for his run, and that's Gyro God also out and XSPARK done.
Oh no, unfortunate. Really unfortunate for them. Now let's see what happens. Clutchguard is still going in strong, trying to take down players there. Destro is back on his feet, and CHEMIN Esports. They already have more, finishes than the last time. But can they have a really good, position placement point as well? Last time they had 0, unfortunately. Sorry, last time they had 8, and with 0 finishes, they were sitting on 8 total points. This time, let's see if they can, improvise. As I said once again, they were the table toppers, while SKYLIGHTZ take down one of the players on the side of Revenant there. Austin goes down with the explosion. Really unfortunate, but that's always good to see those explosions. Excuse me. Finishes there. While Revenant, they go down in position number 10.
Revenant, they might be out, but it was a brilliant start that they showed us right now. But 7C, they did get a couple for themselves, but right now they're losing the players. Sarang is down. It's going to be a crucial man here. We've seen him doing a lot in terms of the damage and especially get a lot in terms of the knocks. Spray God, if you talk about this man, he's going to be looking forward to those finishes. So if you put Sarang and Spray God together, they're going to be doing one hell of a damage and taking opponents down. But the play zone, it's not going to be merciful. It's going to be knocking Sarang. But right now, SKYLIGHTZ, they're also about to lose their footing. That's because CHEMIN, they want to deny SKYLIGHTZ the entry because they know once CHEMIN want to enter, that's going to be SKYLIGHTZ denying them the position, and Robin does the job brilliantly, eliminates 2 players from the side of SKYLIGHTZ as they were trying to run with their vehicles. A brilliant job and heavy lifting done over there. SKYLIGHTZ will be surviving with 2 more players. 7C, they did lose Sarang. Unfortunately, they could not do anything about it, but TSM right now, they're going ham on another team. I think it was NTT. We did see a couple of knocks coming their way, but right now TSM, they've heard the sound that CHEMIN have also made, and look at Aquanox immediately throwing down the grenades. And Aquanox, he being the IGL, he needs to worry about it, and that's the reason. As long as he survives, he can do something brilliant, and he pushes back where his team can cover him.
Well, all this is happening.
7C.
GODL was eliminated.
Oh no.
So that's unfortunate for
Spray
them. But
God!
7... What are you doing, 7Cs? Every single time 7Cs player, they always do this. 7C, that's really unfortunate. That's the second time, I believe, in the day itself. Taking down their OT. Last time it was OR, my bad.
No, last time it was 7C. It was on Erangel. That was
again?
yesterday.
Oh,
Yes.
no, the last match. The last match we
No,
saw
not the last
grenade.
match. Not the
Okay,
last
that was
match.
someone else then.
Yes.
I think we'll talk about that later. But right now, it's another fight happening. NTT trying to take down a place in the SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. They want to make sure that SKYLIGHTZ doesn't get that clutch contender for themselves. But CHEMIN looking strong, making sure SKYLIGHTZ gone. But I still think there's one more player surviving, or are they not? Nope, they're not. 7 finishes, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is down and out of the server in position number 8.
I think CHEMIN did not like what we were just talking about them in the overall standings. They're looking so brilliant right now. 5 finishes for them. But Enigma, they have the circle edge. That's going to be very difficult to battle out for them. Circle control. But as long as Shadow survives, if he does the damage in Enigma, I think Enigma are going to have casualties. But Aquanox, he is the last surviving player for TSM, but is way further away. And Enigma are looking forward to capitalizing on that. And there's just 2 players. Eggy along with his teammate, they're looking forward to kind of patching themselves up, but the last surviving player on the finish feed, as we saw, 7C Prince gets confirmed, and that's the end of 7C. But now CHEMIN, they're really looking strong. Global Esports new player, I think he's the last surviving player, or is he not? I'm a little bit confused. If he goes down, yes, he was the last surviving player for Global Esports, and immediate confirmation for Delta PG, and Delta PG has 3 brilliant finishes. So as you said, Edge, Delta PG and Justin, they're not happy. They want to get back into the top fraggers list, but as I was talking about it, Justin unfortunately gets found by Enigma Eggy, and Eggy immediately knocks and finishes him off. And now CHEMIN finally losing a player, and there'll be a 3-player squad. Wait, is it a 2-player squad? Did they lose another player? It looks like it.
Oh no. No, I don't.
Yes,
Yep, they
Delta
lost
and
come
Destro.
back as well. Delta and Destro are the only ones surviving. But look at that. NTT, CHEMIN, Blind, TSM, and Enigma. So Entity and CHEMIN, I believe, are the only ones that haven't gotten themselves a chicken dinner yet. So if they
Kevin
do
as
it,
well.
yeah, CHEMIN and Entity, that's it, right? I mean,
Mhm.
oh, sorry, Enigma as well.
Oh yes.
Oh, okay, three.
How can we
There's
forget?
Enigma. Cannot forget them because they. I mean, I had a stupid logic yesterday, but anyway, 13 different winners. If we have a winner coming in from Entity, CHEMIN, and Enigma. But if not, Blind and TSM, that one each. Deadpool, he's still making it work. Takes on one more place out, and he's
Oh.
out in the open. He goes down to Entity, and now the last chance, I mean, the last hope for TSM is Aquanox, the star player. But guess what? He has no finishes to his name right now, Sam.
Hmm. It's not going to be easy here for the last surviving player, Aquanox. I mean, he has done it, he's shown us, but on Miramar, especially with so many ridges and all these teams already having the compounds for themselves, him just having the edge, it's going to be difficult. But Entity, they are a team who had all their 4 players surviving, 14 finishes for them. They have to do the damage and make sure
Oh
they have
no.
those 4 players surviving, and they do it. They're going to be playing really, really well. They will be having 16 riders now. Aquanox, the last surviving player, he understands the only way that he'll be able to fight with Entity is if he eliminates the other players, and yes, he's done it. Delta PG is out, CHEMIN is out. Now it's between Entity and TSM. Both these teams have not. Wait, TSM have gotten their chicken dinner. That was yesterday on
Yes.
day 2 start of the match. But right now, he's the last surviving player. The possibility is going to be easy for Entity here because it's a 1v4 situation. And they're just looking forward to information. The player who's down, he's still not been revived. That's the confirmation looking forward to. And as soon as we switched, Troy, he's back to his feet. But look at that. The circle immediately switching back to Entity. Now, I don't think Aquanox will be having the opportunity. Along with that, Aquanox's position is already known. Look at that Molly dropping right down his window.
I think Aquanox at this point is just trying to get maybe 1-2 finishes before he, sacrifices himself to the zone. Because I'm pretty sure pulling off a 1v4 is going to be absolutely insane if he does it. But it's kind of close to impossible right now. Troy is making his way back in, and they don't really need to take this fight. Both of them cooking up grenades, but is it gonna be on point is a question. Troy drops it, deploys it, deals a lot of damage. Noob takes a chunk of damage there as well. Aqua takes him down. 1, can he take down 3 more? Makes it 2. Aquanox yet that's finished as well. 1 extra point to the name. Aquanox, the star of the side of TSM. I think he just got himself a double there, and now out in the open, trying to secure that finish as well. 1 more. If he pulls off this 1v2, that's going to be the nuttiest player of the entire tournament so far. Aquanox, TSM's last hope now. Entity, 2 players surviving, one of them on the knees. So, gotta be careful. Noob will be giving away the information of where Aquanox is, but how smart is he right now? He's making his way back into the zone, but he's being cautious. Zone coming into play now. He's gotta be making his way back in. They're gonna be peeking it. Entity Shadow comes up. He deals a lot of damage, but doesn't really matter. 2 versus 1. Those 2 players are always gonna be better than 1. And TSM, Aquanox, that's a great shot, great chance. But guess what? Entity, having that man advantage and the higher ground advantage, come out on top, and they finally get that chicken dinner that they waited for so long, which makes it 13 different teams winning in 14 games, Sam.
Exactly. We are seeing new victors today as well, and it is looking really, really good. Entity, I mean, they could have lost that. They had a little opening over there where they
Close.
gave it to Aquanox, but waiting for the opportunity over there. He made use of the higher edge advantage, the circle advantage, waited for the opportunity, and he knew Aquanox had to push. But here's where things could have changed. If just and only if Aquanox had any grenades, any smokes, he could have done it. He could have blocked the vision. It would have been very close. But again, we want new winners coming in throughout the semifinals, and that's what we are getting to see. So I'm pretty sure Edge is also here happy, and the viewers as well are, and I'm sky high right now. There's nothing else going on, and as Edge said, if we are getting close to even 20 Edge, 20 different winners in semifinals, I'll be more than happy.
True. I'm gonna be really happy as well if you have different winners in 20 different winners in 24 matches. That's decent. That's decent. That's absolutely nuts, and that's how
Yes.
you know the competition is close, right? I mean, all these teams are trying their best to make their way, not just in the top 16, but to the top 1 spot. Because as I said, it's all about the mind games. It's all about the confidence that you need to show. showcase your dominance, right? You need to make sure that people know who the best is going on to the grand finals. And then as soon as the grand finals begin, and if you're having a really good lead and sitting on top,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all the other 15 teams, right? They're gonna have that thing at the back of their head that this team, this particular team, whoever it is, be it Hyderabad Hydras, CHEMIN Esports, Marcos, or what's the other team, SKYLIGHTZ, because they are
Skylights.
the only one with two chicken dinners. I mean, whoever it may be, people when they see that, they're gonna be like, oh, this team is on top for a reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we gotta be a little cautious. So I mean, that's benefit, that small doubt is gonna be enough for the team at the top to take advantage, because that, trust me, that does affect your gameplay when the match is actually happening, because we did see a lot of pressurized moments where teams have knocked themselves out, knocked their own teammates out. And I saw, and I believe it's Enigma, or I'm so sorry, but it was some other team, I think Global. They lost a player due to explosion caused by his own teammate. So I'm not really sure if that was a car crash or maybe a grenade
Oh,
being
it was.
misplaced or
I mean,
something.
it was not a car blast from his own teammate, but it's because he was in close quarter. I'm not too sure if he was in the same vehicle or something, but it was a spray coming in from, I think, Entity while Global Esports were rotating. We saw it on the finish feed, as you said.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, we could not get to see the as it was happening, but you see how disastrous it is going to be if you're in the same vehicle, if you're in the same proximity of that explosion. But right now you want to witness the action happening, and again take you guys through what just happened on Miramar. Let's head over there. It all started when Hyderabad Hydras and Global Esports met together. The fight was really, really strong, but Global Esports came out of it. But unfortunately, in the last few circles, they were right where the other teams were entering. But this fight between Blind and Nigma Galaxy, it looked like Nigma Galaxy could have turned things around, but it was still, I would say, Blind later down the line eventually falling apart, even though they had 6 finishes.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good start, but just couldn't keep up with the momentum, especially because of the positioning that they were in. But Global, well, they finished out the players on the side of Hyderabad Hydras in a really good way as well. But then NTD starting off strong, and once they started getting those finishes, they never stopped. Right?
Mm-hmm.
TSM looked like the favorites for a second as well, especially when they took down the players on the side of GODL. Jonathan going down there on the side of Godlike. So that is when I thought maybe TSM have a really good chance of taking it, because those were some brilliant shots coming in. Troy, unfortunately, burning there, but you can see they never gave up on their teammates. NTD knew they gotta keep up with the man advantage, and they did till the end, having 4 surviving. Kemen, although did put up a really good performance, so that is gonna be helping them on the overall standings.
Yes.
But that's not gonna be good enough, right? They gotta keep it consistent now, because the last time, yes, 8 points, but they had 0 finishes.
Mm-hmm.
This time, they gotta make it better, and at least get themselves maybe 20 points, and then gotta be consistent moving on with the last 4 matches of the day as well.
Exactly, you have to be consistent, but Entity were consistent here. They made sure that any team that they spotted, they eliminated the team completely, not just looking forward to picking up 1 or 2 finishes. If they wanted here, they could have picked up a fight with Kemen while they were picking a fight with Enigma. They did not do that. They wanted to eliminate an entire specific squad, and they did that. But the way Aquinox was able to turn things around in his favor, getting 2 finishes of his own in a situation of a 1v4, and punished brilliantly. Look at this push. Troy was already seen, and Aquinox was just waiting, moving around, and Troy pushes in the perfect timing, because of which Aquinox gets that finish for himself. I think he did get Noob's finish as well. Oh no, Noob's finish was actually taken by the play zone. Unfortunate, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be a 30 bomber match. Cancel that 30 bomber. It's going to be a 33 bomber match, and they are going to be closing and locking horns with Global Esports, and Global Esports did this as well on Miramar. That was on day 2.
Was it 33? I think 34 was the highest.
I think close quarters.
Yeah, something like that. But that's a brilliant performance coming in from Entity Gaming. 18 finishes, 33 total points. TSM, that last finish was a gift. But anyway, 8 finishes for them, 20 total points. CHEMIN Esports, 7 finishes. Better performance compared to the last one. Really better performance. And then 17 total points. Enigma Gaming sitting on 4th with 4 finishes and 12 total points. Blind had a good one compared to the last one. 6 finishes, and last time they had 0, this time they had 12. Global Esports, well, it started off strong, couldn't keep on with the momentum there with 9 points. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, 7 finishes with only 1 1 placement point, which brings their total up to 8. 7Sea Esports, 2 finishes, 4 total points. Revenant sitting on 4 points. GODLIKE 2, unfortunately. XSPARK still got to find that spark. 1 point. Revenge, looking for revenge, only has 1. HYDRAS, well, 1 finish, no placement point, sitting on 1 point. Team Forever, NIGMA Galaxy, and Marcos Gaming. Disappointing performance coming in from them, sitting on 0, which means Team Forever, they're going to be dropping down a few positions there on the scorecard, along with Enigma Galaxy and Marcos Gaming.
Exactly. Not having any points, at least one, is kind of a thing that you'll be okay with, a little bit happy at least, so that you got something for all the efforts, the amount of time you spent in the matchup, waited for it. But if it's nothing, that's going to hurt. I mean, especially the morale, the confidence, all of them might take a turn and kind of in the last moments do a lot in terms of, I would say, harm. But look at, okay, Edge, I think the only way to jump to the first page is going to be if you get 12 spots jump.
Holy cow, that's insane. Did not see that one coming. I actually
Exactly.
thought they're going to be somewhere around, 4th, or I was actually thinking top 5, but did not expect
Same.
them to jump directly to 3. And look at the score difference now. 4-point difference between them and SKYLIGHTZ. And what, 14 between them and OR.
Yes.
Are still holding on strong though. Have 51 placement points with 55 total finishes. And I'm going to say it again. I'm going to keep saying it every single time. If a team has more finishes than placement points, that's an insane team.
I
And
agree
I'm
with
not
you.
talking about Team Insane.
If
And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming.
uh,
Yeah,
it proves, it tells what the potential of the team is. But along
exactly.
with that, I want to add on, if there's a team which is walking in close quarters hand in hand with the placement as well as finishes, they have the highest chance of grabbing themselves the
True.
champions title. I'm not talking about qualification at this point, because OR SKYLIGHTZ, NTT, Hyderabad Hydras, Blind, EXO, Global, CHEMIN, all these teams kind of have their spot, I would say, justified, and I would say confirmed in terms of being in the semifinals. CHEMIN understand the amount of efforts they need to put through, and they take a 5 jump spot jump, and they are in this position of 8. And that's where we were talking about it, right? They might be very close cutting at, if they're at the 13th position, and say if some other team is playing really well, just like we saw Soul make their jump, there can be a situation that they lose their footing, and then they immediately get to the 16th position, and they have an opportunity of them also being pushed out. But it looks like 7C here in the second page did not like staying out of the top 16, and they immediately jump back, pushing another team. But look at 3 spots down for Soul. Even though they did not play, that's okay. Godlike did play, but they have 4 spots that they have dropped down. Revenant will be dropping down 2 spots. Insane will be dropping down 3, even though they did not play. Marcos will be dropping down themselves 3 spots. TSM will be climbing 4 spots. Enigma Galaxy, I mean, very close that they've pushed out from the first page, so not a lot in terms for them to be worried about. But Soul, Godlike, Revenant, Insane, and Marcos, they have to worry, especially Marcos, Revenant, and Godlike, that they've played their matches. That's going to be a double digit number, 10 matches each.
True. I mean, and the fact that Enigma Galaxy and, you know, Marcos Gaming had 0 points this game. They're still in 9th and 11th position respectively, right? So that's a really good thing, but at the same time they gotta be working on it.
Mm-hmm.
And also Team Soul unfortunately be dropping down 3 positions now, but they still have a game to go. And as you said, TSM, Marcos, Revenant, and Godlike played 10 already. They still have 2 matches to go for the day, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna be taking a break right now. So they really need to understand what's going wrong there with
Mm-hmm.
them, because this is not what we expect coming out from any of these teams. TSM, on the other hand, they finally got that groove going on right now, at least for the day.
Yes.
Getting themselves beautiful finishes, and the positioning and the way that they're moving on the map is also beautiful to watch. So I'm looking forward to see how they play the last 2 matches left for the day for themselves. We still have 4 matches, but for them, they only have 2 more left. And now the
Mm-hmm.
teams from 17 to 24, this is the map they need to start, fragging out or doing whatever. Because Team XSPARK dropped down 1 position. Enigma, well, that's a boost. That's all I
Yep.
would say. +3, but not good enough, right? Not good enough, especially considering the fact that the team is a really good one, and the potential
Mm-hmm.
that they have, we all know it. They're absolutely insane. And 56, I mean, 23 placement points and 33 finishes. Come on, guys, you can do way better than that. And Orangutan Gaming sitting on 54. points in 19th position. Walkouts. Who expected this after the first day, first match?
They're just
I mean,
dropping.
they were dominant in the first map.
Mm-hmm.
We all thought, yeah, they're gonna be going in strong multiple times. And Darshita even asked us if we were expecting them to get. I mean, not them, but any team to get 3 chicken dinners. But we all know that she meant walkouts, right? Because they were the first one to get it. So maybe
Exactly.
she meant it, maybe not. But we had that hope coming in for them. Revenge Esports, unfortunately, having 0 points this time. Unfortunately, not going to be helping them whatsoever. But Team Forever, 8-bit, and Rivalry. I mean, Forever at least crossed 30. I'm talking about 8-bit and Rivalry. They have one more matchup. Yes. I mean, when compared to Team Forever, but they're sitting on 29, 27, Sam. That is not acceptable, I would say.
Exactly. After we have seen action for now close to 14 matches in total of this entire tournament, and these teams are still lagging behind. I mean, specifically for those teams, you can see 9 matches in 10 matches, but I'm saying in total, they should have understood how their opponents are playing. 8-bit, Team Forever, XSPARK, Enigma, Orangutan. That is one hell of a surprise, Edge, that Orangutan, they're still here in the third page, and they're unable to find their groove to move up to the second page at least and try to fight out there and then get their balance over there, stabilize themselves in the second page and qualify into the grand finals. But yes, there's still 4 matches left for the day, and there are still 2 or 3 more matches for a couple of groups, a couple of teams to play with, and we'll be seeing how they'll be panning out. But right now, it's going to be Group B as well as Group C fighting out on the classic matchup of Erangel. So we're going to be seeing Soul back in action. Soul did not play here on Miramar, so Soul will be actually playing on Miramar in the fourth match of the day, Edge. But it's not going to be easy, right? You're playing 2 back-to-back Erangels, so it kind of gives you an advantage that, okay, back-to-back Erangel, you're able to replicate the strategy, have that confidence because the terrain is going to be same and you can kind of make it work on Erangel. But it's not going to be the similar case that if you think that you're able to replicate, because there's a new group joining. The first match that you played was Group A, where you never saw entirely Group C what they bring in terms of the power, in terms of the aggression, in terms of the drop, in terms of the rotation. I understand you guys have studied them, but for the entire Group B as well as Group C, it's going to be kind of a surprise matchup coming right now, and especially because it's the start of the day, anything can happen, anything can change. After day two's performances, we might see that for this specific Group B, for Group C, these teams kind of might have bought different strategies, Edge.
Might have. And now coming back, I mean, they did get a break there. And
Mm-hmm.
Team Soul, as you said, they did start off the day really strong. So now they're going to be playing Erangel once again.
Yes.
So they had a really good one. Can they pull off another one? Is the question. But if
Mm-hmm.
not, I mean, now Team C is also kind of warmed up. Like Group C, I mean Group C, guys. When I say Team C, I mean teams from Group C. They're kind of warmed up as well, so it's gonna be an interesting fight. But are they, as you said, what are going to be the strats? Are they going to be new? Are they going to be coming in with something that we haven't seen yet? I'm pretty sure they're not going to be using everything from their strat book because it's still just the semifinals, and the grand finals is when you got to pull out everything that you
Oh,
have
yes.
and be on top. Because right now, doesn't matter if you're in position number 1 or 16, all of you are going to go to grand finals, right? And
Mm-hmm.
talking about us going to the grand finals, we'll be first heading on to the map of Erangel there. And that with that, Sam will be going back to his bed or something. We'll be joined with Darshita here. So, first things first, Darshita. How are you today?
I'm excited. I'm really excited. The way this day is panning out to be, man, oh man. The previous match, I was sitting here, I was watching Entity perform. I guess 18 finishes edge. And what a way it was to end the match itself. But again, coming to the next up map, we have an angle already on our screens, starting right up from Stalbert up there down to the areas of, somewhere nearby Gatka and Query is what I'd probably form it like. So, Entity maybe again a good match for them because look at that. They have their primary drop locations up there in Sevani, and we already can see them having, heading back towards Sevani. Yasnaya, we have one team. We'll be having probability chances of having one team at Lipoka, maybe, but again, you don't know, right? The play zone is something that we need to have our more focus on right now.
Yeah, the play zone's gonna be the MVP most of the time. You gotta make sure that you are predicting the zone, but I do want to see where it goes right now. We're still waiting for it. And I'm pretty sure it's got to be somewhere towards the south, and there it is. Military base is still in play, just like the game number 1. It's once again towards the south. So maybe this time it's gonna go towards that military base. But if not, then yeah, I mean it's still okay. But let's see if we're gonna be going in for any drop clashes. Entity just won that last matchup. So coming out fresh with a victory as well in match number 1. And Enigma, loser player, Enigma Galaxy, their rival, they take him down instantly. Eggy had no answers whatsoever, and they're being chased now, Enigma Galaxy, by their arch enemies. But their backup is here, Enigma Galaxy, taking down the players of Enigma there. Oh no, that's not the start I was expecting. And just like that, another one down. Enigma, Evo Italy is the only one surviving, and I'm pretty sure he's like, where are you guys? What happened? It's not even 30 seconds we dropped down, and 3 of the players already went down.
Maybe fourth one can go as well, because look at that, EXO and OR, they are right exactly in front of each other, face to face. That's going to be OR Aru. Sensa has been isolated out there, is looking forward to some great opportunities, but again, guess what, it'll be damaging one out there. But again, if he caught there, that's going to be Sensai down to the ground. Aditya, okay, that's going to be Aditya with that he'll be capitalizing on that situation, and that's going to be one player from EXO down to the ground. Now EXO, they need to either call for a backup or just get out of that position, because look at that, that's going to be the edge of the zone itself, and any team trying to go in for an early rotation may get caught there. Snacks, he has his eyes set on the sides of OR, but OR, they got a good start, I would say, in this entire match. Aditya has been caught, some sprays have been deployed in the smokes itself with the hope of taking at least one. I mean, the predictable sprays, sometimes it does work in your favor, but sometimes I doubt it would probably work in your favor. But right now, Team OR, they are looking good with the one finish that they got. No casualties dealt yet. On the other side, Jelly is looking forward to some different angle, some different perspective that he can just get for him and his entire team. More information. He has some compounds right exactly in the front, so maybe he can utilize it more. But on the other side, we have Hyderabad Hydras as well, looking good. Okay, there's gonna be a fight as well, Edge.
It is. It does look like it's going to be a brawl over here. But now Hyderabad Hydras, they got to be careful. Right? They
True.
got to be careful as well, because they're really, really far away. 970 meters away from the zone. So when they're making their way back in, they can be, crossing paths with a lot of teams. So got to be careful. Make sure that you have enough ammunition, enough util, enough resources to work with. Because once you're out in the open, there's nothing that you can do. As I said, the only thing that you can do is find the resources and the crates of the players that you just take down. But walkouts, well, they are also, relatively close when compared to Hyderabad Hydras, but also really far away from the zone.
Sweet. See, being far from the zone at this point of time will eventually lead a lot of teams into problems. We have seen, right? We have seen this happening multiple times. Edge players, they do go down due to plays. And I mean, the fact of taking a late rotation always leads a lot of problems. Now look at the sides of Entity. The fly path was something that was favoring them a lot, because we know their primary drop location is Savani always. But again, play zone is already far away from them, and that's something they need to make sure they capitalize on, because even if they try to enter from the areas of Rozok out there straight directly from Savani, it can get difficult, because we saw 2 or 3 teams back there in Rozok. On the other side, we have walkouts. I heard you guys, you and Lucifer were discussing about walkouts a while ago, but the downfall that walkouts has got right now, I'm really scared of certain teams qualifying at this point of time. On the other side, we have 7C as well, Sarang, Prince, Alu Boy, and Spraygard. Now, I'm a bit confused on how did Prince hit a bit of chip damage on himself, but right now he has a vehicle to walk around with, so I guess that's going to be him running away, finding a good compound for his entire team out there.
Gotta have that positioning, gotta have a good
Yeah.
eye on the map as well. Make sure you have that, at least a little high ground advantage, and the cover, and the beautiful driving coming in from Prince, trying to fly the car instead of actually driving it on the streets. But anyway, back to the action. 7C, they got to be careful this time, because last time I believe they multiple times on multiple occasions they took down their own teammate with the
That's
grenades,
true.
with the molotovs, and That's not something we expect, at least at this level of competition. As I said this multiple times, these are amateur mistakes, guys, and you cannot be doing this. And military base is completely open. So now, if the zone, imagine if the zone makes its way towards military base, everyone's gonna be making their way back into that island, and that's gonna be insane if it actually happens.
Rotational clashes, Edge, rotational clashes, and that's going to be the most amazing part. But look at that walkout. They've been caught by the side of Team Soul. Right now, Omega, he is looking for to take at least one, but look at the damage that he has already provided. Walkouts, they have decided not to get into this fight. Find a compound and then make sure to fight it out. But OR Jelly, he'll be taking one down on the sides of Rivalry. Not even with a gun, not even with a grenade. That's going to be a vehicle right in the face. Rivalry tryouts, even that man is down to the ground. Jelly will be taking one more, but on the other side, Walkouts and Soul, they just said a hi as they were crossing path. Or Atanki has been revived back by his teammate. Aditya, the vehicle is something he needs to be a bit scared of, because again, if you get try to travel in the vehicle that's already damaged, you could just get exploded out there. Nikhil is being caught in a complete open area. Aditya, the vehicle, he needs to be really careful about that. He finds one new out there, and that's going to be him being a bit safe and secure at this moment. But Nikhil on the other side, if I find him a bit away from his entire team, not sure on why is at this point of time the players have been isolated already, but they need to make sure that they already stuck with their teams back out there. Soul on the other side, as it was we were having a discussion about them. They were having a fight with the sides of Team Walkouts. Hector, he has his eyes, he has his crosses on the sides of Walkouts already, but I'm just a bit confused on what Team Walkouts has decided. Will they get in the fight? I guess I got my answer that Team Walkouts won't get into this fight right now. Looking forward, find better compound or maybe a good area in the play zone itself rather than getting into an initial fight, because we already know getting into an initial fight certain times means dealing a casualty itself, and that can be devastating not just for that single player but for the entire team out there. On the other side, Soul, after they have found the sides of workouts, they right now have Insane already on their crosshead. Adi is being caught. Will he get punished magically? Is this man surviving on Adi right exactly in the front? Goblin, he knows that he has damaged Adi way too much. He'll be capitalizing on that, and that's going to be one player from the sides of Team Insane down to the ground. Goblin will not just take him down, but eliminate him completely. One will also force the sides of Player 6 to get out of that soft cover. But Team Soul, they're trying their level best to completely eliminate the sides of Team Insane. And Team Insane, they already have dealt one casualty. Hector, he needs to be a bit careful, gets punished, and that's going to be Hector down to the ground. So after damaging the sides of Team Insane, now Team Soul, they are on the urge of falling down, because look at that. Hector is down to the ground. Goblin is trying to go further, look for a cover by Team Insane. There are two players right exactly in the front. Goblin, no, you don't do that, Siam. That man will be taking the vehicle right exactly in face of Goblin. That's going to be one more player down. Insane player 6 goes down. Man right exactly in the front. Omega, a huge, huge responsibility is what he has on his shoulders. Look at that. Siam is being caught. Omega will be taking one player down. Omega reviving his teammate out there, but a 1v1. That's going to be Mac versus Omega. Akshat, if he gets revived back Edge at this point of time, that's going to be a 1v2. Way too difficult for the sides of Insane Mac to continue, but okay, there you go. There was something I was a bit scared of. Mac is being caught. His location gets compromised out there. Mac, no, a soft cover is something that he already has, but for how long is that going to work in his favor? SG Pukar takes Insane Siam down. That's going to be a third party Edge. This is not happening right in the 10-minute mark itself.
That's gotta hurt. But anyway, another knock coming in onto the players of HYDRAS there. Unfortunately, well, I think he's gonna be revived there. Nevertheless, carry 15 teams now, 52 players still alive in the server. We're about to hit that 11-minute mark, and look, the grades being deployed from the side of SKYLIGHTZ, while the side of HYDRAS, they're now going back to safety. The player's back on his feet, and they're like, you know what, we're just gonna be going back, and we will give away a little bit of space for you to work with, while Team Insane go down. First team to be eliminated. 0 points. Did not see that one coming.
True that. The first team gets eliminated. As you said, 0 points on placement, but again, they got one finish, so as we always keep on saying, nothing is better than something. So, I mean, something is better than nothing. My bad. I'm sorry for that. But look at that. Sides of Team Entity, they're enjoying. Look at Troy and Noob. What are these man exactly up to? Look the way they are climbing up, not just in the map, but in the overall standings as well. On the other side, we have one fight between Revenge and Hyderabad Hydras. Akshay 5K is the last, I mean, not the last, but I guess he's somewhere nearby. Final boss was already down to the ground. Akshay gets punished as well. That's going to be Carry taking him down. Entity, I do see them nearby. So the probability chances of having a third party at this point of time gets increased. But okay, there was something I was talking about Edge already, and that's going to be a third party from the sides of Entity. Shadow will be taking down one. That's going to be Striker from the sides of Hyderabad Hydras. Now, one team that's going to be Revenge, I guess, have already lost two of their players, and after losing two, I guess the other two players, they have isolated themselves and decided not to get into any kinds of fight. But Entity on the other side, look at the beautiful angle Noob is holding out there. What a beautiful angle this man is holding, going up all above in every possible aspect. But look at the play zone. And this is crazy.
Oh no. Oh no. It's crazy and
Yeah.
crazy good. 50
Yeah,
to
that's true.
50. Now, what gonna be the chances of it completely being in the water? What do you think, Darsh?
50% again, I would say, because right, BGMI gods, they
Yes.
always deny us for everything. So again, 50% chances is what I hope on. But Entity, right now, they damage the sides of Hyderabad Hydras, couldn't capitalize on that edge, and that's going to be them not getting any kind of finishes. Now, look at the confidence this team has after getting a chicken dinner with 18 finishes in the previous match. This team has built up a lot of momentum with Enigma Gaming. Now, this team, they lost three of their players at the initial stages itself. The last player was isolated out there, and I guess he gets caught, gets punished, and that's going to be one more down. The entire team gets eliminated on the 15th position.
That's gotta be it. Unfortunate for them. It's gotta be the end of the journey for them, at least for this particular map. But
Yep.
as you know, classic map of
Yeah.
BGMI and Troy trying to take down multiple players. Enigma had a good run last time. This time, well, unfortunate. But here we have Team XSPARK. What can they do? Because we've been waiting for them to pop off. We did see some good performances coming in yesterday from them, but not nothing really in terms of chicken dinners or coming out in the top two there anyway. And Revenge trying to Sonic Fox trying to take down multiple players from two different teams. That is Rivalry, and at the same time I believe that was Team XSPARK. None of them actually not connecting anything. While all this is happening here, there are a lot of action happening on the other side of the map, with now down to 46 players and 14 team stars.
In 14 minutes, so much has happened already in this entire match. Revenge Mighty will be taking down one from the sides of Rivalry, and that's going to be a grenade going pretty strong. He's trying to take in for, he's trying to go in for the second one as well, but I doubt. Okay, that's a beautiful connection that he got, but couldn't take anyone down. Now, this Molotovs, it depends. If this gets a connection, both of the players out there are down to the ground. But Sirvi, in the time he got, he just patched himself up. Nikhil is still lying a bit low. He needs to be a bit careful. Mighty, one beautiful grenade. That's be Nikhil down, not out yet. Sirvi, he is there to give a backup. But again, if Nikhil gets confirmed here, that's going to be a lot of difficulties for the sides of Rivalry. And look at that, Team XSPARK going for third party. That's going to be Sirvi out, Nikhil out, Team XSPARK 420 OP. What a beautiful grenade that was. But I guess the sides of the other team won't be really happy of the fact that their finishes have been snatched away from some other team. Now, Edge, I'm pretty excited to know, before I get more excited, again, a 50, not exactly 50, but a 60-40 cut is what we have between the land and the water bodies out here.
NIGMA Galaxy are kind of, really excited about this water, because look at them,
Yeah.
look at the positioning. It's absolutely
That's
beautiful. I want to see how they play moving on, and maybe they're trying to survive for as long as they can, but all this is happening. Team XSPARK took down other players inside of Revenge. Well, the fan favorites, as of now, actually making their way back, putting up a better performance, compared to their other two maps that we just went through, right? And TD, on the other hand, they're coming fresh off a victory, so they still have 4 players alive. I think they're trying to follow what Sam usually says, trying to survive till the end. they're avoiding a lot of fights. They're trying to, make their way to the at least top 3, top 4 spot, and then maybe start taking those, fights and come out on top if possible. But Team XSPARK lost a player early, but still, they still have their star player, Scout OP, having no finishes as of now. Always can count on him for to get those finishes later on in the game.
And he is something that pops off when you least expect it.
True.
And maybe that's a surprise that we all have been waiting for. But Pukar, he is getting a bit more of surprises from the sides of Team XSPARK right now. Look at his health; he is running low on his HP. Needs to patch himself up before anything, because the zone, it's already in the hands of Team XSPARK out there. So Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they need to make a way out of this situation, make their way in the play zone itself. Revenge, they have their eyes on the sides of Team XSPARK out there, but NT Shadow, I mean, what exactly Team Entity is up to right now is something that I'm giving a second thought about. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming 8-bit Mad, right exactly in the front. That's going to be Vexy and Madman in a 1v1 situation. A great jiggle. Madman gets caught, but he can outburst it completely. Madman down and dusted. Needs to say a goodbye right now. Vexy is being caught by the sides of Team XSPARK. Or Aditya will be taking Exo Snacks down. NIGMA Galaxy will be taking OR Jelly. That's going to be an IGL out there.
Oh, he's on his knees right now, but he's gonna be taken out. 420 OP with the Scarl mid to long range, takes down one scout. Finally, with the first knock, can he finish it off? Is the question. And look at him. Forget him for a second, because it's 420 with another finish. That's 3 finishes to the name of Team XSPARK, thanks to 420 and Scout OP. Well, let's see how OP he really is right now, because he's out in the open trying to take a lot of fights here. And that Tesla is going to be coming in to pick him up, and they're going back to safety, because that zone here, Darsh, it's coming into play now. And SKYLIGHTZ, well, they only have 2 players surviving, and Scout OP is like, you know what, I already got that knock, and I'm going to let everyone else do the rest, and he's going to be bleeding, giving away his finish to Scout. The first one for him.
Akshat Edge. Look at this man. Oh my god, Akshat. What do I say more? But before I say anything, the winners of the previous match, they are getting a lot of damage on themselves with Hyderabad HYDRAS having right exactly in the front. That's going to be 1 player down, but Shadow, he knows how to take a revenge. Will be taking 1 player down and off completely. That's going to be both of these teams losing one of their players. Entity Shadow, he's been caught. He gets punished for lying down out there, and that's going to be Shadow even eliminated. So Team Entity, after taking 1 finish, has been dealing 2 casualties at the same time. Akshat, no! Why do you have to do that? Hey, in this world, did you get that position to be in? And that's going to be Team Soul getting eliminated. Akshat will be falling down, droning down to his death out there. Entity versus Hyderabad HYDRAS is a fight that we have on a screen going on right now. Dark Law right exactly in our front. XSPARK somewhere nearby, but Edge, look at them. They both are out in the blue, and that is not a place to be at this point of time. Oh no!
That is true. That is true indeed. The positioning is kind of scary, but they can still make it work. Let's see. NTD with 2 players alive. Hyderabad trying to take down multiple players there, but the smoke screen there, he's going to be helping Hyderabad to just, go make their way back to safety. And they're going to be picking up all the players there, while Aditya is in a lot of trouble there. He's going to go down now. Jelly and Aru are the only ones surviving right now. We did see a beautiful performance coming in from Aru the last time, but let's see if he can pull it off this time yet again. SKYLIGHTZ, on the other hand, will be eliminating the players on the side of Revenge. They're down and down in push number 12. We're down to 30 players, 11 squads alive right now. Atanki is the only one on the knees, because Aditya, well, I think he was shot to his death, unfortunately. But NIGMA Galaxy, the peer control is absolutely beautiful from them. But how long? I mean, for now, the zone's in their favor. But let's see how long that's gonna be happening, because look at this. Team XSPARK are all in the water. What is this? That's unfortunate. They're all in the water, and if you get knocked in the water 9 out of 10 times, you're gonna be eliminated for sure.
So many fishes we do have out here right now, but on the other side, the sides of Team OR, they are getting a lot of damage on themselves. XSPARK with a beautiful grenade will be taking carry down, Ace Black down to the ground. So that's going to be the entire squad of Hyderabad Hydras getting eliminated. Now, EXO, they got good finishes for themselves. So is the case with Enigma Galaxy. The beautiful position is something that is, helping them a lot. Scout and 420 OP both into a lot of difficulties right now. And there you go. 420, he has to go down because of the play zone. A grenade gets chucked out there. Scout will be trying to go in for a 1v1 situation, but no, that's not a position to be in, and that's how Team XSPARK gets eliminated. 8 teams, 21 alive players, and we are done with 21 minutes of this Erangel matchup. This is turning out to be so much of devastating for some teams, but so beautiful for the others as well. The zone shrink now will force all the players in the waters to get out of that position. Play zone will be taking out Gamla Boy, but Tsunami, he is in the water. He is being a fish, but there's a great chance of Tsunami in his own life back there.
Oh boy, that's kind of hurt.
Yeah.
SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are out as well. OG, they have 3 players surviving right now. One of them is in the vehicle. How long is he gonna be staying alive? Tsunami, 8-bit, the last hope for him, for them actually. They wanna at least have, let's say, +3 jump, maybe because that's all they can get right now, right? They can't be expected. I mean, I don't expect Tsunami to win the entire thing, but at least survive in the top 5, maybe 70. They have a really good chance of making it work. And if I'm not wrong, they haven't gotten themselves one chicken dinner. So if they get it, I mean, even 8-bit or OG. I mean, let's see, what are the teams? NIGMA Galaxy, WALKOUTS, EXO, and Entity are the only teams that actually got themselves a chicken dinner. So there's a 40% chance that we might have a new winner. But talking about new winners, there's a beautiful grenade coming in, which is going to be pushing out Vizgod out in the open, and then 7Sea. Well, they take full advantage of that and will be knocking him out to his knees, while UAOP, on the other hand, another grenade takes down one of the players inside of EXO, while Troy gets completely destroyed by Dreams.
Much grenades all around. Look at that. A Brar from Walkouts will be taking one on Fierce with that grenade. So this time the grenade game is turning out to be really strong edge. Look at that. Besides the team OG, they've lost 2 of their players. Alu Boy from the side of 7C is down to the ground with the hope of revival, but Spray God, he's out there in the open. OG, yes, everyone is looking forward to a revival, because at this point in time, you need your teammates to be alive. You need someone to say that, don't worry, I got your back. Spray got a beautiful grenade. Was got. He'll be forced there to go down to the ground. Trigger on the other side of position. I'm a bit confused regarding the position again, because look at that position, Dark Lord. No, only few seconds was something that he couldn't capitalize, and that's going to be Team Entity getting eliminated. I guess they got one finish for themselves and some position points. A decent map is what I would say, but right now we have 5 teams, 16 alive players, and look at Enigma Galaxy. They are 30 meters out from the play zone. I know 30 is a small number, but when you are in that situation, Edge, I guess 30 is near to 3,000 or 30,000 itself.
Ooh, well, now we only have 2 teams that have actually gotten themselves a chicken dinner previously. It's just NIGMA Galaxy having 4 players, Walkout having 4. So there's a really good chance that we might be having a new winner here. That is what I'm concerned about. To be honest, that is what I'm looking forward to. NIGMA Galaxy's MJ takes out one of the players on the side of OG, but there's a complete trade coming in from Mr. Spray from the side of Walkout onto Dreams, takes him down on his knees. But can he be going in with the bees as well? Is the question I have. 7C. They have a really good position, but they gotta make it work here, Darsh. That's the thing. The grenades and smokes, this is the perfect time to use them, right? Because make sure that they're out, and Tsunami is feeling the pressure coming in from MJ, and he will be eliminated. Better position, I said top 5, and guess what? He did get eliminated in position number 5.
Beautifully said, Edge. Beautifully said. Now on the other side, we have Walkouts. They have 3 finishes for themselves. Trigger again. He will just take that vehicle out in the water, but guess what? MJ has caught the side of this Trigger. Is trying to go in for some more predictable sprays. I mean, the sprays are right exactly at the position he saw player a while ago, but again, that's not going to get any kind of connection. Spray got a beautiful grenade, and she gets a lot of damage out on himself, but again, there's no player down to the ground yet. Spray got another beautiful grenade is what is looking forward to Prince. Now, MJ caught Prince, and that's going to be one player down to the ground, completely eliminated. Trigger is using that vehicle beautifully inside the water itself, but MJ, he has his eyes all set on Trigger, and no matter what edge, MJ will be making sure to take Trigger out, or The instant trade is something that I'm looking forward to. But Dreams right now, look at the armor. It's completely devastated. He needs to make sure to get a new one for himself. I mean, what is happening here is everyone is just looking forward to go inside those water, be a fish till the time Zone doesn't get out of that position and then decide what to do. But Sarang, he knows how to take one, makes one, do one, the other by taking the other one out there. Will be taking Vixie down to the ground. Wizgod will be eliminating Sarang. Sprayguard down to the ground. Instant trades happening back and forth. Wizgod gets punished. Apollo gets punished. But out of all that, I'm loving the way Trigger is maintaining the trigger discipline there.
And now walkouts have a really good chance of coming out on top. Because now we're down to 8 players, 3 teams, 7C. Well, they're still having 3 surviving players. Down to the last 2 teams, it's going to be OG and 7C.
Oh
But
my
I mean,
God.
one thing's for sure, 13th unique winner. But here's the thing, is it going to be 7C? Because they have the blessing of the gods there. There's a lot of water and there's a lot of water in their name, 7C. But it's going to be Orangutan Gaming coming out as strong, taking down everyone on the side of 7C. Absolutely beautiful performance coming in. But you gotta hand it to 7C as well. They survived. They managed to take down. They played against the odds there. But then at the end, it's Orangutan Gaming. They waited for the perfect opportunity. They waited for the perfect moment and then came out strong in the end. What a game. What a way to start things off for them, especially. I mean, we were talking about them, right? We were talking about them not having a great performance here in the semifinals. Well, guess what? They started off with a chicken dinner in map number 3.
Beautiful start it was. I mean, the way this Erangel has turned out to be, it was completely out of expectations. I mean, it started off from the fly path being working in the favors of the sides of Team Entity, I would say, because we know, right, Team Entity, they always go to 70, and with that the hopes were really high. The Team Entity, they could have gotten their second chicken dinner today itself, but guess what, it didn't happen because Hyderabad Hydras, they were already there to take them out. But how did this all started? It all started with Enigma losing 3 of their players. Unfortunately, I doubt they'll be getting any single point out of this entire map.
Unfortunate. I mean, we did see some giants
Yeah.
falling down, right? I mean, we expected a lot coming in from few teams. Well, they didn't deliver. But guess what? The one that we didn't expect from, they gave us what we wanted. So Orangutan, I mean, a beautiful performance coming in from them. But at the same time, the fight between NTD and 7C. I no, it was actually the fight between them and Enigma Galaxy that was happening there for a second when 7C came in. The fight between them and Enigma Galaxy, I'm not really sure why they wanted to go for it because they knew that they were going to get third party there, unfortunately. And then they lost, I think, 2 players there. That was the beginning of the end for them. But talking about the Enigma Galaxy as well, that beautiful positioning. But MJ, he was out in the water there. Not really sure what he was trying to do, but that water zone, we got to see a lot of water. I mean, even in the final zone, there was a bit of water, right? It was more like 70 to 30 there. We still had water. And for that reason, I actually thought 7C might come out on top because, sea, water, kind of relates to it. Kind of stupid, but still relates to it. Orangutan Gaming, they had other plans. They wanted this. And 7C, well, they wanted that as well, but it's the man advantage once again. And did you see the positioning that 7C were pushed into? They were cornered into that position. There was nothing they could do. Even the vision was kind of, blocked because of the rocks and the trees there. And Orangutan, they had a clear shot. All they needed to do there was spam the weapons. And that's what they did and connected some insane shots. And that was easy at the end. At the end, it was easy. And they made it look easy, to be honest. Because 7C, they were popping off.
All the discussions edged between the fights of 7C and OG. The only man that I had my eyes on was Trigger. Now look at the position Trigger was holding. What did he do? He just took his vehicle in the water. He waited there. He knew that they could have, they will be surviving till the last fight, and he didn't wanted the entire team or his team out there to lose that chicken dinner. What did this man do? He used more of his brain. He went into water. He didn't let anyone knew. I guess Nigma Galaxy was the one who knew his position, but 7C, they had no idea about it. But what we have an idea about right now is the it's already on our screen. So without any delay, we'll be heading towards the highlights directly. And this is how Nigma Galaxy started to dominate, having their fights with the side of Enigma at the initial stages itself. And guess what? MJ, he took one out from the sides of Enigma Gaming from a shotgun itself.
True. This first one, absolutely insane start. The first drop class, I think it was like 30 seconds in, and they almost took down everyone on the side of Enigma. Only Evo Italy survived, but after that, OR, they were the ones that were looking like the favorites to win it, because they were going in ham as well, taking out multiple players there. But then those explosions, man, every single time it does happen. But then after the fourth zone, actually after the third zone, the water came into play, and after this position, like this was unfortunate. We expected Team XSPARK to pull up a bit better performance, but one grenade is all it takes to turn tide around, literally and figuratively. That's what happened. The water coming into play there, unfortunately, against the side of Team XSPARK. But then the positions that Nigma Galaxy were holding towards that pier was absolutely beautiful. This positioning coming in from MJ as well. I think he took down one of the players on the side of OG there, Ash, and also Tsunami, who was the sole survivor on the side of 8-bit, trying to survive for as long as he can. Pretty sure he got his team an extra 2 to 3 points for sure. But I mean, he would have loved it if he would have survived a bit longer. But then, those sprays with the M4, mid-range, OG. Well, you could see it, the confidence that they were flowing, the confidence that was flowing through them. And the play zone, once again, taking down multiple casualties there. So many. And look at this. This is what I was talking about. They had less vision when compared to OG, and they were cornered into the position. All they needed to do there was spam, and that's what OG did. Run in and keep spamming, even though they didn't have a clear shot. They just kept running and gunning and landed a couple of hits. And ooh, okay, we
Oh
have the
boy.
MVP, and it's not from OG, not from 7C, but from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming.
A beautiful job. Look at that. 6 finishes, what he got, but look at the contribution he has in his entire team. 66.67% is his entire contribution. More than 50% is what he contributed. A huge responsibility this man had, on his shoulders, and he did that beautifully. But this match, it has all been about the, if you ask me a summary of what this map has been about, I would say probably that. A grenade game that was pretty strong at each and every time. A play zone playing a complete, different game. We keep on saying that never let the play zone become the MVP itself, but this time it happened. Play zone became the MVP, and I guess there was not none other walkouts getting eliminated. But let's just quickly have a look on the match standings. OG, they accumulated 21 for themselves. Nigma Galaxy, they did 17. 7C. 7C was the team, I guess, the second last team to get eliminated. But again, with the one extra point that Nigma Galaxy has, Nigma Galaxy will be on the second position, whereas 7C will be on the third one. But again, Edge, OG, yes, a chicken dinner that they needed, a new team to come up with a chicken dinner. But again, the points is something that could have been better. Saying this again and again because 33, 34 is the benchmark that has already been set here.
True. Orangutan, they did get that chicken dinner. So, I mean, it's got to be, they got to start somewhere, right? They didn't have a great semifinal up until now. So maybe this is the confidence boost they were looking for. Maybe we told you, I mean, we told everyone, right? One good game is what every team's looking forward to. Nigma Galaxy had a beautiful one, though. 9 finishes, 70 total points. 7C, 4 to 16. Walkouts. Well, considering the way that they were playing in the previous ones, this is a much better performance. 14 total points. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, absolutely insane gameplay coming in from them. Once again, 9 finishes, but only 1 placement points. So gotta work on that. HYDRAS, 8 finishes, 1 placement point, total up to 9. Teammate bit. Well, once again, they survived. That's all I'm gonna say. They survived. But you know what? OR Esports survived SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Once again, 111 total points. Still holding on to that crown. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming sitting on second position with 2 chicken dinners, the only team to do so, and 59 total finishes, tying it with the toppers there, OR. And then also the total, well, it's a 5-point difference. 106 is where they're sitting at right now.
Maybe it can change with the upcoming match. Maybe, I mean, just a hope because right? One match, there was a huge jump. I guess 12 ranks up is what Entity got themselves in the previous match. So anything can happen here. The fact that these teams have so much lower differences in the points itself, it comes to a thing that it's like any single map, anything can change, and that's what is exactly happening. Nigma Galaxy on the third position. Look at the jump, +6 ranks up. That's going to be 99 in total. Any moment, any one match itself, Nigma Galaxy is going to hit that 100 mark for themselves. Hyderabad Hydras with 98, Entity with 97. This is what I was talking about. A single point difference between Nigma Galaxy, Hyderabad Hydras, and Entity Gaming. Exo on the other side, a bit difference again. That's 93 for them. Blind with 89 and Global Esports with 88. But again, being on the first sides of the overall standing edge and still having that red mark, having a downfall, is not a good thing to be. Because look at that, they are being pushed down. CHEMIN Esports on the ninth position with a total of 87. TSM no muscle moved till moment. That's going to be 81 for them. Insane got 76, a rank up. 75 is what Marcos got, but not just Marcos, OG and Revenant as well.
Orangutan, I mean, coming up 6 spots now, 75 total points. Revenant, yep, 75 for them as well, and 7C sitting on 75, while Godlike still in that top 16. So, I mean, they did drop down 2 spots from 14 to 16. Not going to be happy about it, but the way that they played, well, we expect a lot more coming in from players like Jonathan and Clutch God as well, along with, Espoir and Z-God. But let's see what happens. I mean, it's still not over. They still have 2 more maps left to play. We still have 3 more maps left to play. Play for the day. 74 total points for them. Godlike, maybe if they have 2 good games, they can be the third team to cross that 100 total point mark. Because right now it's only OR and SKYLIGHTZ getting that 111 and 106 respectively.
It's getting difficult, Edge, right? It's getting really difficult because at the end of the day, semifinals is all about qualifying for the grand finals. You need to have your eyes on the top 16 itself.
Oh,
And talking about the top 16, next position from 17 to 24 is not a place to be. Look at Team Seoul. They have been pushed down 2 ranks, and that's going to be them on the 17th position. Walkouts +2 for them, but again, on the third side, that's going to be 65. Team XSPARK and Team Enigma Gaming, they have been pushed down 2 positions again, 63 and 56 respectively. But the rest 4, that's going to be Revenge, Forever, 8-Bit, and Rivalry. They haven't moved a single muscle. 21, 22, 23, 24 is the positions that they hold. But do you think that's a good position to hold?
I really feel bad for the side of Rivalry. Actually, they're sitting on 24th position for a really long time. That's the first thing. And I just cannot think of anything else at this point. They're sitting on 27 total points with 10 matches already being played. How are they going to try? I mean, look at the difference between them and 17th position. I don't know. Someone do the math. I think that's 55 points. 55 points. I mean, 45, sorry. 45. That's a lot. Yeah, I mean, considering the fact that they're not having a great time as well. So that is one team that I'm really worried about. But then there's 8-Bit as well, not having a great time. These 2 teams, and we were talking about the the way that we wanted a close matchup. We don't want to know who's gonna be making it to top 16 and who's gonna be the ones that's gonna be eliminated. Well, I mean, if these 3 matches, if they don't go into the favor of 8-Bit or Rivalry, well, looks like we will be, understanding which are going to be the teams that are not going to be making into the second page.
Maybe, maybe just maybe because right now not making it into the grand finals is something that scares me a lot. That's something they need to be concentrating on now. Talking about the entire day itself, 3 maps is something that is done and dusted. Halfway to the day 3 is already done, and right now we are looking forward to the 4th match. And guess what? It's the time for Miramar once again, ladies and gentlemen, because Miramar is something that gets me excited. I mean, you look at the high volume I already got after saying Miramar, right, Edge?
I mean, you're excited. I'm excited. I'm pretty sure the viewers are excited as well. Because once again, it's going to be the biggest map, actually. I'm going to say the big map. But yeah, once again, it's going to be that snipers coming into play, if there are any, and long range M4 fights, the open, the open spaces, the uneven ridges, the buildings. You got to make sure it all depends on the drop location. Once again, you gotta decide if are you gonna be playing passive or are you gonna be going in for those early aggressive fights, because some teams like to get those fights happening and get those finishes early on. Some teams like to just play it really really slow, like how we've seen NTD do it this time, right? They got themselves the win last time. This they kind of started off really slow, but let's see. Maybe, I mean, right now Orangutan got it. Not really sure. I think they're in a group A, so not really sure if they're going to be playing in right now. But if not, I mean, I'm looking forward to Team Soul and also 8-bit, because I mean, 8-bit and Rivalry, as I said, they really need to hit it off. But another team that I'm looking forward to on the map of Miramar is Blind, because last time they did put up a really good start, couldn't keep up the momentum going on, but maybe this time it's gonna be it's gonna be their time to get that second chicken dinner for themselves.
New beginnings, right? You know that. You mean one bad map doesn't mean that, the entire thing goes wrong. But talking about map, why are we waiting here? Let's just head towards the map itself, because as I said, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be the time for Miramar, the map that I love the most, and the path is something that I'm loving more even right now.
Ooh, from down south to up north, not west a little towards ruins area there, but we see OR already dropping the first one. They want to make their way to Puerto Periso. Maybe they want to start off at the edges this time, making a trying to predict that. But we're going to be jumping in with Godlike, TSM, Revenant, Chemin Esports, Team Forever, Blind Official, Global Esports, Marcus Gaming, Team Soul, Team EXO, OR, Orangutan, 8-bit Walkouts, Rivalry, and Team Insane. So Rivalry and 8-bit, they are here. They are present. So this is a really important game for them, because after this, they're only left with one more matchup for the day here, Darsh. And if they don't perform well, as I said, I mean, as I said, they're gonna be having a really good chance of being eliminated from the entire thing.
That's true. That's really true. Again, a happy day for me. Los Leones away from complete Los Leones area. So again, I would predict edge that the hopes of the play zone going in the areas of Del Patron or San Martin is really high right now, because look, Del Patron and San Martin are the areas that are exactly right in the center. I do wish a central shift this time, because right now, look at that. The teams that are heading towards the complete down area rivalry so far away. Now, to travel to the play zone, to migrate to the play zone, they need to make sure to fight it out with either walkouts, either Marcos, either Team Forever or Soul. That's exactly on the corners of the play zone itself. Godlike, I guess they'll be heading towards their primary drop locations. Up there, we have OG, we have Globally Esports, if I'm not wrong, Insane on the sides of El Pozo. San Martin, we have Godlike, if I'm not wrong. Exo, we have down. Los Leones, we have two teams. So a fight is something that I've been waiting for since a long time, as it's the start of Miramar itself. Los Leones, we are going to have one fight happening. But Godlike, I guess they have decided to go a bit away from the areas of San Martin, leave two of their players out there, have a 2-2 split, and then rather, and then rest. The regrouping is something that they'll be looking forward to.
Regrouping, making sure that you're sticking together. I mean, you gotta split, but you gotta be close to each other, right? And look at the area up top, water treatment, El Azhar. It's all empty. No one's even going towards that area. Not really sure why. And if the zone goes towards that, the second one, it's gonna be really interesting, because then everyone's gonna be rushing in, right? That's gotta be interesting to see how they play that. But 8-bit, as I said multiple times now, are one team that that are on my radar to see if they actually pull off at least one good game. I mean, they're getting those, these. I mean, I wouldn't even say decent. They're getting that okay points, like 5, 6, 7, 8. But they need one chicken dinner at least. They need one 30 bomber, or at least a 25 points twice. Otherwise, it's gonna be really hard for them to make a comeback. Moving on to day number 4, because this is the second last game for them for the day, and they're still sitting at the bottom of the scorecard there. There's not a great way for them to start things off, especially in the semifinals. But now TSM, expecting a lot, but can they deliver? Because last time, I mean, every single time, not just the last time. They get those finishes, but they gotta learn how to survive because they're not unable to, get those placement points. They're getting those finishes 8 to 9 every single time, but if you don't survive at least up until top 7, I mean, it is still giving you extra points, but you gotta make sure that you stay consistent and consistently good in terms of position placement as well.
I agree on that completely. Position and finish is something that all these teams need to make sure that they have a good balance on. On the other side, Marcos Gaming, that's gonna be Don, a bit away from his teammate, not just Don, but I guess Star. Even the entire team has a big split, I would say, to work around at the initial stages. Dino, we have this man. Cannot even forget the way this man has clutched in the last situations. I mean, if you still remember that Miramar thing happened, beautiful it was the way this man has clutched. Coming back to CHEMIN Esports, Delta Peachy, he just registered a lot of damage, I would say, on himself. Not sure on how, but again, CHEMIN Esports, they need to find a way to get on the top. I still remember them being on the top, dominating it on day one itself, but right now they have been pushed down completely. On the other side, we have Team Forever. They are getting a lot of damage on themselves, and that's going to be none other than Godlike, right? Exactly in front of them, two players hitting back a lot of damage on themselves. That's going to be Clutch God is trying to find some more good things for himself. Look, he doesn't have an helmet to work around with.
Ouch, that's gotta hurt, right?
Yeah,
And also Team Forever, they are taking a lot of damage from multiple players while they're just cruising away. I mean, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful at all times. And look at that. I think they just switched up seats, if I'm not wrong, while they were already moving. Or that wasn't the case, because I think I might have missed it. But if that's the case, then that's beautiful. And now, oh, okay, they wanted to go out in style. So we have the Lambo once again coming into play there. GODL, on the other hand, a lot of eyes on them. We have Neo coming in this time. And actually, last time I think it was S Power for the first match. And after that, Neo has come in. Let's see how this one works out for them. And a lot of eyes on Jonathan. Considering his, recent performances, well, he's not doing great, but we all know the potential that he has. Let's see if this is going to be the game that he, comes online completely. And also, CHEMIN Esports. First day, two players from their team were the top 5 fraggers, and coming in on day number 2, I didn't see anyone from CHEMIN Esports. So maybe today, once again, they can come out strong, because at the end of the day 1, they were on top there, Darsh. Day 2, they were on 11th, and now they're somewhere below 10. Not a great spot for them, and we all know. And also, they didn't get even a single chicken dinner yet.
that's true. Unfortunate for the sides of CHEMIN Esports, they have been getting pushed back a lot. But again, there's a thing called spring. The more you push it back, the more height it jumps on. So maybe that is something that most of these teams are looking forward to. Now look at that. We're talking about no teams heading up in the areas, but Tare Amuda, we already have the sides of team OG in exact center. We have Godlike. We have one more team Blind on the other side. They are looking good with everything that they got. Everything is at a complete piece. No players down, no damage dealt, and that's going to be 7 minutes done and dusted. So I guess edge for next more 2 or 3 minutes. There's going to be nothing happening because everyone is far away under the play zone favoring most of them. It's going to be them not getting into any kind of rotational clashes, any vehicle explosion, any player going down to play zone. And as I was talking about play zone and not players getting down, tryouts, do this man has any idea about Marcos Gaming being nearby rivalry? This team, they need points. Marcos, even they do need the same, but Gasti will be utilizing that situation well. Lot of damage is what Sirvi has been dealing on himself. Nickel right exactly in the front. They need to get out of that situation. A 1v2 is what Gasti has right exactly in the front. Needs to be careful about his back as well. Calculated, unwanted fight leads Gasti to a complete elimination.
One player, that's going to be the first finish of this map and rivalry. They're really far away from the zone if you take a look. 1.4. That's absolutely nuts. They're really far away there, Darsh. I'm not really sure how they're going to be making their way back in. Yes, it's still the first zone. Wait a second. Wait, why is Jelly still waiting really far away from the zone? Is he trying to make a play there? What's happening? But first pick, as we saw, goes to the side of Rivalry. But talking about OR once again, they're really far away. Not really sure, especially Jelly, really far away. Now making his way back in, but there's CHEMIN Esports to the surprise of OR. They gotta be careful, and EXO also making their way to the play zone now. Gotta be a little careful there between who to take those fights and when to dodge it. Rivalry, they're taking a long road. They're taking the highway to La Cobrea, and now I think it's gonna be a fight here between Blind and EXO here. Blind, they are feeling confident, but let's see, maybe EXO have some grenades in store for us.
1v1 between Snacks is what we are having on the screens right now. Look at that. Snacks has been doing a lot of damage, but Immortal gets caught. That's going to be one player down. Global Esports Knuckle will be taking Sayam out there. EXO Fierce will be taking Blind Shadow, so that's going to be a perfect trade. Now, Shadow is down to the ground, and Fierce, look at this man, is trying to eliminate him completely. Manya, right? Exactly in the front. Adi will be capitalizing on that, and that's going to be Global Esports and Insane getting into a fight again. A 1-and-1 player down to the ground from both of the sides. New player 6 is looking forward to go a bit behind, but Manya, he's been confirmed there completely by Adi, and EXO Snacks here. He'll be down to the ground. That's going to be Williams with a mini 14 tap shots is what he gets connected brilliantly. Williams is looking forward to capitalize on this entire fight. Their Punk is going in for that revival, but Team EXO, they need to be a bit safe because they have their two players down, but nevertheless, because the fight has been equalized again because of a 2v2 situation, Fierce will be taking down one, a 2v3 once again because Snacks has been revived back. Deadpool is right exactly in the front. His location gets compromised. Fierce is holding a beautiful angle edge, but again, if he gets down here, reviving him back to his life will be the most difficult task.
That is true, but you gotta give it to him. That's a bold move,
Yep.
going out in the open and trying to revive him, but using the smoke there by Goblin with the M4 long range, trying to take down multiple players on the side of Insane, and actually manages to take down Sam. Okay, was that him or was that a third party? Not really sure, but whatever it is, it's gonna be Blind Williams going down in the hands of EXO Fierce, and Fierce fiercely taking down Williams down and out. Blind on the back foot now. Another one for him. Shadow goes down. Spy OP making a run for it. He goes down. Fierce doesn't want to stop at all. He already takes down two. Now took down the third one. Domination coming in. Deadpool. Can he survive the wrath coming out from Fierce? Because EXO, I mean, forget EXO. It's all just Fierce now. And on the other hand, Global Esports, well, they're taking down multiple players on the side of Insane. Took down two with the M416. M416 is another weapon that's absolutely insane mid-range, for those mid-range combats and those close-range combats as well. It's easy to control as well, but you gotta be precise with that first bullet. That's how it works. But there you go. Global, while they were fighting with Insane, so it's like, guys, you know what? We want a piece of that action, and they're trying to third-party Global Esports right now.
Looking forward to take more and more for themselves. They find what a knuckle magical HP is what this man surviving on. But EXO Fierce is down to the ground. That's going to be walkouts. They found the sides of Team EXO. I thought Fierce would be going in for that 1v4 edge, but nevertheless, walkouts were the one to put that full stop on the domination that Fierce was showcasing a while ago. Now look at that. TSM right exactly in the front. There's going to be walkouts in the behind, and Team EXO, they have been stuck. But on the other side, CHEMIN Esports, they got one for themselves, if I'm not wrong, after they're being caught by Joker. Scarl is something is trying to connect on, but again, not getting any kinds of connections. 3 finishes, Global Esports got for themselves. 0 is what Soul got. But again, Global Esports dealt 1 casualty, whereas Team Soul right now, they are all 4 players up. So before getting into a fight, Global Esports, they need to at least equalize this number so that there's no advantage of the manpower standing. EXO on the other side, after a beautiful domination that Fierce showcased a while ago, this team right now is on the urge of falling down completely.
Right. He's trying to take this fight against players of OR, and Ari's out in the open. He's going to get taken down. Almost eliminated him. Almost. But beautiful positioning coming in from Riot. And those vehicles are being exploded as well. Now, where are the grenades coming in from him? Now, I don't see anyone. And finally, oh, never mind. He pulls it out, but puts it back in. And now OR, they have the control of the house, but it's not safe anymore because they're spotted. OR Jelly goes down to the explosion there on his knees, but guess what? Instant revive will be coming into play there because they, once again, they are safe in the house, in the buildings there, and nothing to worry about. A lot of explosions, but yeah, it bet if they want that, if they want those finishes, if they want those 4 points, they gotta go in because OR, there's no way they're coming out in the open right now.
True, that's completely true. First time, I guess, even after having a height advantage, Team 8-bit is not able to do anything out here just because of the inner wall covers that Team OR got for themselves. On the other side, Riot is looking forward for some more information. We have Godlike now. Godlike, they were holding a beautiful position a while ago, but right now I'm a bit confused on why is the number 0 yet. Maybe can turn something around because Neo, he has his eyes set on the sides of Team Soul, right exactly in the front. Akshat, no, you may get down to your knees. Magical HP again and again. Edge players are surviving on so less health, and that's a magic.
And unfortunate for Godlike,
Yeah,
Neo gave away his position.
yeah, that's true.
Now he gotta reposition himself. Or, I mean, not really sure why was he going for the spray there. I thought he was waiting to land the headshot tap because I'm pretty sure if you land 2 headshots at that range, that's good enough to knock out the players. But that's not gonna be the case right now. It's gonna be Godlike trying still to hold on to their position, but they are already in the zone, so nothing to worry about. But they have to worry about players coming into the zone. That is the side of Soul, Global, Insane, and OG as well, maybe. Because Godlike are at the kind of at the center of the zone right now.
Difficult. Look at that. They are trying to hold the edge, but at the same time, they may gather themselves up with multiple enemies all around. On the other side, Neo is trying his level best to take players down from the sides of Team Soul. But you know what? This is Miramar, and in this, the uneven bridge is something that gets you into difficulty. So is the case for Shadow OG, as he has to depart out there. Revenant, after losing one of their players, after having one player down, they got one for themselves. Marcos Gaming Dino, he'll be caught there, and that's going to be one player down. Shadow OG, I guess he gets confirmed. So Team TSM, they lost one of their players. On the other side, Skyesports is looking really low on his HP. Exo Snags goes down because of Playzone. Again, Playzone becoming the MVP. Austin Vortex capitalizing over Blaze. That's when TSM losing one of their player. A huge responsibility is what Ninja Jot and Aquinox has on their shoulder. Now look at that. Ninja Jot is trying to go in for a grenade. Austin Vortex is right exactly in the front. Needs to be a bit careful. A 1v1 Ninja Jot a bit late, and that's going to be one more player down. Aquinox, the last surviving player. He has dealt damage but couldn't do more. And that's going to be the end for the sides of Team TSM. Austin Vortex, a 1v4? Man, this guy is crazy.
Holy shizer. Okay, that was insane coming in from him, but at the same time, he's reviving his teammates as well. They're outside of the zone. They gotta make their way back in. Not gonna be any problem whatsoever because I think they are gonna they're gonna let one of their players be the sacrifice there. But I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. Destro, on the other hand, trying to take down one of the players inside of Rivalry, and Desync was completely out of sync with his team, and he is down and out. We're down to 14 squads, 43 players right now. Marcos, another one that we are looking forward to. Only lost Ghosty right now. They still have 3 to go, and walkouts. Looks like they want to walk the players of Team EXO out of the server. They are eliminated with 3 finishes in position number 14, which means they only get 3 finishing points and no position placement points.
Who's gaming? Dino is looking good. Star is looking forward. I mean, vehicle is what all we have, but is not sure of the position Global Esports is holding out there. Will be taking one. Marcos down to the ground. Dino is being caught there up by Knuckle, and that's gonna be a 1v1. Knuckle capitalizes Dino. He gets pushed. One more player down. Now Marcos Gaming Star. Oh my god, a beautiful way to capitalize. Playzone did the job, and the rest was done by the last player itself. Rivalry tryouts, the last surviving player trying to go in for a revival. Star will be confirming. Global Esports Knuckle there. Godlike again. They have a great compound again to work around with, but it completely depends on the play zone. Clutch card. so far away from the team itself. On the other side, we have Yuva OP trying to go in for some good vehicle explosion, capitalizes once again, and that's going to be the IGL itself down to the ground. OG gets eliminated. Godlike, a great entry in the play zone is what Clutch God is providing them, leading the charts beautifully at this point of time. On the other side, we have Kevin Esports trying to go further with the sides of Team Forever. So I doubt Team Forever will be able to survive for a longer period of time, but Yuva OP will be taking Aditya down to his ground. Atanki will be confirming 0 to 7. Justin will be confirming 1 on Team Forever player 6. 11 teams, 31 alive players is what we have, Edge, and vehicles mishaps happening all around.
Orangutan, unfortunately for them, that's gonna be the end for them in this particular map. But those grenades, ooh, a lot of damage onto multiple players there. Aditya is down, still waiting for his teammates to come in and revive. And you know, talking about revival, well, there's no way we can revive Team Forever. They're already down and out in position number 12. OR lost Jelly. They're on the verge of losing Aditya, but they don't want that to happen for sure. But that Molly comes in, and now Mr. Spray, he wants to take that fight, but it's gonna be Aru. With that Molly, Mr. Spray just walks in and he takes the damage and he goes down. Well, big brain plays coming in. I'm pretty sure Jelly is out, but he's still giving those calls. And Atanki, oh no, another one, another finish to his name. OR, well, even though a man down and actually a player knocked, Atanki and Aru, they are doing the job for the side of OR Esports.
They definitely are, but right now Atanki, he is the only last survivor left from the entire squads of OR out there. And there you go, Aru. The confirmation comes as well. Walkouts, they are really low right now, because look at that. Abrar is the last surviving player, and what he has to work around with is the vehicle and so many grenades right in his face. Playzone doing a beautiful job there, because Blind Deadpool will be going down because of Playzone. Abrar is trying to find a way out there, but some predictable sprays are something that are not letting him go. And there you go. Atanki will be taking walkouts. Abrar completely off with one beautiful grenade. Now look at the position Team Godlike is holding. They can't deny the entry of a lot of players, but nevertheless, because Team Rivalry, they got their entry very well. Clutch got right exactly in the front. CRV needs to be a bit careful. Grenade goes boom. CRV hits a lot of damage. Clutch got going in for one more grenade. If this gets a connection, CRV can go down to the ground itself. Beautifully damaged once again. Again and again, players surviving on magical HP out there. Godlike, Clutch got one more grenade, goes boom, and that's going to be Clutch got taking one player down. Play zone will be forcing Godlike Zgod to go down to his knees out there. But right now, Team Godlike, they need to get a chicken dinner for themselves, because that is going to be a much needed one.
And a much awaited one as well.
Yep.
But I'm pretty sure a lot of fans are waiting for them to, you know, finally get that chicken dinner. And they did lose one more player. And Soul, on the other hand, well, as I said, they are also coming out strong, because they did get a chicken dinner for themselves today. Maybe looking to get another one, because Goblin takes down one of the players inside of Rivalry. And he's not going to be confirming the finish just yet. But on the other hand, Godlike, they're still dealing a lot of damage, still trying to get those finishes done there. And so, well, there you go. The finish confirmed finally.
Confirmed. Delta PG is down to the ground. Godlike, they are dominating it in a beautiful way, but again, they need to be careful, because they have multiple enemies lined up all around. Delta PG gets confirmed there, and their 3 finishes is what Godlike got for themselves. On the other side, Jonathan, this man got 1. He's looking forward to be a beast, to be a monster once again. Clutch God having a window exactly in the front, can capitalize on the sides of Team Kevin Esports. Vehicle gets caught there. Soul gets caught. That's going to be Jonathan taking Goblin out. Not completely done yet, because Goblin is just down to the ground. Atanki will be forced to go down as the play zone hits him really bad. Jonathan, look at the confidence. Hector, a 1v1. That's going to be Godlike, Jonathan, and Soul Hector. But no, Jonathan, he decides not to be a bit more aggressive at this point of time, not to lose a match that they already have for themselves. Be a bit safe and secure on the other side. Robin will be taking Madman down to the ground. Neo, they are trying to regroup. They are trying to stick together as much as they can.
Soul and OR are the only ones that got a dinner for themselves, chicken dinner that is. And everyone else, I mean, 2 other teams, 8-Bit and Godlike, they're looking forward to get that first. Can we have 14 unique winner? Or maybe it's a bit too much to ask. Let's see, because it's going to be Godlike trying to take down one of the players That is 8-bit Madman on his knees, and he might go down there as well. Right, trying to take down Neo from the side of GODLIKE. Dealt a lot of damage. He's sitting on one more bullet. That's all it'll take. But where is CHEMIN? CHEMIN is trying to their best to sneakily make their way back to that, high ground there. But Justin is spotted by Raid, and beautiful grenade coming in from Madman. Sorry, from Dust Justin, I believe that is. And then, once again, it's Madman on his knees there, Darsh.
I guess he will be confirmed, and yes, the confirmation comes from Jonathan. So the finish, it's been stolen from the sides of Team GODLIKE. Esports, they are surely not happy with the fact that their finishes have been stolen. Stole Akshay down to the ground. That's going to be Destro doing a lot of destruction out there. Hector will be going in for one grenade, and I doubt that's going to be getting a connection. 8-bit Tsunami will be confirming Akshay. Justin down to the ground by Clutch God. That's going to be GODLIKE taking one more for themselves. Esports gets eliminated on the 4th position. GODLIKE accumulating great number of positions for themselves. Solo Omega gets caught by 8-bit Riot. 1v1 Omega down to the ground. Riot capitalizes on that beautifully. Juicy will be taking Solo Omega off completely. 3 teams, 8 live players, maybe 7, because Hector and Juicy get caught into a 1v1 situation, once again trying to capitalize, but the uneven reach is something that is just avoiding. But no, Juicy capitalizes it this time, and that's going to be Team Soul losing players one after another. Goblin, right now, this man, he got a shack to walk around with, but a huge responsibility on his shoulder. 8-bit versus GODL versus Team Soul.
Team Soul, the only ones that got themselves a chicken dinner. So there is a really good chance, 33.33% chance that 6.66% chance that we might have a new winner. Well, let's see. It all comes down to the last 2 teams. Soul is down and out. We are guaranteed a 14th unique winner. Is it gonna be GODLIKE or is it gonna be 8-bit? But I actually want it to be 8-bit because of the fact that they're sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard. It's gonna be Riot taking out one of the players on the side of GODL. That's Neo. He's down and out. We're down to the last 5 players. 2 on the side of GODL. The man advantage on the side of 8-bit. This is the time for them to shine. This is their shot to make their way to that 2nd page, because they've been sitting at the bottom for so long. They haven't seen sunrise in a long time. And Tsunami, why are you making these mistakes? He comes out in the open, and Jonathan, he's gonna make you pay. As soon as you give him space to breathe, he will take that chance and he will make you pay. And Juicy is really low as well, and Jonathan has his number. But guess what? The sneaky beaky player from the side of 8-bit has already made his way down. Jonathan gets himself another. Well, we don't call him the MVP for no reason, right? The only one is burning, and he's burnt to a crisp. It's gonna be GODLIKE with another GODLIKE performance, finally getting themselves a well-deserved chicken dinner. And finally, the side of GODLIKE, I mean, delivering what we expected from them from day number 1. We waited for this, and they finally got themselves the first chicken dinner, and also 14th unique winner there.
Unique winner. Every match we come up with, we get a new winner edge. What a beautiful way it is to end this specific map. Now, with GODLIKE getting one more chicken dinner for themselves, again, our hopes are getting higher and higher. A new winner in each and every map. I'm looking forward to that. I'm excited. I have my, seatbelt fastened itself. But there's one thing I want to, discuss right now is a 1v4 happen. Revenant versus TSM. Austin Vortex doing a 1v4 against the entire squad of TSM. That was beautiful.
That was indeed. But after that match, I actually need a breather.
Yeah,
that was
that's
intense,
true.
the final one. I mean, both 8-bit and GODLIKE, both of them deserved it. But yeah, we were talking about TSM and Revenant, right? I mean, okay, guys, first things first. We know there were multiple players alive, right? But they were knocked. Austin pulled off a 1v4 with 2 of his teammates being knocked to the ground. So that is what we mean by 1v4. But he did pull off an insane play there. And then he went back and revived his teammates as well. So that is what you need. You need aggression and at the same time support coming in. But let's once again, it was a bit too intense. So let's take a look at the game once again with the highlights there. Starting off, Rivalry, catching Ghosty off guard completely outside the zone. And after that, Blind and XO, they were in a brawl there, Darsh.
Definitely were Exo and Blind. Despite for a reason, I thought prolonging this fight could let a third party happen there, but nevertheless, the way Fierce went ham on the sides of team Blind was beautiful. Look at this, man. A grenade, a beautiful grenade, goes there, takes Shadow down, and the confidence that he already got forces him to take a 1v1 against William, capitalizes over that, takes the second one down as well. A beautiful performance, I would say, from this man itself. Now, Deadpool and his teammate Spy, if I'm not wrong, they were the two surviving players. Pierce got Spy as well, punished him. Took 3 in his name out of 4. Deadpool, he just walked out of that fight and he tried to survive. Aro couldn't survive because that was complete open area and they had no idea about the sides of Team 8-bit. Now, this is something I was talking about. Austin Vortex, he took one player down. He started off by taking Blaze down. Then it was Ninja Jord out there, and then the next players. But Jonathan, again, the domination has already begun. Just waiting to know on how long will it continue.
True, we were all waiting. We know the potential from everyone. Clutch got delivering as well, right? But it was Jonathan's show at the end. But you gotta hand it to Clutch God with the calls and also leading from the front, as you said. Getting those finishes, getting those grenade frags as well. Absolutely beautiful performance. But 8-bit, I mean, they were sitting at the bottom, and I did not expect this kind of confidence coming in from them. Right? They were so confident. They're going out in the open and getting the finishes and the frags there. But that's the thing, right? The experience that comes into play here from the side of 8-bit. Godlike once again, it's just a better positioning, and the confidence boost that they got from the previous matches that they just played. 8-bit. I think that was small mistakes coming in from Tsunami there, and then Juicy had to pick this because he had no option. But then the perfect Molly coming in from Godlike made sure that Riot couldn't survive there. He just sat there, and at the end, he went down, which led to the victory of Godlike. This particular one. Riot had no chance of surviving that because that was a Molotov, and Godlike 10 finishes, 25, not a 30 bomber, but 25. But I'm happy for them. But you know which team I'm happier for? 8-bit. 7 finishes and 19. They have around 30 or something in total in overall standings, and now they're going to be adding 19. Not going to be a great jump, but they needed this confidence boost.
Slow and steady, but going to the top. Now that these teams have started to pop off, it's all about being consistent, at least in 2 maps. Because look, this is match 16, and as we know, we have 24 total maps, 6 maps a day. The second last day of semifinals and the last day, that's going to be day after tomorrow, but we'll be discussing more on that. Let's have a quick look on the match standings. That's going to be CHEMIN Esports on the 4th position. Well, for them, Team Soul on the 3rd with 14, OR on the 5th with 11. Now, that's going to be the end of 2 digit and the start of 1 digit because Rivalry hits back 9 for themselves. Walkouts get 7, Revenant gets 6, and so is for Global Esports. EXO gets 2, Marcos and TSM tying up for 2, Blind Team Forever and Insane gets 1, but OG, the team that got victory, the team that did a beautiful job, has 0 points edge. Unfortunate for the team getting a victory on one map and getting 0 points on the other. It's complete opposite, right?
That is true. I mean, we've talked about this multiple times. You can pop off in one game, but after that, you shouldn't have you shouldn't have a bad game. I mean, it's okay to be. I mean, you gotta be consistent. It's okay to be consistently bad, but then you can understand how to improvise, right? You gotta get that. You gotta be consistently good, yes, but even if you're consistently bad, you understand what's going wrong. But if you go ahead and get a good game and then have a terrible game and then have a good game again, come back and have a terrible game, well, that's not gonna be helpful. Maybe right now it's gonna be okay, but moving on further, that's not gonna be helpful because you gotta improve. You gotta understand where you're going wrong. But one thing that Godlike understood is
Right.
that they deserve to be at the top, and they jumped in 12 spots. 3 goddamn teams sitting on 99 and 98, 97, 96. It's so close, goddamn it. OR still holding on strong with that first position though.
Oh my god, is this for real? 99, as you said, three teams got themselves. Then, or yes, a beautiful way to end it again, because look at that. They are being stable on the position. So is
This
Skylights Gaming, so is Nigma Galaxy.
this kind of, I mean, I don't know why I got this. Maybe because of the recent events there, but this kind of reminds me of the cricketer Sachin's scorecard. Like he always gets out on 99. This looks like 98 scorecard, 99, 99, 99, 98,
And that's
and then there's
true.
two there's
That's
two matches
true.
where he actually scored century. Kind of looks like it. But I mean, we all know Godlike, Chemin, and Nigma, they're going to be crossing that 99, 100 mark soon. Maybe the next one as well. But that leap that Godlike took, it's from
Plus
16
12.
to fourth now. It's gonna be really good, and I'm pretty sure the fans are happy. The first, they were waiting. They were spamming in the chat as well. They were waiting for Jonathan to pop off, but it's not just Jonathan. That's the thing I want to point out. It's not just Jonathan doing everything. It's Clutch God, Z God, and I'm sorry, who I think it's Neo. Yeah, Neo who came in. He was doing a good job as well. But yeah, Jonathan did pop off in the end, but it was a team effort. And Global Esports, unfortunately, from 8th to ninth position now. But it doesn't really matter, does it, Darsh? I mean, you got to be in the top 16, right?
True. That's completely true. You need to be in top 16, but you need to be careful that you are not on the 15th and the 16th position, because you know, right? You can be pushed down at any moment. Look at that. On the second sides of overall standing, I guess Team Soul, they jumped up 6th position, Revenant jumped up 1 position, and there's no other team going up but having a downfall. And that are, the pros and the cons of being on the second side of the overall standing. People to feel like it's good to be here to get qualified, but the other side is you can get pushed down easily. Global with 94, Blind with 90, Team Soul 86, TSM 83, Revenant got 81, Marcos and Insane, they got 77 for themselves, and OG, they got 75. But again and again, coming back to one single point, being consistent in one single match, getting a victory, good enough, but getting zero on the other is something that scares all of us out here. Now, the third sides of overall standing is something that needs our more focus right now, Edge, because it's already the second last day, and any moment after 2 days, we are gonna get the top 16 of Gillette 7Sea Invitational.
I don't want it to happen, but it looks like Rivalry Esports are going to be having a tough time. And even Team Forever, because both of them have already played out 11 matches, and they're sitting on 23rd and 24th position. Well, 7C pushed down to 17 as of now, 75 total points. Walkouts, Team XSPARK, and Enigma holding on to their positions. Well, they're not going to be proud of it, but I mean, especially Walkouts after they opened things up with a chicken dinner, the first match of the first day of the semifinals, and after that, and look where they're at, 18th position. We don't even know if they're going to be qualifying to the grand finals anymore. That's the thing in their head. And also talking about, I mean, we'll talk about that in a second. But 8-bit, 2 places jump, better performance. I'm not saying that's a great leap, but the confidence now, maybe they have one more game to go, and I believe this is going to be a rest match for them. The next one they're going to be coming in, so I'm looking forward to see how they perform. Are they going to be going in strong again, or was this a one-time thing? Because if this is a one-time thing, then 8-bit are in a deep trouble once again. Revenge, on the other hand, 51. So up until 22, every team has a good chance of qualifying. But Team Forever and Rivalry, they need at least 1 or 2, if not, 30 bombers to have a chance. I'm not even saying qualifying. I'm saying to have a chance of qualifying. But talking about the teams qualifying, 2 teams in the top 16 have no chicken dinners. There's one, CHEMIN, and the other one was Revenant. They do not have a single chicken dinners, and they're still in the. I mean, CHEMIN's in top 5, top 6, and then there's a Revenant, I believe, sitting in 13th position.
That's true. A chicken dinner is something that not just the team, the fans itself out there are looking forward to. But right now, what we are gonna head towards is Erangel once again. That's gonna be Group A and Group C performing. Ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be the last match for Group A in the second last day of Grand Finals, and after that, it's gonna be Group B and C and Miramar. Last 2 maps of the day, and that's gonna be the end of second last day. Nevertheless, I really don't want it to end Edge, but again, You know, right? To start with the grand finals, you need to stop somewhere.
I mean, everything's gonna come to an end, right? At some point. Well, it's gonna be I mean, it's not gonna be the end as of now. It's gonna be a wrangle coming in, and after that, we'll be ending the day on Miramar. But what do you think? I mean, yesterday, the final match, we saw SKYLIGHTZ coming in and stealing that second chicken dinner for themselves. So the last two matches, do you think we might have a repeated winner? What do you think?
Not give me hopes, please. Please do
Okay,
not
okay.
do that.
Let's
Okay.
say it's gonna be a repeated winner. Who do you
Okay.
think is it gonna be?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to spoil the entire thing right now itself. Why do you want to spoil all the suspense that we as casters? I mean, even we are in suspense, not just the audience itself, but even we are in a kind of suspense right now. And true that, very true. On day one itself was said that each match here is going to have a new winner. So yes, I mean, yeah, Skylights got two for themselves, but again, after Skylights, I don't think there's any team out here getting for themselves. So again, maybe Skylights getting a third one. There are high chances because of the momentum and the confidence that they built for themselves. But are they performing or are they not? Is going to be the question. Erangel is the map that we are going to head on to, ladies and gentlemen. But before we go any further, now that you put me in a bad spot, Edge, I'm going to do the same with you, and I'm going to ask you for a prediction on the fly path.
Oh, the flight path. Okay, I was
Yeah,
I was kind of
yeah.
expecting the other teams. Well,
No.
I mean, flight path. I think it's gonna be from the west to east. Once again, maybe from the northeast to south. Sorry, northwest to southeast, something like that. And the zone is gonna be pretty much default again because we have seen two angles already, right? And both of them we saw basic. You know, zones coming in towards that military base, towards that center there. So I think that's going to be the same zone once again coming in. But I once again do want to see some water action because last time we saw that it was really fun, and also it was creative coming in from Nigma Galaxy. And I believe there was one more team that was Team XSPARK. They did try to make a play there. Did not work in their favor, but they did try to be creative. So that is what I want to see coming in from all these teams.
When you talk about water zone, I have my own prediction. Now I know you didn't ask for it, but I am gonna
I mean,
say it no matter what.
uh,
Okay, so let me go further with it. I mean, if you ask me, my kind of zone will be starting from maybe Sivani to Lipoka. Yeah, Sivani to Lipoka, and the like the play zone down to Ferry military base. That's gonna be the best possible way to enjoy
true.
Erangel out here.
That is true. That is gonna be the best way to understand how these teams are gonna be going in. Because when you drop in, you don't know where the zone's gonna be, right? You gotta be predicting it. But as you see, I mean, if it's completely in the opposite direction, that's when you see what's gonna happen. Because I mean, by the time that the play zone comes into play, we still are gonna be having at least one or two teams in the sky still dropping down, right? So they still have a couple of seconds to decide if they still want to stick to that drop location, or are they going to be moving around, because there are some teams that usually go to their default locations, right? I mean, and there are other, I mean, everyone knows it. There are some teams that just, I mean, there are other teams that know that these particular teams, they're going to be dropping in these locations, and sometimes they go ahead for the fight, but sometimes they're like, they respect them and they just give away, you know what, you take your position, we'll find a new one, and we'll just get whatever loot that we can, and then they come back stronger when that second or even the first zone sometimes comes into play.
Completely true. Now all this depends. As we keep on discussing, all this depends at the end of the day on the fly path and the play zone itself. But last two for the day, Edge. I just
True.
can't believe that we already are on the second last day of semi-finals, and with one more day, we are gonna get the top 16 teams who are gonna qualify for the grand finals, and the team qualifying
True.
will be unlocking the prizes. Till semifinals, it was all about qualifying, but once you go to grand finals, you get rewarded for all the performance and all the amount of energy you put through. You know, right? Getting rewarded for something that you do is always the best
It's a
possible
boost.
feeling.
It
Yeah,
is. It is a morale boost, and also you just feel good because you are getting rewarded for something. I mean, you put in effort, so you gotta get rewarded. Right now, it's gonna be all about the qualifications. 24 teams. Well, guess what? Only 16 will be making their way, and things are already getting heated up. But guess what? It's about to get harder for the teams that are in the final phase right now, because last two maps of the day, and after that tomorrow is gonna be, as you said, I mean, as Sam said, it's gonna be a mutual, it's a mutual decision to take a break, right? So what can be done tomorrow? I mean,
Homework?
either teams, a lot of homework, a lot
Yeah.
of homework. I mean, they're in a boot camp, so maybe we can call it boot camp work. But,
Okay.
but yeah,
A new
that's a
word
stupid
additional.
joke again. New word. But tomorrow is going to be the day that these teams, they got to be working on that point systems, right? They got to understand how many points they're going to be lacking, and also make some predictions, because I'm talking about teams from 17 to 24th here. The ones at the top 8, they have pretty much already made their way and already secured their spot in the grand final. But after today is done, the teams in 17 to 24, and I'm guessing by the way that they're playing, rivalry, 8-bit, and there was one other team. I'm sorry, I forgot the name. They're still going to be sitting there at the bottom, unfortunately. And if they're not, then it's a good thing. But if they are, then the thing that they need to do tomorrow is to analyze how the opponents are playing, and also find a way to get those placement finishes. But that's going to be the story for tomorrow, because we're going to be going in for the final time for today. It's going to be Erangel, and for now, I'm going to be giving away my seat to the doctor analyst there. Sam, welcome back, and the desk is all yours.
If you would have given it to me, I would have snatched it. The matches are
Oh,
getting
oh,
super intense. I do not want to sit back out, Edge. Thank you for being with us. We'll be joining soon again on the last day, but for now, Darshita, we are here with the flight path. And the flight path, it is going to be from south to the north, but right now it's going to be cutting the map in half. I'm looking at it. It looks really interesting. And this might provide an equal chance because, as we said, right, this is the day of comebacks, as well as we get to see a lot in terms of action where teams understand with just these couple matches left. I'm not saying just two, but there are some more matches left. In total, we can even say six for some teams. For some teams, it's going to be five matches, including the last day that is going to be on 29th of March. That's the decider for semifinals. But right now, from military base to 70 is the flight path, kind of something that you did predict, Darshita, but I want to see that how these teams will be adapting to it, especially, okay, the circle itself, that's the thing they have to adapt to. But looking at the circle and as well as the flight path and where the teams are, they've kind of equally split up, but there is an interesting fight that we have missed throughout the starting of this Gillette 7Sea Invitational is a military base drop clash. It can happen here because you can see CHEMIN as well as REVENANT, they're close at military base.
yeah, so close yet so far, Sam, because
Mm-hmm.
there's a distance. There is a, a small distance that is just making them go far and far. And at this point of time, if you ask me, Sam, I would probably suggest not to get into any kind of initial fight, because the play zone, trust me, it is gonna play a different game. And if by any case it goes to Pochinki, we already know, right, what the situation is in Pochinki. So maybe not getting into any kind of initial fight is something that can be avoided. But a fight that can't be avoided right now is between Marcos Gaming and SKYLIGHTZ, if I'm not wrong. They both
Mm-hmm.
their eyes on the areas of Pochinki out there, looking forward to capitalize. But who is the one dominating? That answer will be getting in a while, very soon.
I think it can be very soon, or I think also that this fight might not happen at all.
Yeah,
Because we know, right, Pochinki, it's a deadly place. I mean, if Blind were here, they would have punished both these teams, but we have been
that's true.
talking about Blind, right? They've been changing a lot in terms of their strategy and their movements, and in terms of how they want to come into the end game and the end fights, and that has been working for the team. So, Pochinki, letting go of it and being a little uncomfortable is a good thing, but SKYLIGHTZ, they like uncomfortable situations. They capitalize on uncomfortable situations. So Marcos needs to be ready if they want to pick up the fight. But Nigma Galaxy, they're coming close, cutting the competition super, I would say, close. And I'm still, the finisher is what is going to be missing, Darshita. But I'm looking forward to if they're going to be finding those finishers and making sure they get another chicken dinner. But yes, I did listen to you both talking about whether there's going to be a repetition of at least one of the teams out of all these 24 teams taking their second chicken dinner. It did happen yesterday to a SKYLIGHTZ. Let's hope it does not happen here, because as we are seeing new victors coming through, and we did talk about it, at least minimum of 20. If we see 20 different winners in between these 24 teams, that is mind blowing, because getting 20 different winners with just 16 matches per team is not going to be an easy task, but it lets this happen, right? So let's hope we get to see that situation. But right now, SKYLIGHTZ are the ones who have kind of spotted off Marcos. Little bit of a damage has been dished, but Marcos are making use of smoke. But still, they do not have any vehicles to make a run out of Pochinki.
I mean, the two legs. That's 11 number vehicle. We call it, right. 11 number vehicle is what they got to run out of that situation. There's no other option to that, because I guess SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they already had a huge compound of Pochinki. On the other side, Nigma Galaxy, they are ruling on the compound that they got. There's no one to compete. A while ago, we were talking about blind being in Pochinki, but no, they have decided to go in for a different drop, and that's going to be blind completely away from Pochinki, not getting into any kinds of fight. 4-on-4 surviving players for them again. They are looking good with the position they are holding, but they need to be a bit safe and secure, because at the end of the day, points is everything that you need to accumulate, not just survival points, but finish points even.
Let's see who gets those finish points. But right now, for all our viewers as well, if you've enjoyed the game until now, we are in the last two matches for the day. Hit that like and subscribe, and also the bell icon, because as Edge also mentioned, we are going to be getting into a break after this. I'm not meaning after this match, after this day 3. We're going to be hitting a pause and going to be resuming on March 29th. And when we resume, I'm pretty sure do not want to miss the action. And for that, hit that bell icon so that whenever we come live, you get the notification and you can share it with your friends as well. And also, if you guys are looking forward to razors and you want to get some smooth shaves, we look forward you to checking out all the Gillette razors, especially the Mark 3. I mean, I personally use it, Darshita, and I mean, I'm clean, smooth, silky. But right as of now, let's hope this game is a little bit smooth for these teams that we are seeing right in front of us. XSPARK, Darshita, have been showing us the spark, but that spark has not ignited yet into flames. Let's hope this is a match they do it on.
Out a 1v4. I'm scared right now, just for a fact, because this man is isolated. Yes, a backup is already on his way. But Marcos, they got out of Pochinki to avoid a fight with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and look where it brought them. It brought them right exactly in front of Team Xbox. So now, Marcos, I guess it's written for them to get into an initial fight no matter which team it is. May it be SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, may it be any other team. I guess that's going to be one player hitting a lot of damage, and that's no other than Don Scout. With those sprays, he has he has just compromised his location. But Marcos Gaming, look at the way they are being stuck, isolated in one compound. Team XSPARK, they have made sure that Team Marcos Gaming did not even get a chance to move a muscle out there. But Team XSPARK, I guess they'll be going out of that fight, not getting into an initial one right now, making their way out and deciding to maybe meet. But no, Don has some other plans out there. Gyro God is being caught, and there you go. Dinos will be one taking down from the sides of Team XSPARK. Now, two players decided to rotate. I don't know why these two were waiting, but I do hope or see a third party happening any moment.
It can. SKYLIGHTZ are coming in, and XSPARK have no idea, and that's going to be Fearless also falling down one after another. It's going to be players from XSPARK. 420 OP is done, and he's also been finished off, and it's going to be the last surviving player, Scout OP. He was the first man who spotted out the entire squad of Marcos, wanted to pick up a fight, did do the damage, but after that his entire team's position was compromised. XSPARK had the plan of cornering and I would say surrounding Marcos, but that did not work in their favor. And SKYLIGHTZ, they were not happy. They were in search of Marcos, and fortunately XSPARK was just a gift right lying down there, and they picked it up easily. Now they'll be hungry for SKYLIGHTZ, but before they've spotted Global Esports, and the damage on Global Esports, especially Nakul, he has been spotted isolated while he was traveling around to a safe spot. But look at this, the other two players, they spot out Somraj and immediately finish off the IGL. Knock and finish, do not waste any time. And what SKYLIGHTZ wanted to do on Global Esports, they do it and show it to SKYLIGHTZ.
All the teams that said hi and bye right now, Marcos Gaming is the team to be really safe and secure. No casualty dealt, nothing happening. Global Esports, the best one out there that they got is 3 finishes for themselves. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they were trying to go in for a third party, but 2 players, Manya and Knuckle, will be taking down 2. That's going to be Gamla Boy and Pukar down to the ground. Knuckle all set his way to do something out of the box, and that's going to be Pukar completely eliminated. Global Esports, they have lost. I mean, they haven't lost one of their players, but their one player is down to the ground. Vexy, he is just waiting for a revenge, and all that he has in his mind is to completely eliminate Global Esports, but he is the last surviving player. Joker is being caught by Marcos Gaming. Once again, the third party that Starlight Gaming had to do, fourth party that Global Esports had to do, gets caught between the first team itself, and that's Marcos Gaming. But out of all this confusion, Sam, we have TSM and Godlike getting into a fight. Neo gets caught, a lot
Ooh.
of damage, but safe for a moment.
It might be safe, but this is another third party that we are seeing. CHEMIN, Godlike, as well as TSM. They're walking
God.
up together. Destro has been found from Godlike. So Godlike, they want to finish up a fight with CHEMIN Esports. They've done the damage. They find another one. That's going to be Delta PG. They're looking forward to another one, but Jonathan misses his shots a little bit there close up, and he did not have the health. And look at them. They're capitalizing. They're not letting Jonathan survive, and Jonathan will be confirmed from Robin. Clutch squad. Unfortunate. The vehicle. He jumped down, but the vehicle, the brakes were not hit. And Clutch God, I think he's also done for, and now it's going to be the last surviving player. But in the meantime, TSM are pushing up. They want to make sure that they immediately capitalize. Clutch God is bleeding out, but it's all up to Z-God right now. But TSM, if they waste time, if they don't capitalize this fight, Blind is right trailing behind. Justin trying to make sure his team survives. He's dropping down a lot in terms of his utilities. The smoke is there, but look at the grenades coming in from TSM. Will it connect is going to be the question. Reading it right is Ninja Jordan. Look at the amount of damage. Justin barely surviving here with the tree. He's going to be going in for that, I would say, hug for the tree to try and survive, but it does not matter because his backlines were open and Blind just took him out, and that's going to be the end for CHEMIN. Along with them, Godlike should have gone out, but Godlike is still surviving because of Z-God.
My God, Blind is being caught by Entity now. Why the hell in this world everyone wants to be in Pochinki? Look at that, Sam. There's gonna be a lot of mess, a lot of chaos happening out here in Pochinki. Entity, they are been waiting for a lot more because 33 is what they got in the second match. They are looking forward to one more 30 plus match for themselves. Global Esports on the other side, they got 5 finishes at an early stage, and right, these young talents, they just need a momentum, they just need a start, and when you start an engine, right, it doesn't falls off again, it goes on and on and on.
Exactly. I mean, that's what was happening over there. Jonathan, he was going on and on and on, and I think it was just a little bit difficult in the terms of movement of how CHEMIN were trying to move around, trying to jiggle, jump around, and that's the reason Jonathan could not connect his last few bullets, and also it came close to being getting reloaded. I think that's where it became a little bit difficult, but it does happen, right? We see every time that a team which gets chicken dinner, they get confident and think they can pull off the next upcoming map as well. I think that confidence somewhere backfired here for Godlike. But let's hope, right? Godlike have already gotten their chicken dinner. We are seeing new winners coming through. So we are just hoping for a new winner popping up and propping up. But TSM, somehow they are still surviving. They were jumping around. Blind could have spotted them. Blind could have finished them off. But right now it's the fight between Nigma Galaxy versus Enigma. Grenades being exchanged. There's a trench for Enigma to play with. But for Nigma Galaxy, there's a tanker around which he's playing around. I mean, if he had a chance to utilize it, Idli, that trench is not a position he could have stuck to, but right now the grenade itself is doing the damage. Vixie finds Eggy, and I think it should be very difficult for Idli right as now. Apollo is pushing up. As soon as he pushes up, he gets spotted from a different direction, because of which he had to go back. But Vixie, he's timed it perfectly, but it was not enough. The cover fire did come through from MJ, because of which Vixie will survive. But now the last two surviving players from Enigma, they need to do a lot in terms of the heavy lifting to make sure their team either survives this fight or at least disengages from this fight.
The only option that they got, because Eggy, he gets eliminated. That's going to be 2 surviving players from the sides of Team Enigma. They are a bit far away. Enigma Galaxy, they are capitalizing it in a beautiful way. But again, look at that, Sam. We come to Erangel, and it's never that we do not go to the water areas out there. Once again, we have the water edges accompany us in this entire journey. Godlike, they get caught there, and that's going to be Team Godlike getting eliminated again and again. The team that is getting a chicken dinner in the previous match gets eliminated early, and I guess with 0 points or maybe 1 or 2 points for
Zero.
themselves. It happened, yeah, zero. Okay, it happened with OG. Now it happened with Godlike once again. So you need to make sure that one match chicken dinner, okay, but to get a decent amount of point in the second one at least. Global Esports on the other
Exactly.
side, 5 finishes. They started it off on a really good note, but right now Manya a bit away from his entire team on that lower ground disadvantage.
Let's hope that works out for global esports. The split certain times it proves a little bit disadvantageous and as well as disastrous, but XSPARK Scout, the last surviving player, he was looking good. He had that spark, as I said. He wanted to pick up those finishes. But Marcos, I mean, this just the slight of directional move coming in, where a player saved himself from Scout's crosshair and fire, was the reason that Scout's entire team fell apart, except for Scout, who's surviving. And it was a good move from Scout. He understands that these casualties do happen, but it's not about giving up the fight. But right now, Enigma, they have also disengaged from a fight, but they got into a crosshair of a different one. But this team also has casualties. They have lost a lot of their players, and SKYLIGHTZ, they want to actually capitalize or convert in terms of finishes for their losses.
Everyone wants to. Avi, he is just patching himself up. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Vexy has found a small hut, small shack, whatever you call it, to work around with. But at this point of time, whenever you talk about one single shack, I'm always afraid of it because one grenade entering it can just destroy many players as they are inside. So that is something they need to be a bit aware of. Nigma Galaxy gets caught there. Apollo down the ground. That's going to be TSM versus Nigma Galaxy happening in the different corners. TSM gets caught by HH. So Hyderabad Hydras making a third party, making them visible out here between TSM and Nigma Galaxy.
Let's see how it works out for Hyderabad Hydras. Can they capitalize? Because they're in a tough situation and a tough spot because the zone is shrinking from there. And yes, they get a confirmation that's going to be Carry getting Shadow out of the board from TSM Sense to make sure TSM's numbers start falling apart. But 7C, they're hearing Team Forever run through. But Global Esports' new player is out. Enigma is going to be losing a player in the hands of 7C. It's still a knock, not a finish. But in the meantime, Hyderabad Hydras, I think they're hearing. But still, Ace Black, he's out. He's in the zone. He's still taking damage. He needs to pick up the vehicle and start moving along with his teammates. TSM are looking forward to gatekeep here, but TSM, you guys don't have that chance. You need to move into the circle. 200 meters is how far you are, but they are hearing a lot of vehicle sounds. They understand there are various teams moving in the direction of the circle and they want to pick them off. But Nigma Galaxy, after they pushed out Enigma Gaming, they've taken the trench for themselves. But I'm not too sure how it's going to be working out because whenever there's a dip in front of you, there's chances of many grenades coming in that dip and you kind of becoming a bowl for many grenades coming to your direction. So let's hope that does not happen. But the same thing, that 7C who had held Enigma to a compound, they're still holding them. Enigma giving the last two surviving players, they do not want to give up this wooden shack. I'm not too sure how long they'll survive, but all the best, guys.
All the best, all the best. That's all that we can say. On the other side, TSM Aquanox will be taking down one from Nigma Galaxy. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming gets eliminated. TSM one player down to the ground. Revenge Mighty gets caught, gets punished, and that's gonna be one more down. Hyderabad Hydras, they are out in the blue. If I'm okay, that's gonna be Nigma Galaxy down.
What?
Play Zone doing his job. Nigma Galaxy, no, you don't really do that. Entity Shadow and Revenge, they are getting into a fight themselves. That's going to be Mighty already down. Shadow is finding an opportunity to completely, eliminate Mighty, but Final Boss is providing a beautiful cover fire, and that's the reason. Entity, they are not getting a chance to confirm the players, right? Exactly in the front. Play Zone will be taking Apollo. Dreams, the entire squad of Nigma Galaxy going down because of Play Zone. That's just the fourth Play Zone, my friend. You do not do that at this point of time.
Surprising, Darshita. We were just talking about their aggression working, pushing back Enigma, and all of a sudden they make minute mistakes. Vixie trying to capitalize on those mistakes. He's finding players from Hyderabad HYDRAS who are going in for the late rotation, but Carry, he's reviving Maxi OP. But Ace Black, he's outside the zone, so that revive is not at all coming even in their dreams if they want to make it happen. So Hyderabad HYDRAS, they have to carry forward as a 3-player squad, but still the circle is pushing at their end. They need to find a way out, but Vixie, he does not want to let them progress. Carry, he's down, he's knocked now. It's all up to Maxi OP as well as Striker, but 7C Prince, he's finding a couple of players from NTT and they're falling apart like dominoes, and players are falling one after another, and I think it should be a wipe of the entire squad. Enigma are making sure they punish Nigma Galaxy here. The opportunity that they're looking forward to, it looks like they're capitalizing. Maxi OP, he's found unfortunate. Enigma will be having a player down to a vehicle blast that he himself created, but Avi will be getting that finish point for himself and also will be reviving the player. But it looks like, oh no, he cannot, because a grenade did come in from Maxi. I think while he jumped up here, a grenade is in hand. It was cooking, it ticked off at the right moment while they thought there was no grenade, and Enigma are also out of the game. Hyderabad HYDRAS are out of the game. Now it's Revenant who are facing off Marcos, and Revenant in a similar situation, a compound which is just a wooden shack.
A wooden shack, not sure of how long can they survive. Marcos Gaming, they took one player down, two are already down to the ground. There's a lot of grenade being dished on the sides of Marcos Gaming. Dino, Gasty will be taking one, two down to the ground, Paradox down to the ground. Dino doing a beautiful job out here, but again, Dino gets caught, and that's going to be one more player down. That was Revenant player 3 to take him down. Marcos Gaming Star, a lot more of job to do. Gasty will be taking down Paradox off completely. Look at the amount of utilities these players are using, but out of all that, the man who is being a sneaky climber right now, that's none other than Scout. He is down, is trying to swim, is trying to be safe and secure, but does he have any idea of TSM Ninja Jord right exactly in the front? If he doesn't, it could have been an invitation itself, but if he does, he can at least take one finish for himself. Marcos Gaming on the other side, Dino was down to the ground, has been revived back with 3 total of finishes for them. Revenant player 3 is being caught. Gasty doing his job well, trying to take him down, couldn't connect, and that's going to be player 3 making a run for his life, making a run for the play zone itself.
I don't know how Marcos managed to survive, but oh no, Revenant player 3, he's looking forward to doing the same thing. Ninja Jord is already placed himself in the water, and now Revenant, the last surviving player, he's also looking forward to doing that. But Team Forever, they're still surviving. Is there a chance that Team Forever get a chicken dinner? But TSM Blaze OP, look at him. Ninja Jord has already given up, and he's like kind of playing for placement points rather than fights, because he understands that the play zone might shift from them. They can have a disadvantage, but Blaze OP, a brilliant connection in terms of the bullets, but he could not land a knock or a finish, so it's going to be difficult for him. Now Scout from XSPARK as well in a similar strategy as Revenant and TSM want to do because of the water bodies, but I don't think the last circles that we are going to be seeing, especially the 6th and the 7th, will be in the water bodies. It will be out of that. Blaze OP is going to be very crucial. If he picks up a couple of finishes, it's going to be brilliant for TSM, but while he was spotting through his scope, he got spotted out from 7C. They do the damage on him, and Blaze OP had to immediately jump down. But where is the circle shifting is the question that I have. It's still crumbling. The play zone is still shrinking, because of which we are unsure about where the movement can be, but I'm pretty sure wherever the circle shifts, it's going to be a huge shift that we are going to be seeing. Marcos eliminate another team. That's going to be Revenant, last player, player 3. He didn't get inside the water, but what happened? Did he make his way out, or was Ninja Jord finding that player? Scout also falls, I think, to the hands of Blind, and this is what he said. The circle will move away from all the teams. It's going to bring a huge upset, and Global Esports, Joker is still surviving. Another player from... Okay, I think that's a glitch. Back-to-back Revenant player 3. It's pinging his position in various different directions. Maybe a small glitch, but right now Team Forever looking really strong, Darshita. They do not have a chicken dinner, and the Team Forever is one of those teams which jump back in the last days of semi-finals or grand finals and place themselves really strong. But Blaze OP, how long are you surviving with just a boulder and just... I mean, I don't even know whether to call it a part of the circle anymore, because his back is already, I would say, peeking out.
For too long, my friend, for too long. 7C on the other side, they have fought the side with Gulfi Team Forever right exactly in the front. They do have the hopes of taking a chicken dinner, but Prince, after those case, he has just compromised his location, and that's going to be him getting into some predictable sprays. Now he's not down to the ground completely, but again, he's been hitting a lot of damage on himself, and that is something he needs to be a bit careful about. The entire squad of 7C is up and live. Ninja Jord just waiting. The wait was too long, and that's how Ninja Jord will be drowning himself to his own death. Spray God will be trying to go in for one grenade. Getting a connection? No, I guess, but TSM, they'll be... Okay, that's going to be Ninja Jord getting eliminated. Daljeet is being caught by Spray God, a complete open area. Spray God got this opportunity for himself. Two players right exactly in the front, dancing and jumping, but Spray God, he needs to get the hell out of that position. Blind Deadpool right exactly in the middle of the zone. It's down to the ground. 7C Prince get caught by Blaze. He gets punished. Completely eliminated. Said a goodbye already to his entire team. Alu Boy gets caught. Blaze. Beautiful. That's going to be Alu Boy down to the ground. Took two. Blaze doing a beautiful job. Just utilizing the position.
What?
Can he take the third one? Man, this guy is just going crazy. Takes the third one. Even spraying out on the different angle. Takes one player, two players down.
spotted.
That's going to be a 1v4. Will TSM be able to do that? Not sure, but Blaze is trying his level best.
If that trunk was not so thick, I'm pretty sure Blaze OP was ready for that 1v4, and that also from close to a mid and long range spray and fight. It's not that easy, but look at that. Marco's also showing that we are not any, I would say, picking up any easy finishes, but unfortunate. The revive came in and Sarang peaked, and Blaze OP was not ready for it, especially with the play zone shrinking. He had to move. A brilliant try to pull off that 1v3, but it concluded with just a 1v2, and now 7C still surviving. But the team which we talked about could have had their chicken dinner. That was Team Forever. They're out. So all the three teams right as now, except for 7C, have had chicken dinner. So Marcos and Global Esports can have another chicken dinner for the day, but Global Esports has only one player surviving. Marcos has three players surviving, and it's going to be difficult for 7C to get this chicken dinner. Yes, they have 8 brilliant finishers, but Joker again punishing just for a couple of pixels that he spotted. Now Alu Boy, he needs to bring back Sarang, because Sarang was the one who made sure that 7C survive, breathe and fight out. But with this, Joker has revealed his position. Marco's not making any movement. They're letting Joker fight it out as much as he wants. Let him do the damage, and then we will see how we want to capitalize on Joker. Because if he does the damage on both Alu Boy and Sarang, it's going to be easy picking for Marcos and get their second chicken dinner after day 2.
Be true, but right now, Sam, a 1v2, v3 Joker. No, you don't do that. You compromised yourself, my friend, and now you definitely are gonna pay for that. Look at the amount of damage Joker has on himself. Sarang on the other side, they are trying to go further. They are trying to find a good position in the play zone. Marcos Gaming, they got a greater chunk of the play zone. Dino will be punishing Alu Boy up there. Joker, he is in the blue. Alu Boy, I guess he has to say a goodbye. Finally, that he said he is being left alone. Joker trying to go in for a heal battle.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? A heal battle is what we have in this Erangel itself. Marcos Gaming, the probability chances of them having the chicken dinner is 60%, whereas 7C and Global got 20% of that. Now, if Global Esports gets this chicken dinner, trust me, Sam, that's going to be the most amazing, delicious chicken dinner that they ever have. With Marcos Gaming, if they lose it, that's going to be really unfortunate, because all the eyes are on Marcos Gaming right now. Joker, his health kits are on the urge of completely going. That's 2, that's 1, and I guess Joker, he will be done. Just few more minutes before he is done completely. And there you go, Joker.
No,
Before going, he decides to take
what?
one. No, Joker, you don't do that. That Joker completely eliminating 7C. That's done. Marcos Gaming getting the chicken dinner. Oh my god.
Unbelievable, Darshita. And what we were just thinking about, he does it. Joker, he was not joking over there with his heal ups. Those last minute heal battle that he was doing. He was just looking forward to trying and making it work and try to stall it as long as possible. And Sarang, unfortunate, just because Joker over there did not give away his position. I think due to the last fight, right, you kind of get in a situation where you start thinking, okay, wait, that angle might have been cleared, and I think that's what 7C Sarang did not think about. And how Joker, he pulled it off, he made it happen. And right now, I'm kind of lost in terms of the words that I can talk about it. There is a chance. I was about to say if Sarang was a man who denied a 1v3 and a 1v4, that means he has the capability of pulling up a 1v3 himself. But the opportunity was completely denied. They did not even let him move. And Joker, he was outside the play zone. He was just looking forward to the heal, wasting time. But here's the smart move. Marcos, we saw TSM when they were about to fight with Entity, when Entity was getting their chicken dinner. Aquanox was ready to destroy. He took down two players. If the third one would have also come in, a 1v3 easier would have happened and a 1v1 situation would have come. And that's where Marcos played smart. They understood they have the numbers. They understood they are kind of in the lower ridge angles. So if they're the ones to come up, they're going to be giving their position easily, and they did not want to do it. They just held, and also the circle favoring them. They just let out Global Esports as well as the last surviving player 7C fight it out, and it was Marcos brilliantly getting their chicken dinner. But this was a brilliant matchup. So let's head over to the highlights again to see where it all started from. It all started where we spotted XSPARK trying to pick up a fight with Marcos, but then immediately it turned around and XSPARK started falling apart. Then when we saw that just because a team called out, and then we saw they started taking them down and they punished them for trying to instigate, it was Global Esports. But then we saw CHEMIN versus GODLIKE. One wrong, one small mistake. Clutch God jumping up without putting up those brakes. That's why, guys, you have to have your handbrakes on. You need to make sure your vehicle does not move when you're picking up a fight, because your vehicle might become your own casualty, and that's what happened to GODLIKE. Look at Clutch God again. You can see him alive just because of the downhill. He started falling down. But TSM also, they should have capitalized. I don't know why they were retreating from fights, and I think that's one of the reasons that we did not see a lot in terms of their efforts and finishes. You can see they did pick one or two here, but if they wanted, they could have converted this to entire teams in their own hands. But NIGMA Galaxy, when they picked up a fight with Enigma, that was good. But after picking that, they did not manage to move out from that direction, and eventually NIGMA Galaxy also fell apart in the same position that Enigma were earlier.
Agreed. Sarang on the other side was caught by a grenade from Team Forever, but Blaze, it was just amazing to watch this man get so much, but at the same time get nothing for himself. Look at that. No, he took Prince. Then I guess if he took one more player down, not yet, able to get the name. I guess we'll be getting the confirmation very soon. Did a lot of damage, but he got nothing out of that. Alu Boy was caught even on the second side. Dino was looking forward to something more and more. Sarang was right exactly in the front, but Joker, this man is crazy. As you said, he wasn't joking around. Not even a single moment was he joking around. He caught the sides of the last surviving player, Sarang. He made sure that if I am going, my friend, I am not even letting you stay alive. That's what his last sentence was before going, and that's how Team Marcos Gaming got their chicken dinner.
What a matchup. What a way to witness this action again. I mean, here's every team telling that you cannot pick up a fight so easily with us. If you want to pick it up, you need to be ready for it. If you don't, we are going to be punishing you however we want. Whether it's going to be with rifles, with melee weapons, with pistols, they're going to do it all. But again, this is a repetition that we are seeing on what happened on day 2. One match, a 30 bomber. Every other match is going to be close to 22, 25, 26 being the maximum number of points that teams are able to grab. But Marcos, this was much needed to build back their momentum. Marcos, we've been seeing them doing the damage, but in terms of, I would say, staying on top, they've been pushed out multiple times. Global Esports as well, a brilliant 33 total point finish for them with the chicken dinner yesterday. They were trying to replicate it today. It did not happen, but still you can see 19 points is not easy, and Joker, trying to survive, being the lone survivor for his team, took down Alu Boy, did a 1v2, and then went down to the hands of Marcos. But if Joker would have had a chance that he could have entered the circle, just imagine what amount of more destruction he could have done, Darshita.
1v3 against Marcos? I mean,
Can be possible.
maybe. Right, maybe, because we have seen a lot of 1v3, 1v4 happening. I mean, okay, we'll get on that discussion. Let's just have a quick look on the match standings, because that gets us completely crazy. Now, Blind Official, they got 13 for themselves. 7C got 18. TSM got 14. Enigma Galaxy, I mean, that's 6 for them. Team Forever got 5. Entity Gaming got 4. Revenant, Enigma, Hyderabad, HYDRAS, and CHEMIN got 3 for themselves. Revenge, XSPARK, SKYLIGHTZ got 1. But GODLIKE, Again, unfortunately, zero. Now, I
Yep.
still remember the history repeating itself. OG, when they got a chicken dinner, the next match they got zero. Godlike, they got a chicken dinner, the next match they got zero.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why is this happening, Sam, but this is not looking good. Now, getting a chicken dinner, obviously, that's going to be the best thing you could have got for yourself. But the next match, as I said, it should be a decent match. At least 10 to 12 points is what we look forward to, right?
Yes, I agree with you, Darshita. Every team right now, I think what is happening is even though they're not like we say right overconfident plays, they kind of get chicken dinner and become uh, right, a tasty meal for the other teams. They kind of become eye grabbers, they become kind of the show stealers of that particular matchup, and the other teams do not want to let them do it on the next upcoming matches, and that's why they immediately try and deny. As you said, you were right, OG got denied, now Godlike got denied not only once but twice. Unfortunate for them, but the momentum kind of is getting broken. But we'll take a look of what kind of momentum has been broken up in the overall standings. OR still standing strong. Nobody in terms of I would say pushing them down have been able to do. OR are just running away. Yes, the point difference is still there. The point difference has been cut close from Global Esports, but does not matter. The 9 point difference is still there, and now Global Esports have already finished their matches. Yes, a good leap coming in for them. 7 spot leap coming in. That's a brilliant one. They were in the 9th spot, but OR, look at them. They still have one more match to play, whereas Global, they don't have. SKYLIGHTZ as well as NIGMA Galaxy have a match to play, but now here is where the double chicken dinner starts forming, right? We've seen right as now Marcos have gotten their second chicken dinner, and SKYLIGHTZ is one of the teams who are here. But Marcos, can you see them in the first page? No, there's not going to be here. Fifth position is taken up from Blind with 103, CHEMIN with 102, and Hyderabad as well as Entity 101 and 101 clashing with each other. So this entire first page consists only of triple digits, the century players, I would say, the century teams. Whereas the second page, when we head over to it, I'm pretty sure at least the ninth one might be close to a century or might have a century, but everybody else is looking forward to their triple digit mark. But look at this, even the first page also having a couple of tumbles of red down arrow marks.
It's hard. It's really difficult for these players. Now, Global Esports, yes, it was one of the most amazing matches they got for themselves. I mean, +7. Now, what more do you expect from one single map? Plus
Hmm.
7 ranks up, and right? You are done. You are done for the day. You just got more 4 maps remaining. Now, one map is just turning about around table so much. I doubt what is gonna happen, but look at Godlike. +12 is what they got in the previous one, -6 right now. That makes them go on the 10th position. Marcos on the ninth position. That's gonna be +5 for them. I guess you were finding Marcos a
Hmm.
while ago, so they were gonna be on the ninth position with 99 for both of them. TSM +1 again. That's gonna be 97. EXO falling down 96. 7C going up 93. Team Soul again falling down. That's going to be 86 for them. Revenant falling down with 84. Team Insane falling down with 77. Falling down one position or two is fine.
Hmm.
Falling down more than 4, 5, 6, 7 position, it's going to be difficult.
It's going to be very difficult. But look at how close these matches are coming to be.
That's
I
true.
would say, except for Team Insane, from Revenant till the first team that's going to be OR 15 to the first position, the point difference is not that huge. Yes, there can be a difference of from 14 to anywhere around 25, but that's just a single map. And that is also from first to the 15th. It's not like the difference between the first team as well as the third team. The difference is just a couple of points here and there. 113, and the next team is going to be at 107. So the difference over there is just 6 points. So this semifinals is very close, cutthroat, and especially after every match, if we are able to see this kind of leaps being done in terms of the ranks, 5 rank leap, 4 rank leap, 7 rank leap, 12 rank leap, 10 rank leap, 4 rank down, 5 rank down, and things like this tells us if you are able to have your points close up, even for the teams in the last page, they can still try and dethrone a couple of teams in the second page or even the first page. Just a couple of good matches, not even necessary of getting chicken dinner matches, but just good matches. If they're able to put up their performance, they should be able to do it. But just like yesterday, Team Forever in the third page have finished up their matches for the day, and every other team here, the seven teams that's going to be Orangutan, Walkout, XSPARK, Enigma, 8 pitch, Revenge, as well as Rivalry, have a chance in the last matchup that's going to be Miramar. Not an easy one, but they have to put up their fight, and especially we are getting surprised now. Not for Orangutan. Yes, they picked up their chicken dinner in this third day, not before that, but still after getting a chicken dinner and still being pushed out, when there are teams in the first and the second page who do not have any chicken dinners and still staying on top, meaning that these two teams, they need to make their way in back, and especially having two, I would say, last one match for the day, they have to try and capitalize this, Shita.
Talk about chicken dinner, Sam. I just have my eyes on XSPARK, Enigma, 8-bit Revenge, Forever,
when
and Rivalry.
when will they
Okay,
do it?
that's the question I
Everybody's
have,
waiting.
right? That's the only question that I have right now. When? And a huge question mark, because trust me, there are 6 teams, 7 maps remaining. Team Forever, they are not going to play this map because they are done for the day already. And
Hmm.
this is going to be the last match, the last one for the day, ladies and gentlemen, because we are already on the second last day of semi-finals. And with one more day, Sam, we'll get our top 16 teams and then our way to grand final start. But before that, the actions are of Miramar. And you know, right, Miramar, it turns around to be, I mean, it just turns all tables around. You expect something, it turns out to be something else. Now, the previous Miramar Godlike, it was a beautiful play from them, I would say, but they had the play zone with them. Rotations was something, they got a bit breathing space, if you ask me, during the times of rotation. But again, not every
Hmm.
time is where the zone favors you. Not every time is where you get advantage. So the one capitalizing on Miramar would probably have an amazing good night's sleep for the day, but homework is what is awaited tomorrow. I mean,
Hmm.
I don't recall the word Edge used a while ago. I mean, a boot camp maybe, or something, a new word that he,
I
just, yeah.
I'm not going to use it, Darshita.
Yeah.
I mean, he comes up with some random words that he builds. Yes, it's funny, but not gonna repeat it. I know I have it right on my tongue, but I don't want to say it. But yes, I'm
Okay.
going to be using the normal word. That's going to be homework. They're going to be re-strategizing, heading back to their whiteboards, blackboards, whatever it is, in-game callouts, maybe having their own maps set up, right? Those printouts where they use, try to draw figures over there, arrow marks, and all those things. They have a break for tomorrow. But I'm pretty sure our viewers, they'll not be happy for the break, but I'm letting you guys know this break that you'll be seeing tomorrow, and after that when we meet again on Tuesday for that qualification spot, because you saw overall standings, the point difference is so minute that if you ignore it, you're out of the race. That's how close this race is to become the grand finalist. And right now, all these fights that these teams are putting across is not for the prizes. It's just for qualification. And if this is so close, just imagine how grand finals is going to be. So for that, if you're enjoying, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe and the bell icon as well, in case you want to have any chat or any feedback that you, if you have, or any, I would say, questions regarding the tournaments or the upcoming ones, feel free to reach out to us. Our Instagram handles are right below our cameras, so we will have a quick chat after today's, I would say, day 3 matches are done. But I'm excited for what this last match brings in. Miramar it is, right, Darshita? To end a day on Miramar is on a high note. But is it going to be a high note for all the teams or just one specific team? What do you think, Darshita?
Team maybe, because again, Miramar, it's all about, starting that engine and
Mm-hmm.
making sure that your vehicle is safe and secure. Because at the end of the day,
Yes.
vehicle plays, is something that I'm always scared about. But moreover, right now, with whatever has happened on the overall day today, what I'm scared of more than vehicles, trust me when I say this, is the play zone. Man, oh man, so many players
Yes.
are going down because of play zone, and that
Even in
is,
Erangel.
that's true, right? Not just Miramar, but even in Erangel, we have a lot of players going down to play zone, and that is something shocking. But at the
Mm-hmm.
same time, these players need to make sure that these small mistakes can snatch away points from them and make them fall down. If you go down till 16, if you go down till 16, that's fine. More than 16, it is not, because you just got one last day to qualify.
Exactly. One last day to qualify for two groups. It's still seven more matches because they have this match to play on Miramar. But now, unlocking their inner wild beasts, wild animals, whatever they want to say it out, the raw potential that they have, I think they should start doing, and especially it should be on their fingertips. I'm a little bit sad because I'm rooting for all the teams in the last page, but except for Team Forever, everybody has a chance to play in this last matchup on Miramar. Team Forever, they've done with their 12 matches, and we know how brilliant of a team Team Forever is. They always do miracles in the last few matches that they have, and now not having a chance to play Miramar, I mean, disheartening for me at least, but I'm pretty sure when we see them popping off on day 4 of the semifinals, that's the last day, that's going to be March 29th. I think there might be some cards, some new cards that they might try to play, but if they don't, they will be out of the tournament. Edge did also mention that we will be getting a couple of teams who will kind of move out of the tournament very early on in the starting stages of day 4 itself, in the starting matches itself. But right now, we have seen a repetition of at least only two teams. So out of 24 new victors, we can see 22 new teams at least trying to get their victories for themselves. I'm looking forward to it. How soon are we going to be getting to that spot? Because there's just the last 7 matches left. And anything can happen in this. I was sorry, last 5 matches for all the teams. It was 7 and 6. The countdown is done. I was stuck at 7 because I didn't want the teams lose out on the numbers. But right now, I guess we will be heading very soon. The flight is just refueling because it's a long day, right, Darshita? I mean, we have seen 5 brilliant matches for all these teams, and now we are heading over to the last one. So, especially Miramar being big, I would say fuel, it takes a longer time to refuel. The tank is going to be big. But I have one question before we head over there. This is going to be in the discussion that we were having from day one. Is it going to be a repetition of a winner that we are going to be seeing who is going to be walking away with a chicken dinner, or is there a possibility that we are going to be seeing a new team getting a chicken dinner? Because there are teams in the last page who are looking forward to their first in this Gillette 7Sea Invitational.
A reputation is what I would say this time, because
Mm,
the reputations have started right now.
exactly.
At the beginning, we thought that there's always a new team, there's always a new team, so we were going with the flow, and
Mm-hmm.
every time, I don't know, was it a coincidence? Was it our luck that luckily we said it and it happened? But every time it happened. But once Skylights Gaming got a double chicken dinner, it was Marcos doing the same thing. So now each and every team is ready. Like, you are getting one more, why are we waiting? Even we will do the same. So maybe the probability again high of one more team repeating the chicken dinner again and again. But what do you think about the chances of having a third chicken dinner for any team?
Mm, that's a good question. I mean, the possibility can be there, but I don't think it's going to be here on this last matchup. It will be there on the last day. But again, because there are teams who have gotten two chicken dinners and those teams have already qualified in the first and the second page, I think they'll be experimenting a lot. I mean, jumping around the map, going in for stunts as well. But now let's see if there's going to be any stunts. Without any delay, let's jump into Miramar itself, where you'll get a chance to see if those stunts are going to be repeated here. I mean, there was one, I would say, could have been a brilliant stunt if Clutch God had a chance, Darshita, to get that chicken dinner, but it did not work out. But right now, it's going to be the flight path that we are going to be taking a look at, and it's going to be starting close to Puerto Paraiso, and it'll be ending right to Torre Ahumuda, but it's such a high eastern favored flight path. Teams who want to go to Trailer Park, El Pozo, Crater Fields, and Ruins are going to be having a tough time. A little bit as well for teams who are going to Monte Nuevo. But let me ask you a quick thing before we see the circle. What's your thoughts on the circle? Is it going to be a circle cutting the flight path or a different one?
El Pozo?
Hmm.
You know, right? I always play a different game. I always want the competition to get more and more
Yeah, interesting.
intense and interesting. So El Pozo, I mean, not just El Pozo, but anything, not the eastern sides. I want it to be a complete western end zone because I want
Teams,
to make it
teams,
pretty
if you're
interesting.
hearing it out, this is Darshita, okay?
No,
She is
no, this
making your
is
life
not
difficult.
me.
It's not the BGMI gods.
How?
And see, BGMI gods are a little bit kind of lenient, but not Darshita. She wants it to be a further away. But like teams being very kind of strong, Nigma Galaxy finds a player from Entity, immediate drop, knock, and finish. Ouch for Entity. First pick, Apollo.
Enigma Galaxy. Right now, they are looking good with a one finish that they got for themselves. Coming back to Entity, yes, that's unfortunate for them losing one of their players. I mean, not even 2 minutes, and they have lost one of their players. Moreover, look at the distance. Now we were trying to make things more and more intense, Sam. They already are
Hmm.
1.5. I mean, 1,500 meters away from the zone. Not a position you be in. You need to be really quick on getting everything you want and get the hell out of that position because that's too long. It's almost 2000, almost.
Hmm. Exactly. The
It's difficult.
distance is going to be difficult to, I would say, close the gap, and especially teams in Miramar, when they have this kind of a huge gap in the distance, actually allowed to fight it out in the play zone, especially in the first one. So I think it's going to be difficult. But look at Nigma Galaxy being smart about it. They understand they've gotten the initial opening finish for themselves, but not a lot in terms of, I would say, utilities, weaponry, their resources of helmets and vests. Because look at Vixie. He has a weapon that's going to be an AKM, but does it matter if he does not have an helmet and a vest? How will he be protecting himself? Even level 1 armor would have been good at that point, but let's hope Team Soul have grabbed those things because a couple of players are missing. Goblin looking forward to completely rake up all those utilities at Picado, and it looks like they'll not be contested. So worry free is going to be Soul for at least the loot phase.
No worries, tension free right now. All the four players surviving, looking good with the angles, with the loots that they are looking forward to. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they got vehicle, but they are not tension free, Sam, because look at that. They got nothing to work around with. I mean, yeah, they got some AKM and, guns, but are the bullets enough? Because you get into a fight, you utilize all that you got, and that's where the problem arises. And I doubt even, one of the players has any gun to work around with. So right now, they're just looking forward to find a compound for themselves. Why do I see one player firing when they already are running low on bullets? But on the other side, we have EXO for surviving players. So I guess after the one fight we saw between Entity and Enigma Galaxy, I mean not even a fight, but one player, going saying a goodbye. There's nothing more happening all around.
I mean, this is Miramar, and especially being the last match for day 3, as we were seeing, right? A day of comeback, and so it has not, I would say, kind of tended to be a day of comeback in terms of showing us a lot in terms of the difference in terms of creating the points, taking over the top charts. That's because one game we see a team go for a huge climb of 12 ranks, 10 ranks, as I was saying. Immediately, as we see in the next match, they've taken such a big tumble as well. I mean, not thankfully, and touchwood, not a 10 and a 12 rank topple down, but at least 5 to 8 ranks in terms of a topple down we have seen happening, because of which the, I would say, overall standing comes somewhere to balance out after every match. Let's hope this match at least gives us something, um, I would say, as I would say, starstruck or something amazing to witness, because it's already Miramar, and as you said, right, we saw just one initial knock and finish coming through, and immediately the entire Mira map has dulled down. It is bound to happen. It's also the pressure we have seen. Under pressure, a lot of the players kind of not only have crumbled, the Shita, they have also had, I would say, mistakes being done. We saw that coming in from 7C as well. We saw it from, I think, OR as well. But they were trying to capitalize. I hope they are able to capitalize. 7C still in the search for their chicken dinner. We just saw them, and they're also playing here. You can see they're in terms of total 93 points for themselves. But when will they get to the mark where they'll be grabbing those finishes and get that chicken dinner for themselves? Because 13 spot might be good right now, but how far is that 13 going to help them out to survive?
It's a risky seat, right?
Hmm.
Anyone can come, make you stand, and get you out of that position. So that is something they need to be careful about, and that's why I keep on saying, right, the first side of the overall standing, yes, at least better, but the second side, the most riskiest place to be around. The day one itself, you start running away with points. At that point of time, after that, maybe day two and day three is something where you can be lenient with your plays. You can make sure to be calm and composed and then work accordingly. But right now, I'm scared for insane. Look at them. How far are they from the play zone? I mean, almost 2000 meters. And with the first play zone shrink, they haven't even started moving.
Hmm.
OR are them in fourth or Paraiso, even they need to move. They need to get out of that position because already you have so many teams. When you get out of that position, you are definitely gonna get caught in a rotational clash. Now, after getting into a rotational clash, if you get gatekeep, that's done and dusted.
Nobody wants a gatekeep situation, especially on Miramar. Somehow you can recover yourself from a gatekeep on Erangel by moving into a different location, but in Miramar, what do? Just to avoid a gatekeeping situation, you try to move in a different direction, but because you've wasted a lot of time early on and the play zone has shrunk so much that you do not have any gaps to sneak around, if you try to do that, the play zone is going to be doing the damage. So let's hope they kind of re-strategize and not look forward to going in for a plan B and a plan C action. Plan B, plan C actions are necessary, Darshita, because certain times unanticipated and unavoidable fights come right on your face and you have to deal with it, whether with casualties, whether with your weapons, whether with your smokes, and try to disengage and run away. You have to do something to deal with it. So let's hope teams are ready with that, I would say, try, but I'm not too sure if it's going to be working out. So, yes, they have gotten their chicken dinner to start it off today. But as you said, Darshita, we might see a couple of repetitions. I'm looking forward to them getting their second as well, because if they started the day, let them end the day with a banger as well.
Forward to that completely. Enigma on the other side. I mean, I guess the last match, Enigma, the players of Enigma, they went down too early. Right now, just surviving till the end is something that they need to look forward to. I mean, yeah, I completely agree for the fact that accumulating good amount of finishes is something that is needed the most at this point of time. But again, survival is gonna be more interesting because get into a fight, you deal casualties, and that's where problems are. That is something you need to be careful about. But luckily, Team Insane, during their rotation, they are not gonna get into any kind of rotational clashes for the moment. But Del Patron, that's an area where I have my eyes on because each and everyone they are looking forward to hold the center of the zone itself, and somewhere nearby Del Patron can go in the center. Jelly, no, why? Why do you have to do that? Falling down to his own knock, he will be down to the ground. Vehicle and the stableness of vehicle is something I've always doubted my entire journey in this Miramar thing, Sam, and that's the reason why.
Darshita, you did not use your dialogue, so I'm going to be requesting permission. And without listening, whether you're going to be giving me the permission, I'm going to be saying welcome to Miramar to all the players.
Scared?
So, right now, it is bound to happen. This is Miramar, as you said, right? It is all, I would say, unimaginable and unavoidable certain dips, uneven ridges. There's going to be situations that you have and try to avoid, and unfortunately you will not be able to control your vehicle because the momentum and the speed is already too high. And now Jelly, you talked about him falling, and right now he's knocked to the play zone. It's still the first and the second one, so you can kind of be okay with it. Still try to recover Jelly, but if you try to recover Jelly, you're going to be wasting a lot of time, and I don't want any teams wasting time right as of now, because if they try and waste Darshita, Miramar, right, where you get easily spotted. Now, Insane making the late rotation. Enigma Galaxy, they were doing the same thing, but they were better on their late rotation and will be able to spot out Siam. And that's going to be a drive-by finish coming in, and that's going to be Vixie taking it up. Apollo going in for the knock, and Vixie picking up the finish. Now, Insane, they do have a casualty, but they've made themselves out of the play zone, whereas Enigma Galaxy, they've not made themselves out of the play zone yet.
Trying to go. They are trying to run as fast as possible. On the other side, we have one more fight going on, Sam. We are gonna be having multiple fights. We keep on saying this, right? After 10-minute marks hit, there are gonna be n number of things happening, and so is the thing happening with Aluboy as he gets caught out there. That's gonna be Pukar. He gets sides of Team Insane as well. Insane losing players back to back. Side of down to the bronze player, 5 deep. All of them are down. That's done. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming completely eliminate the sides of Team Insane. That's gonna be the first ever team to get eliminated completely.
Unfortunate, and it happened. You cannot avoid such situations. Insane wanted to go in for late rotation, but there were teams who were better in terms of their late rotations, and they punish Insane. And as you said, the first squad to be eliminated, and especially with Insane looking forward to their points and finishes and climbing up the overall standings, it's not going to be easy. I hope that this does not affect a lot for Insane, but you can see the right side live status. It's kind of telling you that many of these teams are still surviving, especially with all their 4 players. XSPARK also have their 4 players surviving. They are good in terms of the utilities that they have, but I hope this time they don't make a wrong move.
I really wish they don't. EXO on the other side, they have 4-on-4 surviving players for themselves, but guess what? They are having their eyes on the sides of Team XSPARK. Now, Team XSPARK, team that we have been talking about since a long time, Sam, with the hope of them having that spark once again, trying to pop off a chicken dinner for themselves and get the very first in their names already. But up there, we have a zone shift incoming. That's going to be Del Valley and water treatment nearby to Torre Emuda. We have our play zone shifted already. So all these teams, they need to make a way out of that position and get in Torre Emuda, because the eastern sides, they are already reserved. The western sides is something that has been kept empty. But with almost all the teams in their vehicle, it's kind of a marathon, right? The one who enters first, it's like first come first serve basis. You come
Exactly.
first, you get the position good. You don't, you get punished for that, and that is something they need to be careful about. 8-bit on the other side, they got a position to work around with. EXO, as I said, they have their eyes on the sides of Team XSPARK. Any moment now, they can get themselves into a fight. But what I am afraid of is this team is out of the play zone. To make a way out, they need to do something. I mean, yeah, EXO Immortal is inside the play zone, and the entire team gets in there. 7C Sarang, he gets himself caught as the vehicle is on the edge of getting blast any movement. Fierce right exactly in the front. That's going to be
XSPARK.
Fearless and Fierce. Now a complete 4v4. Team EXO, they have gone a bit too aggressive, but according to me, they can capitalize over that.
I mean, they can, but look at XSPARK. They've not given away any position or idea. Fierce is come up. Immediately a smoke comes through, which prevents any kind of a vision, but still XSPARK, they're not looking forward to give up the position. As you said, Fearless as well as Fierce. Who is it going to be having a chance to make it work? Fearless, he has a smoke grenade, not a grenade. Scout OP, he's patching himself up and also boosting himself with the energy drink. All the players are, both EXO as well as XSPARK, but now look at that. SKYLIGHTZ, they're also fighting with NIGMA Galaxy. Gyro God from XSPARK finds the opening on Fierce. This is the capitalization that they have to do. XSPARK, if they start pushing up, they'll be able to do a lot. But I guess in this fight, as we are going to be seeing this, SKYLIGHTZ and NIGMA Galaxy, it's going to be ending up very, very soon. And NIGMA Galaxy, I think, will be also one of those teams will be eliminated very soon. But now, Immortal, the revive was coming through. And it was a brilliant trade coming in. Scout OP did manage to pull it off. But now Fearless is about to face off with Snacks. Scout on the other end is just finishing off every other player. Punk and Snacks are the only 2 players right now. A grenade has been tossed inside the house, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to find any connection. Snacks trying to spray through the smokes, but Fearless was already outside and he does the damage, and it's going to be Snacks down. Now it's all up to Punk, and the damage is being exchanged with 420 OP and Punk did school a player previously. He's going to be trying to do it now, but it's going to be XSPARK playing together, covering each other, not letting anybody even go out for a knock, and that's going to be EXO clean wipe coming through.
Oh my god. Team XSPARK, they needed it. They did that amazingly. The Ignite already has been up. Now, Team XSPARK, they got 4 for themselves right now. They have been looking forward to more fights, because look at them. The position they are holding, there's already 8-bit nearby. So any moment now, Team XSPARK, either they get 8 finishes for themselves or either they give 4 to someone else is the only situation. But out of all that, Team Soul, they're enjoying the most beautiful position that they got inside the play zone. No movement to rotate. And I guess they got an upper ridge advantage as well. So with this, they can make it work in their favor. OG Wizgod will be taking 1 down from Entity. That's going to be 1 player down. 14 teams, 50 players is what we have still alive. Soul, they are holding a beautiful position as I was talking about them. But Team XSPARK, right now, in the blues, not a position to be, but looking good. They are trying to pick up everything that they want. Entity trying, falling down and down. That's going to be 2 players down already. Dark Lord, he has a huge responsibility on his shoulder. He's been isolated off completely. 3rd player says a goodbye, and that's how Dark Lord has been left alone out there to fight against 46 alive players.
It's going to be very intense right now. You can see it's going to be chaos everywhere. Frags going out everywhere, players falling. 7C also finding players from SKYLIGHTZ. SKYLIGHTZ did try to fight it with NIGMA Galaxy, and right now I'm not too sure how it's going to be working out. But over Atanki, he falls to his own knock. Unfortunate, but fearless. He gets confirmed. How did that happen? Now Jaira God is falling. Scout is getting dish damage with the play zone, and 8-bit they're looking forward to capitalize. 8-bit they've not had a chicken dinner as of now. They did come close to it, and I hope they get their chicken dinner and finally start jumping up. 420 OP gets knocked to the play zone, and one after another it looks like players are going to be completely being eliminated from XSPARK. Unfortunate, they had to pick the fight and make a run out of the position. They did not do it, and now they're getting caught off guard.
Definitely, our SKYLIGHTZ gaming need to be a bit careful. So as for 7C OR, I guess that's done for OR, or there's no. That's going to be a confirmation that Team OR Esports gets eliminated. 2 players down with 1 grenade. Beautiful Sarang doing a great job here, taking 2 players down and out. That's going to be a 1v1. This man can single-handedly pull off a 1v3 against the sides of Team SKYLIGHTZ gaming once again. A Molotov is something he's looking forward to. Pukar, he'll be forced to come out of that position. Sarang, a 1v3. Is that going to be the case? Is grenade the only thing gonna help him to take a 1v3? Grenade goes boom. It's a lot of damage. AKOP will be going with a vehicle directly on the sides of Team Rivalry out there. Sarang trying his level best. Done? Are you kidding me? Team 7C Sarang getting a 1v3 against SKYLIGHTZ Gaming with just grenades. Oh my god, Sarang, domination is what this man is showcasing right now.
I mean, when you need this man, especially we did talk about him previously as well. 1v3 situation against Marcos was there, but Joker, he came out of nowhere and Sarang couldn't do anything. But now 7C Sarang as well as Prince are still surviving, and it's going to be Revenge. I guess one of the last 2 players surviving. Okay, one of the last 3 players. Revenge only lost 1 player, but WALKOUTS right now finding 8-bit, doing the damage. WALKOUTS are looking forward to finding their momentum back in the game. We were just talking about them, but in between that, Enigma IGOs also made their, I would say, entry, because of which it can be a little bit difficult. But unfortunate, what did just happen? Was it Enigma or Soul? Who found those players? That's the confirmation we want to see, because Mr. Spray is done, and it was Enigma. It shouldn't have been a push that should have come through from WALKOUTS. The momentum was there. They were doing the damage, but before they could grab those finishes, they got eliminated. And Enigma, they're grabbing all those finishes for themselves. But look at the circle. It's moved all in favors for Soul. And also look at how favorably this, I would say, circle has moved. It is Soul getting a compound also for themselves, and now if Soul act fast and smart, they can deny any teams from entering the circle as well as in close quarters of the compound. Hyderabad Hydras still surviving here, Darshita. They're still at the edges of the play zone. We saw them previously as well. I'm not too sure how long they'll be playing over there, but now they've found a player from NTT. That's going to be Dark Lord. Rivalry finding Maxi OP. A little bit difficult for Hyderabad Hydras over there, so they're still exchanging in between Rivalry and Hyderabad Hydras along with NTT. How far the fight is going to be, I'm not too sure. But now Revenge, the position has been heard from Sarang, and Sarang is just looking forward to the opportunity. But Sarang knows if he gives away his position, goes in for a pick, he will be finished off either from Soul or from Revenge itself. But Hyderabad Hydras carry, he's doing all the heavy lifting. You can see he has just 1 finish, but the amount of damage he's done, he's going to be getting at least 3 finishes very soon. 2 confirmations do come in. The zone, it's shrinking. Why did you pick up the vehicle? Your teammate had a vehicle. You should have sat in that vehicle. Now Striker as well as Ace Black are the only players who will be able to make their way out.
Oh my god, it's just getting so difficult right now. Look at Team Soul. As you said, a beautiful position is what Team Soul has right now. Enigma Gaming, they're right exactly in the front. Soul Hector has a beautiful position to walk around where they can climb on that container and make it work in their favor. But 7C Sarang, a while ago we were having a talk on that. We'll have a chat on that later, because Ace Black is being caught by Evo Italy, and that's going to be Ace Black down to the ground. Striker, he is up here already trying to patch himself up. Revenge Mighty trying to take in a revenge, but is that going to be possible is the question, because Team Revenge, they got 3 finishes for themselves, but they have dealt a casualty. Hyderabad HYDRAS getting eliminated. That's going to be team number 6 getting eliminated. 5 teams, 14 alive players, 21 minutes done and dusted.
I'm looking forward to it, Darshita. It's not going to be that easy on how these teams are going to be making it work or what is going to be working out for them. But as I said, Soul, they're looking forward to that gatekeep. But I want to see how these teams make their way into a scenario where they can pull off maybe a clutch, maybe a victory, maybe a chicken dinner, maybe more finishes for themselves. It's going to be 7C, 8-bit. I want to see how Enigma make their way in. It looks like Evo Italy, he wants to be the aggressor. But Hector, he's watching in the same direction. So it's going to be very difficult if Enigma just think that it's going to be a walk in the park. But 8-bit Tsunami, I think he's one of the last players surviving for the team. So it's going to be very difficult. But he has 3 finishes for him. Enigma have all their 4 players surviving as well as Soul. Revenge has 3 players, but 7C has only 2. But right now, Akshat finds a player from Enigma, making sure Enigma have a little bit of a difficulty and stall their push. And Omega, he has his eyes set in that direction.
Well, didn't see that coming, just like how you guys didn't see me coming in back on the desk. And we are down to 5 squads already, 14. Sneaky beaky like, just like how Soul and Enigma are trying to sneak their way back into the zone. Look at the zone, it's empty. There's not a single team inside the zone. So they gotta be careful and they gotta make it work. 7C. Well, can they be the squad to take that chicken dinner this time? It's looking impossible, close to impossible, as Sarang is the only surviving player right now. And Prince is already on his knees, and Sarang goes down there to 8-bit Tsunami. 8-bit is having a really good time today. That's the second game and that they're putting up a better performance.
8-bit is really good, as we know, Edge. They do a lot in terms of the lifting, and especially they have brought in a change in strategy. But look at Soul. They are keeping constantly all their 4 players surviving. And as I said, they're making sure they try to gatekeep as much as possible. Omega, he needs to find that knock, but he does the damage, but he does not get the connection in terms of knock. He's going in for another one. That should be an easy one, but he's missing his shots. It's getting a little bit messed up, but I understand it's not easy to go in for tap shots as always, because you have to be precise in the single bullet. It needs to connect, and I think he wants to hit a headshot, and headshots are not at all easy to do, and especially in this level of the competition when the players are moving like crazy, just like Tsunami. He's moving like Tsunami. Even though he's eating those bullets, he's still surviving. He's still not knocked. If he gets knocked, there is no chance of revival because he's the last surviving player. It's an instant finish over there. So Tsunami trying to make good, trying to become the whirlwind over there with the smoke that he has deployed. Let's see how long he can survive. But the win prediction that you can see, it's favoring both Soul as well as Enigma only. But Enigma, they're being dished with a lot of damage even though they're in the circle edge. But I'm not too sure if Enigma can pull it up, because Enigma, they have to climb a lot of ridges and hills to make and face off Soul, whereas Soul has complete idea of where their opponents can come from. But look at this, Goblin, he's sneaking up close. Avi has heard the sound of the vehicle of Goblin and Akshat. That's the reason he's throwing those grenades, and the grenades might find connection, but there's a grenade it's coming a back way to Avi, but just because of the ridges he's surviving. But look at the amount of utilities that is being thrown. Now Avi was doing it, now his teammate is also coming in for help, and now Soul can face a difficulty here. They have to calculate this fight, but at least try and hold Enigma off from pushing up, because there's another team who has their eyes set on Enigma. That's going to be Revenge. Last 3 teams fighting it out. Edge, who do you think has the cards?
Ooh, well, everyone is holding cards. The thing I'm looking out for is who has the better cards right now. Because down to 11 players and 3 squads, Enigma with 4 players alive, well, looks like they have a king on their side. But what about the other squads? That is what I'm looking forward to. So having 4 surviving players as well. Well, they have let's say Queen as of now, but Italy takes down 1, so that Queen may be falling down to the king right now. But the high ground advantage that Soul has, you gotta put that to use.
Omega!
But that should go down as well. Mighty
Omega
takes
is
down
not
Hector.
moving.
No, is it? Don't tell me it's lag. Do not tell me it's the internet issues, because if that's the case, then that's the most sad thing I've seen the entire day today. Playzone takes down Goblin, which means Soul are in a lot of trouble right now, and Enigma looking to get that first chicken dinner for themselves, and they are okay. A couple of smokes being deployed here. Omega is now moving, Sam, so nothing to worry about right now. But Enigma still having 4 survivors. Zabi's out in the open. Omega will be doing a lot of damage, but okay, he's going in the right direction. He's going in the wrong direction. He's trying to heal himself up, but guess what? It's a 7th zone, and it's gonna deal a lot more damage, which means Omega has no time to heal. He's gonna go down. Revenge and Enigma. But we already had a repeating winner last time, but this time looks like another new winner is coming into play. Revenge, 3 players, while there are 4 on the side of Enigma right now.
What a matchup it is being. But look at this Mighty. He's trying to turn the cards. Immediate knock and finish coming through. Eggy has spotted. Evo Idli is trying to survive. But Sonic Fox, the last surviving player, he's right behind the bushes. The spray can come and find a connection. Mighty is already down. So Revenge, there's no possibility of reviving the player. It's a 1v3 situation. I can call it. But Enigma, it looks like they want to go in for a 1v2 itself. They do not want to go in for a revive. They're spamming it. Mini 14 coming out. I think it should have been a spray coming in from the player, but he's looking forward to just going in for those tap shots. I'm not too sure how long it's going to be working. And Evo Idli also back on the feet, but immediately gets knocked. Evo Idli, that did not work. Sonic, he's making that work. That small angle, that slight edge that he had, he did do the damage, but the numbers were in the favor. The cards were there for Enigma, and it's going to be Enigma Gaming getting their chicken dinner. What a turnaround of Evans Edge. We are still finding new winners on every matchup, even though this is day 3.
Day 3, even though it's almost the end. I mean, it's basically the end of day 3. Another winner, 14, 15. I lost count at this point. Well, Enigma are going to be joining that list of teams that got that chicken dinner for themselves. But what an end to the day. 8-bit performing well. Enigma coming out strong. Even Revenge, doing a really good job in the end. All of them are doing really well. But I'm really happy to see that at least at the end of the day. Rivalry. Well, yeah, it's still there's still a lot of work for them to do. But at the end, it's the other teams that are popping off right now, especially 8-bit. Happy to see them. But Enigma it is. Enigma, you gotta give it to them. 4 players surviving till the end, and also another squad that managed to pull off a beautiful performance. Team Soul.
Soul over there, if Omega, I think there was kind of a fluctuation in his connection or something, because for that second when Soul were actually rushing and Omega, the sweet spot that he was in, it was a brilliant cover fire that he could have provided. But because he was not moving their edge, unfortunate, and when he moved, his team was already out. So Omega, he knew there was no chance that he could have done a lot. And you did say, right, I think he's moving in the wrong direction. He knew there's not a lot that he could do. I think he moved in to go in for the heal battle, but the damage was already being done and there was no chance for the heal battle. But what a play coming in from Enigma. Enigma needed it. You were talking about it yesterday. I think they heard it yesterday, but they were able to pull it off today. Nothing like you are too late, because yet there's still a set of 4 matches to be played. Erangel Miramar. So you still have that work cut out for you. That is on the last day. But I think this is, as we were talking as well, right, Edge, can be I would say, moment, kind of an upset, because it's going to be a moment breaker, because there's a holiday tomorrow. But still, if this confidence is going to be carried, right, they're like, okay, we've done it on Miramar, we're going to be starting on Erangel, why can't we do it? It's the classic matchup of BGMI, let's do it. But comments coming to Enigma, they were on the downhill, they were getting pushed out. The last circle, it came in their end, and that's the reason they immediately started capitalizing.
True. And also, before we talk about the day after tomorrow's matchup, let's take a look at what just went down. It all started with Enigma Galaxy once again trying to, take down players. But then EXO, they wanted to take down the side of Team XSPARK. Did not go into their favor. Did get a couple of finishes, but XSPARK, they retaliated back.
Oh yes, then we saw 7C picking up a fight with SKYLIGHTZ, and they did convert it. But Walkouts, this fight, 8-bit, they did do the damage on them, but it was Enigma finding them out from a different direction, and Walkouts, they did have to say goodbye. They did get a couple of finishes for themselves, but it was all in vain. It was of no use, because Walkouts, they were so much aggressive in terms of only concentrating on those finishes and eliminating 8-bit, that they never paid attention or never paid heed that there is Enigma on the other direction. And Enigma played really, really well in the position that they held. They waited for the opportunities, and the opportunities just came right walking into them. But what a play coming in from Revenge as well. I hope that Revenge could have also had a chance to pick something up, because they did have 3 players surviving. You saw their utility, I would say utilization in terms of the knocks and the mollies coming through. It was brilliant. But this is when Enigma were throwing down a lot in terms of aggression, in terms of utilities, the weapons coming through, and there was no chance. And this knock coming in on Akshat from Revenge was the reason Enigma could do, I would say Soul couldn't do anything. And as well as we said, Omega, he was not ready. But this last fight, how Evo Idli was trying to push push up, and Revenge had no idea about it. But look at that. He should have just picked up a fight with Mighty. Rather, what does Evo do? He picks up a fight with the final boss who's already knocked. He went in for the finish, but again, he came in clutch when it was needed. But look at Sonic Fox. How brilliant was he? His position was so bad. The circle was pushing him, but still Sonic Fox did the damage. But just imagine if the cards were in the different direction and Sonic Fox had the advantage of the circle. I'm pretty sure Revenge could have had a chance to at least get closer to grabbing that chicken dinner. I'm not saying for sure that Sonic Fox would have been able to pick it up, but Enigma, much needed chicken dinner for them. 9 finishes in total of 24 points.
Much needed indeed, because they weren't having a good time there on the scoreboard as well. But Revenge Esports, 7 finishes, 19 total points, sitting on second. But you know, the one that I'm more interested in, 8-bit, third place finish once again. 7 finishes, 15 total points. I mean, I'm happy for them because the way that they played the other 2 days, like the previous 2 days, was a disappointment. Today, they had some good games. I wouldn't say great games, but they had some good games, right? Seoul, on the other hand, well, they have 2 finishes, but they did manage to survive almost till the end. So they have 10 placement points, bringing their total up to 12. 7Sea Esports with 5 finishes and 11 total points. For HYDRABAD HYDRAS, 3 finishes, 7 total points. RIVALRY Esports, 7 total points for them as well. That's a better performance coming in from them comparatively. Orangutan Gaming, 6 finishes. Well, they got to work on their placement points. And then there's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, 6 total points. Team XSPARK, 5. WALKOUTS, 3. Entity Gaming, 2. NIGMA Galaxy, 2. But guess what? The ones at the top, OR Esports, they did absolutely nothing this time. I think maybe they're exhausted, or maybe they're like, it doesn't really matter even if we don't do anything. And then there's Team EXO. Unfortunately for them, they got eliminated. And Team Insane, well, they got eliminated in position number 16. And now, talking about the overall standings as well. After day 3. Day number 3 here, fellas. And all the 8 teams, they've actually crossed that 100 mark. So that 100 benchmark has already been crossed. OR Esports still standing tall after day 3 with 12 matches played, 1 chicken dinner overall, and 58 placement points with 64 finishes. 122 total points. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming have, made their way back up to second position with 2 chicken dinners, 48 placement points, 65 finishes, and 113 total points. Global Esports sharing that spot with 113 total points, but 69 total finishes, the highest, I believe, as of now. But HYDRABAD HYDRAS sitting on 4th position, NIGMA Galaxy on 5, 7Sea Esports sitting in 6th position with 104, Blind and Entity both have 103, and they're sitting in 7th and 8th position respectively, Sam.
The first page is not something that we expected to be in this fashion. But look at it, 7C, the team which could have been actually pushed out edge, they've made their way here. They're in the first page. NIGMA Galaxy as well, they were nowhere here. HYDRABAD HYDRAS, if you look at the performance on day 1 and try to compare it right as now, that is, I mean, I would say there's a difference of it being a vehicle on the road and it being a rocket in the space over there, right? That's the kind of difference that HYDRABAD HYDRAS have. Every team, even Global Esports as well, we did not see them on day 1, but here, look at them. They're pushing so hard that they just want to be here in the top spots. But again, this is just the semi-final, so I hope there is still more in terms of strategies and aggression packed for the teams in the first page. But now talking about the second page, CHEMIN still unable to find that chicken dinner along with REVENANT. Only these 2 teams are missing their chicken dinner edge. I am like waiting for it, but every other team, even in the third page, is slowly but steadily, I would say, not actually grabbing the chicken dinners, but actually getting pushed into the third page with a chicken dinner. And Insane are going to be meeting up with WALKOUTS and Orangutan. But I'm fearing that teams such as Revenge, 8-Bit, XSPARK, Rivalry, Team Forever, if these teams perform really well and push out WALKOUTS, Insane, and Orangutan with chicken dinners, and these teams making their way into the second page without chicken dinners, imagine how it's going to be, Edge.
Right, you're definitely right about that. And also, Marcos, GODLIKE, and Soul still sitting on the 99 and 98 spot. 98 total points, I'm sorry. CHEMIN Esports, although, did cross that 100 mark as well. I mean, we thought GODLIKE was going to cross that, but unfortunate for them, they didn't get any points whatsoever. TSM sitting on 97. EXO and REVENANT, once again, these 2 teams, but let's talk about ENIGMA a bit more. 4 placement position. I mean, 4 ranks jump plus 4. 16. They made it into second page. So I mean, they barely made it. So I'm not sure if they're gonna get a great sleep tonight, but they can they can have a chill pill for a while now, because coming in tomorrow, as you said, they need the break. Every team needs it. I mean, yeah, you might think that it's gonna. I mean, yeah, it might break the momentum for some of the rosters, but does give enough time to re-strategize, reanalyze yourself, and then come in stronger for the last day of the semifinals. Because last 4 matches for every team, last 4
Exactly.
games. After that, I mean, it's gonna decide the fate of 8 teams, whether they'll be making it to the grand finals of not or not. Right? 8 teams will be sent home again. 24. I mean, we started with 24. We still have 24.
Yep.
To the thought of just the thought of 8 teams leaving is making me sad. And the fact that rivalry is not at the bottom anymore, well, that's a bit of happiness there, because they truly are finally making their way to
Yep.
I wouldn't say top, but they're slowly making their way to page number 2 at least.
I agree with you. I mean, it is slow, but I hope at least it takes right
Let's hope it's not too
boost.
slow.
Exactly, it's not too slow. It takes a rocket boost of itself. They put up some huge numbers on the last day, but here's where I would say these teams can kind of take, I would say, if they want to say it as inspiration or if it's a possibility, there are 3 teams right now in the first and the second page. One is going to be 7C, the second is going to be CHEMIN, and the third is going to be REVENANT. These 3 teams do not have any chicken dinner, but they're still in the top 16. So the possibility is there for these 5 teams from the 20th to the 24th spot. All they have to do is, as you said, put up a really good show in the last 4 matches that they have on 29, and for that show they do have a day's break edge, and if they manage to use this break really really well, we know, right, teams completely flourish after a rest because they kind of bring something new to the game which none of the others have expected. Maybe they grind the entire day tomorrow, whether it's going to be in terms of the aim practice or going to be that pressure practice, because we have seen a lot of these teams and players making mistakes while they're under pressure, while they are right now trying to react or convert and get a lot of finishes for themselves or points, they miss out. But now, before we end the day, before we head over to the break, let's talk about the top fraggers list. And we did see Manya. Manya is nowhere in the first spot, but it's going to be Spraygod today. And look at how 7C have kind of made their mark today. They're already in the first page without chicken dinner, along with that Spraygod doing a lot for his team. 25 finish and 51% contribution.
That's a lot. Doing half of the work for the team. Eggy, on the other hand, 23 finishes, 52.27 contribution for them as well. But yeah, we were talking about Manya not being there. Well, there's another one replacing him from the side of Global Esports. It's Knuckle. 23 finishes, 33.33. Well, he's doing above average, so that's a great thing. Atanki is back with 22 finishes, 34.38. Today he had a great day. Let me tell you that. And the MVP of, I think that was the third match there. Gamla Boy, 22 finishes and 33.85 contribution. Well, one thing that I am kind of sad to see, no team CHEMIN Esports, because they were the only team which had 2 players on the top 5 fragger board on day 1. After that, we didn't see them. So it kind of feels bad, but at the same time, I'm loving this competition because it's not the same. I mean, it's not just one team dominating. We have a player from 7C, Enigma, Global OR, and SKYLIGHTZ. The combination is raise the 10, and also, the way the difference between that first and even the 9th position, it's not a lot. It's below 20, to be honest.
Exactly. The competition is too close. Whether you take in terms of the number of finishes that these top fraggers are taking, whether you compare it in the overall standing, the points are a little bit too close. For comfort, I would say, I mean, thankfully, this is not the grand finals edge, but if it was the grand finals, the last day, just like we were talking about the semifinals last day on March 29th, it would have been helter skelter. People would have been completely running around like crazy in the same time trying to pick up those finishes for themselves. And it's not going to be an easy job to do it. But here's where we are done with 18 matches in total with these 3 days. There's going to be 6 more matches in total, but out of these 18 matches, as we were talking about it, right, Edge, we have 16 different winners and 2 repetitive winners. So still, the 20 mark that we are talking about of different winners getting their chicken dinner, the possibility is there. But let's head back again, as we were talking about the top fraggers list. The players that we saw yesterday, they are here in the second page, or if you want to call it the second half of the leaderboard. It's going to be starting off with Punk. You did see Punk playing really well today. 20 finishes for him. Ace Black as well, he popped off well today, and you saw him with 19 finishes of his own. Neom, he's doing a brilliant job, but somewhere Godlike, I would say they have a great performance, but immediately take a tumble down, make mistakes, and yes, there is going to be the entire squad, and that's the reason Neo's contribution is 36 because everybody is putting their game face on. But now look at this. Manya, who is on the first spot, did not do a lot today, but as I told, he's an IGL. If he's there here as a fraggers leaderboard already, that means that that entire team and the roster of Global Esports is showing you their entire potential. It's going to be, I would say, little more time, and we are going to be seeing eventually the other players as well. Joker also joining soon with his other comrade. But the 10th position, Deadpool, we all remember this man. His name might be Deadpool, but he was a death wish that nobody wanted.
True, but first things first, Sam. I thought we agreed to call this Fraggerboard. Come on, we agree. We both agreed to it. And also, second thing I want to point out: yesterday the finish that ratio was 1.75 from 6 to 10, and the highest was 2.25 on Mania. Well, today it kind of decreased, so you can tell that all the other players, including these players, but at the same time, everyone else performed brilliantly. That these players could not get as many finishes as they wanted, right? That is what happened. Now you see the highest finish that ratio is 2.08. Yesterday it was 2.25, but this was the moment of the day, as we would like to call it. The way that OG finished things off. As I said, they cornered 17 to 1. One corner, and then it was just a spray and pray. I mean, you didn't even need to pray there. It was obvious that you were gonna get those finishes and gonna get that chicken dinner. That was the first one for Orangutan Gaming. And I mean, OG after that did not have a great game, but they needed that push, right? They needed that push moving on to the final day.
Exactly. They wanted that one last chicken dinner at least. I mean, one last in the sense at least for the day, because after that, as you said, we did not see OG. They were getting eliminated very soon, and it's unfortunate that that did happen. But it's a part and parcel of the game. Certain teams win, certain teams lose. But I'm feeling a little bit sad for 7C because today they were so close. They were in the top 5, top 3, top 2 as well. The get
Multiple
your mark
times,
on
exactly.
movement. We saw they could have gotten the chicken dinner. They had the numbers going on for them, but it is just the circle that was playing in advantage for OG who got the chicken dinner. So these are the situations that teams need to, I would say, pay heed to. Try to rotate very fast, and especially when the circle is shrinking, they have to switch to a different position. But I understand when the action is going on, it's not going to be easy to switch edge. But now it does bring us to the end of day 3. What a spectacular day it has been. Again, 5 new winners and just 1 repetitive winner, and we still have 1 more day to go.
I mean, day 1 was fabulous because we had no repetitive winners.
Exactly.
Day 2, 1 repetitive winner. I believe it was SKYLIGHTZ, and then today Marcus Gaming, 1 repetitive. So I mean, how many games is that? That's 18 games and 2 repetitive winners. So we had 14 unique winners, Sam. That's still a huge number, and we still left with 6 matches to go. So we can get up to 20 if possible. I mean, if not, then it's fine. But if we do get that, it's already a great number. So looking forward to it. But tomorrow is gonna be the rest day. Sam, you deserve it. I need it. And the players, they deserve it and they need it as well.
Yep, I agree with you. It needs to be given to them. They've been doing a lot. The heavy lifting has been seeing. And as we are seeing the new winners coming through, that's how it happens. But if you've enjoyed the stream until now, do not forget to hit that like and subscribe and the bell icon, because as we said, tomorrow's a holiday. Everybody's going to take rest. You also take a quick rest because the action coming in after semifinals, you're not ready for it. But with that said and done, this is going to be me, Lucifer, along with Edge, signing out on behalf of Darshita as well. In case you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us. But in the meantime, stay safe and take care, and bye-bye.